C1201 enter the sealed demon tower again. After leaving Stormwind City, Xiao Han immediately ran at full speed to the depths of the undead cemetery. Along the way, you can see teams of players fighting with skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and other wild monsters. While they were fighting, they were also discussing what happened in Jing'an. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Xiao Han didn't even summon the green dragon and just ran all the way to the ceiling demon tower. Less than 20 minutes later, the familiar building appeared in front of him. Again, at this time, although there were no refreshed wild monsters here, there were still many players lingering around and unwilling to leave. Hee. Do they also have ideas about the Abyss Blood Emperor? After a chuckle, Xiao Han moved his feet and immediately rushed to the main gate of the ceiling demon tower. At this time, several discussions came from behind him. Ha! Another one is going there to die. That guy is very fast, and it seems that he is quite strong. If we can fight, maybe we can take advantage of the situation. That guy Yijian Zhuifeng is too domineering. This is Stormwind City. But don't they let us in? That's nonsense. There is an emperor boss inside. It would be strange if they let you in. Fuck. How did that guy get in? Who is he? Listening to the discussion behind him, Xiao Han grinned, and his face instantly changed to his original appearance. In the demon ceiling tower, Yijian Zhuifeng, who had already drawn the bowstring, saw who came in, and the murderous look on his face disappeared. Immediately, while putting down the longbow, he said with a smile, "You are here, although the health of the Abyss Blood Emperor is not much. It is estimated that it will take more than 10 hours to kill it." More than 10 hours? Xiao Han looked at the center of the demon ceiling tower. Lu Yen was still staring at the Abyss Blood Emperor trapped by the formation with a serious face. At this time, its size has shrunk by more than 10 times. Roar! After seeing him come in, the Abyss Blood Emperor also immediately roared angrily and even struggled violently. But the three spirits' bloodthirsty formation at this time is completely different from when it was just set up. The blood-colored mosquitoes, blood-colored leeches, and blood-colored bats, even though they are still in energy form, have expanded dozens of times in size. Even the smallest blood-colored mosquito is more than 1 meter long at this time. 268435456 268435456 268435456. At this time, 3 blood-colored damage values exceeding 200 million appeared on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor. But at the same time, a green number also appeared on its head. The more than 700 million health points just lost were instantly restored to more than 500 million. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was speechless. It has been 3 or 4 days, and this guy has not been exhausted to death. If Lu Yen had not used the bloodthirsty stone to set up the 3-spirit bloodthirsty formation, it would be impossible to kill this guy. It is just an emperor-level boss, but it has become so perverted. He really can't imagine how to kill the emperor-level and holy spirit-level boss. There are still many places worth exploring in this world. Muttering softly, Xiao Han no longer paid attention to the situation over there. Anyway, there is definitely no way to kill it for a while, so he turned to look at Yijian Zhuifeng and asked with a smile, "Why are you the only one here?" "Yeah." Yijian Zhuifeng nodded and said with a smile, "There are many people outside who have ideas about this Abyss Blood Emperor. So we discussed it and decided to make sure there are people here all the time, in case some ignorant guys rush in and ruin our good things. If we let the Abyss Blood Emperor run away, it would be too unprofitable." "Hey, treasures are attractive," Xiao Han said with emotion, and continued, "I heard that you broke through to level 6. Yeah, that Dahuan Dan is really useful." Speaking of this, Yijian Zhuifeng suddenly looked excited, and said with a smile, "Not only me, but also Zhan Tian and Qingxue have broken through. It's good to break through." Xiao Han's eyes flashed after moving for a while he continued, "It's a pity that the drop rate of the materialization talisman is not high, otherwise there will be more people who can break through to level 6. Yeah, Ijin Juefeng said with emotion, and said with expectation, "I hope that killing the Abyss Blood Emperor this time can explode the elixir materialization talisman. If nothing unexpected happens, it will at least be at the artifact level. Even if there is only one such materialization talisman, it can materialize tens of thousands of Dahuandan, almost enough for every level 5 evolver to have one." Hee. You are thinking beautifully. Xiao Han shook his head speechlessly and continued, "Even if you can materialize tens of thousands of pills, you have to have so many pills to materialize. It's not so easy to gather the medicinal materials for refining Dahuandan. I know I'm too greedy." Ijin Juefeng saw that Xiao Han didn't want to talk more, so he wisely stopped talking. Then he turned his head and looked at the Abyss Blood Emperor behind him and said directly, "Its recovery ability is too strong. Even if there is not much life left, it will probably take more than 10 hours. If you are in a hurry, I will call Zhan Tian up now. If you two attack with all your strength, it is estimated that it can shorten the time by several hours and kill this guy earlier. If we keep dragging it on like this, I am always worried that something unexpected will happen." "Okay. Then you can call him up." Xiao Han did not refuse and looked at the Abyss Blood Emperor again. Ijin Juefeng did not hesitate and chose to log off directly on the spot. After he disappeared, Xiao Han immediately walked to Lu Yen and whispered, "Sister, you haven't been here all these days, have you? If it doesn't die, how dare I leave here?" Lu Yen said with a tired face and continued, "Fortunately you have the bloodthirsty stone. Otherwise there is really no way to deal with it." "That doesn't have to be like this," Xiao Han said with concern, and then said, with pity, "I let Zhan Tian, Qing Shui and others stay here, hoping that you won't be so hard. Can your body bear not sleeping for several days in a row?" "It's okay. My strength is not weak." Lu Yen waved her hand gently, and continued with a nonchalant face, "Not to mention not sleeping for a few days, even 10 days and half a month is no problem. Let's take a rest." Xiao Han pointed at the Abyss Blood Emperor and said, "Seriously, since I'm here, leave the rest to me." "Okay." Lu Yen felt Xiao Han's persistence, so she chuckled and agreed, and then sat down on the spot and began to close her eyes to rest. And Xiao Han also knew that it should be impossible to let her go back to rest. But this is already very good, so he looked at the Abyss Blood Emperor again, whose size had shrunk by more than 10 times. This guy, his current strength should not even be that of an emperor, although Xiao Han was not very clear about the effect of the 3 spirits. Bloodthirsty formation, he could feel that mosquitoes, leeches, and bats had been absorbing the energy of the Abyss Blood Emperor. After these days of continuous absorption, although its recovery ability is still strong, its strength should be far less than before. More importantly, with its smaller size, does it still have the ability to self-sever its tentacles and isolate the seal? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes instantly became dangerous. And then his mind moved, and the energy in his body quickly poured into his palm. A clear word seal appeared in his palm. #C1202 It's too hard for me. Hey, was one arrow chasing the wind killed? A palm that condensed the sealing technique hit the Abyss Blood Emperor's forehead hard, and a confused voice came from the entrance of the demon sealing tower. Then there were dozens of hurried footsteps, rushing in together. At the same time, someone shouted excitedly, "Look! The Abyss Blood Emperor's life is running out. Dear me, this Emperor boss is too difficult to kill. Hey, it's really not easy to kill an Emperor-level boss without the great Demon King Han Xiao taking action. Yeah, it's been several days, and I still haven't killed this big guy. It's better if you can't kill him, otherwise we wouldn't have the chance to take advantage of this." I wonder if killing this Blood Emperor of the Abyss will reward him with another 100-turn Shenyuan pill. Excited discussions kept coming from behind, but Xiao Han had no intention of looking back. At this time, a clear word Feng appeared on the forehead of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Although he had such speculation in his mind before taking action, he was still a little excited after actually sealing the Abyss Blood Emperor. After all, the sealing technique was also used in the Abyss Cave, but the Abyss Blood Emperor was so big that there was no chance of touching its forehead. But now it's different. Under the continuous absorption of the three spirits' bloodthirsty formation, the size of the Abyss Blood Emperor has shrunk by more than 10 times compared to before. It only takes one palm to catch his head. Therefore, the Abyss Blood Emperor can no longer use the previous method of isolating the sealing technique through self-mutilation. After all, no matter how strong its recovery ability is, it cannot give up its own head. Roar. Angry roars sounded again, and the blood-red Blood Emperor of the Abyss struggled violently again. It's just that at this time, even the roar is far from what it was before, and it's not even much better than a newborn piglet. Oh! Seeing this situation, Xiao Han chuckled slightly excitedly, still not paying attention to the players behind him who rushed into the demon sealing tower, but fixed his eyes on the Abyss Blood Emperor. Time passed slowly, minute by minute, until the familiar green light did not appear and he breathed a sigh of relief. Without the despairing recovery effect, it is actually not too difficult to kill the Abyss Blood Emperor. Hey! The recovery effect is gone? At this moment, a figure holding a black spear suddenly appeared out of thin air in the demon sealing tower. When he saw an unusually clear word, sealing, on the forehead of the Abyss Blood Emperor, he suddenly said with surprise on his face, "Has this guy finally been sealed?" "Yeah, it's so hard for me," Xiao Han said with emotion and continued, "It takes 4 or 5 days to kill a boss. Don't be stunned. Since it has been sealed, you should take action quickly. We've been delayed here for too long. Hurry up and kill it and we can go find other bosses. Didn't you tell me before that there is an Emperor boss in Ice City?" "Hey, actually I'm not very sure," Zhan Tian said softly, and then continued, "But after killing the Blood Emperor of the Abyss, I can go over and give it a try." But, turning his head to look behind him, Zhan Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and he said in a deep voice, "But some guys are an eyesore. Should we deal with them first?" "Haha. Is this necessary?" Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and also turned his head and looked behind him. There were many acquaintances in the crowd. There are Yao Ri and Yu Ying from the Sun and Moon Guild, Ren Wu and Sword Shadow from the Blood Fiend Guild, and Fengyun Batian from the Fengyun Guild. He didn't mind killing these people. But besides them, there were also Lan Xiaodai from the Blue Butterfly Guild, Baofeng Rui from the Storm Guild, and even Kuang Long and Silver Fox from the Mad Dragon Guild. No one would be moved by an Emperor-level boss who was about to die. After all, killing a 9 Netherworld Python will reveal a 100-turn Shenyuan pill and a manifestation talisman that embodies the pill. So even if there is no special reward for killing the Abyss Blood Emperor, who is also an Emperor-level boss, the things that will be revealed will not be too bad. Even if you just grab one, you will still make money even if you die here. The relationship between the Veterans Guild, Storm, Blue Butterfly, Mad Dragon, and Ziwa Guild has always been good, and they can be considered allies. Once he takes action, Zhan Tian doesn't know them, so he will probably shoot them one by one and kill them all easily. If you reveal your true identity, you can indeed make them give up, but they will probably feel a little unhappy in their hearts. Forget it. If they insist on seeking death, there's nothing I can do about it. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han looked at Zhan Tian and continued, "Qingxue and Yijian Juefeng are probably coming up soon. Those guys who want to fish in troubled waters don't need you to do it yourself. Let's deal with the Blood Emperor of the Abyss first." Although the sealing technique is overbearing, it doesn't last too long. Don't delay important events because of them. You'd better seize the time to do it. Okay. Then I'll listen to you. Zhang Tian didn't think much, and with a flash of excitement in his eyes, he immediately rushed towards the Blood Emperor of the Abyss. At the same time, a black haze immediately appeared on the black spear in his hand. Roar! When the Abyss Blood Emperor saw this scene, he roared like a cat again. There was even a sense of panic in the voice. But Zhang Tian, who held the 9-nether demon-slaying spear, did not show any mercy. While rushing towards the Abyss Blood Emperor, he also stabbed with the Misty Spear. Ouch! With a painful roar, a 9-digit damage value immediately appeared on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Fuck! At this time, several exclamations of disbelief were immediately heard from the entrance of the demon ceiling tower. Then someone even exclaimed loudly, "Fuck! A damage value of more than 300 million for one shot. This is too fake. I watched videos for 2 hours last night. Am I dazzled now? What kind of damage is this? I thought Han Xiao was already abnormal enough, with a damage of more than tens of millions for one shot, but compared with this guy in front of me, he is completely a scumbag. Let's not talk about whether he is a scumbag or not, but this damage is totally unreasonable." That's right, although the attributes of the artifact equipment are powerful, it can't be so outrageous. A damage value of more than 300 million instantly stunned everyone. They looked at the figure holding the black spear with puzzled eyes. At this time, Yijin Zhuifeng, who had gone offline to call people, also appeared. Not far away from him, Bai Qingxue suddenly appeared out of thin air. Seeing that a damage value of more than 300 million appeared on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor again, her eyes suddenly lit up. #C1203 Blood Evil True Magic Skill. Are they in the same group? The appearance of several people one after another made the faces of nearly 100 players at the entrance of the demon ceiling tower look a little ugly. I thought that the guy holding the spear should be the weakest. After all, Bai Qingxue and Yijin Zhuifeng both have their own guilds, and their rankings in Hanbing City are not low. But I didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous guy could cause more than 300 million points of damage with just a single shot. What should we do? Should we go up and grab things? Lan Xiaodai looked at the people over there, her face a little hesitant, and continued in a low voice. Bai Qingxue and Yijin Zhuifeng's sphere of influence is in Hanbing City, so we don't need to care too much. But the guy with the black spear, his attack is too abnormal. Although my current damage reduction has been superimposed to 40%, if he has a large-scale group attack skill, we should all be killed instantly. Oh, it's really fucking painful. Bao Fengrui sighed, smiled bitterly, and said, "It's true that people are like birds of a feather." Bai Qingxue and Yijin Zhuifeng both have dragon pets, and their friends are all fucking abnormal. But in front of me, this Abyss Blood Emperor should be dying soon. Are we just going to watch it helplessly? Let's wait and see, Guanglong said in a low voice, and then continued. The Abyss Blood Emperor probably won't die for a while. It's a bit early to say this now. TSK, a bunch of cowards. Fengyun Batian, who was standing aside, heard their discussion and said with disdain, "Even if that guy has a group attack skill, don't you have one or two invincible skills? That's the Emperor boss, at least it can explode a spiritual level or above. Everyone goes together, there is still a chance to grab it, even if you die. Here today it's a big profit, what's there to hesitate about?" That's right. A bunch of cowards. Turning around, he said, "If it weren't for Han Zhao's support, I would have killed you 100 times. Hee hee. Then you go ahead," Lan Xiaodai said with disdain on her face, and continued in a cold voice. "You are so arrogant you don't even think about bragging. What's wrong with me holding on to a supporter? Unlike some people, they don't have the opportunity even if they want to. Are you looking for death?" Yuri's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "And," he said gloomily, Han Xiao is not here today. Don't force me to kill you. Hey, do you think I'm dead? Bao Fengrui stepped forward and said with a sneer on his face. Bullying a woman, try to bully one. I won't beat the shit out of you, today's matter will not be, it's over. And me. Quang Long also stepped forward and said with a murderous look on his face. Now we are forcing you, if you dare, do it and show me. Fuck. A bunch of lunatics. Yuri cursed in a low voice. His face turned extremely ugly, but he still pretended to be tough and continued. Today is not the time, the Abyss Blood Emperor is dying. I am too lazy to bother with you. It's really fresh. Een, who stood up from Quang Long and teased with disdain on his face. Just be a coward, it's nothing. After all, when you are not as strong as others, it is a wise choice to keep your tail between your legs. But the weird thing is that this is the first time I have seen someone talk about the cowardly thing so fresh and refined. Puff. Ziyu on the side couldn't help laughing when she heard Een who say this. But even so, Yuri stopped talking, but looked at the figure holding the spear and the Abyss Blood Emperor who was constantly attacked by the spear. Quanglong, Lan Xiaodai, Baofengrui and others said a few more words, and when they saw that Yaori and Fengyun Batian stopped talking, they gave up. After all, everyone understood their purpose. Bai Qingxue and Yijin Juefeng were too strong. If there were not many players who took advantage of the situation, it would be several times more difficult to grab the things that the Abyss Blood Emperor exploded. But if everyone worked together, at least they could grab one or two things. No matter who grabbed it, the result was not important. The important thing was that they had to make a move and could not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Roar. Everyone quieted down. But the roar continued. The figure holding the black spear, every attack was extremely abnormal, and the three-spirit bloodthirsty formation was still absorbing the life value of the Abyss Blood Emperor, making the blood bar above its head less and less. 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. As time passed, Zhang Tian, who had dealt more than 300 million damage points, again, suddenly took a step back and shouted in a deep voice. It's almost done. The rest is for you. Hey! It's finally time to reap the rewards. Seeing Zhang Tian retreat more than 10 steps, standing in a row with Bai Qingxue and Yijin Juefeng, blocking the peeping of Yao Ri, Fengyun Batian, and others, Xiao Han immediately stepped forward. Roar! The angry roar was still shouting, and the Abyss Blood Emperor also had a premonition of his own end, so he was still struggling hard. But even when it was in its prime, it had no way to break free from the confinement of the three spirits' bloodthirsty formation, let alone at this time. Also taking out a black spear, Xiao Han had a thought in his mind, and some state skills that increased attack such as rage, blood rage, etc. were immediately used, and his physical attack also instantly soared to tens of millions. Puff, puff, puff. The spear pierced the Abyss Blood Emperor like lightning, and damage values exceeding tens of millions kept floating out from its head. 2 consecutive hits, 3 consecutive hits, and 4 consecutive hits. Because of the blessing of the combo special effect, his spear even turned into a residual image, and at the same time a series of blood-colored damage values appeared on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Although the single damage was not as good as Zhang Tian, the total damage caused was not much less than him. In just over 20 seconds, a series of system prompts rang in Xiao Han's ears. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor and gained 43.63 million experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 4.363 billion experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor and gained 3,660 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 366,000 gold coins. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor and gained the spiritual Equipment Blood Sea Bracelet, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the artifact Equipment Blood Moon Bracelet. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor and gained the spiritual Equipment Blood Sea Leather Armor, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the artifact Equipment Blood Moon Bracelet. Equipment equipped with Blood Moon Leather Armor. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor, obtained the manifestation Talisman Skill Treasure, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the manifestation Talisman Skill Immortal Weapon. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor, obtained the manifestation Talisman Medicine Treasure, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the manifestation Talisman Medicine Immortal Weapon. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor, obtained the manifestation Talisman Instrument Spirit Instrument, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the manifestation Talisman Instrument Divine Instrument. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor, obtained the Earth Level Cultivation Method Hemolysis True Demon Art, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Earth Level Cultivation Method Blood Evil True Demon Art. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Emperor, obtained skills. #C1204 This is Xiao Han. As the system prompt sounded Zhan Tian by Qingxue and Yi Jianjue. Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, with a look of excitement in their eyes. Come on. Don't be afraid of death. Let's fight together. At this time, the players behind them who had been watching the excitement immediately became excited. Almost everyone had a flash of green light in their eyes, as if they hadn't eaten meat in months, and they rushed over crazily. Humph! You are really looking for death. Zhan Tian snorted coldly. He had already expected this situation, so he was not surprised at all. When he saw the players rushing over, he swiped his spear directly. -254878. -154875. The two players who touched the tip of the gun instantly turned into two corpses. But even so, no one took a step back, and they all rushed towards the place where the Abyss Blood Emperor died, howling. And some guild bosses such as Yao Ri, Yueying, Daiguangjining, Feng Yun, Batian, and others in the crowd immediately disappeared on the spot. When he appeared the next second, he was already standing on a hill-like pile of gold coins. But at this time, everyone was a little confused, because in front of them was a bright yellow field, not to mention the manifestation talisman. Not even a single piece of equipment could be seen. Nothing can be seen except gold coins. Damn it! How are you going to find this horse? I thought that, with the flash and invincibility skills, as long as I was fast enough, I would definitely be able to grab one or two things. But now Yao Ri, Yuing, Daoguang Jianing, Feng Yun, Batian, and others, standing on the pile of gold coins, didn't know what to do. Whoosh! 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 At this time, several arrows shot through the air from behind, and several people quickly dodged and hid aside. But at the same time, they all had a tacit understanding and kicked with the flow. Wow! Gold coins all over the sky immediately flew out, and a piece of blood-colored leather armor with blood-colored lines immediately emerged from the pile of gold coins. Such a scene immediately excited the players who had not yet rushed over, and they shouted loudly, "Come on! Rush over and you will get rich. There are only 4 of them. There is no way they can stop us. Yes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Let's rush together with me." That's something the Emperor boss revealed. Don't be afraid of death. Even if you grab one, you'll be rich. Excited roars echoed in the demon's ceiling tower, and everyone became excited. Han Ren, Ziyu, Lan Xiaodai, and others also had their eyes brightened, and they couldn't help but take a step forward. Don't go there. At this time, Bao Fengrui immediately grabbed Lan Xiaodai and said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to die, don't go there." The Quanglong next to him also made the same move at the same time, grabbing Han Ren and Ziyue, and said solemnly, "Believe me, don't go there. Don't you think that hill-like pile of gold coins looks familiar to you?" Looks familiar? Lan Xiaodai couldn't help but frown, and said with a puzzled face, "These gold coins are indeed too much. Even after just a cursory glance, it is estimated that there will be no less than 200,000 pieces. But this is an emperor-level boss. Although this explosion rate is a bit exaggerated, it is still reasonable." "Hey, how can this be reasonable?" Guanglong sighed and continued, "You must have killed some emperor-level bosses. How many gold coins can you get every time you kill a boss like that?" "That seems to be only a few hundred, less than 1,000. Ziyue thought for a moment. Her eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "What do you mean? Hey, do you remember?" Bao Fengrui looked at the people standing on the pile of gold coins and gloated. "The emperor level is only 2 levels higher than the emperor. How can the gap in gold coins be so huge? You should have all seen this scene before you." "Yes, I have seen it all." After such a reminder, Han Ren also reacted and said with the same gloating face, "I saw such a scene more than once in Yunshao City." "Hey, it's good that you know." Guanglong grinned and continued, "If nothing happens, these guys will die soon and they will probably have to run naked again." "Haha, it's not like running naked." Bao Fengrui laughed loudly and said with expectation, "At least the system will save them some face and won't even take off their underwear. It's a pity. It's too late to go back now. Otherwise, you can take a look at Yueying in a bikini at the resurrection altar. I heard she has a very good figure." "Bah, you old pervert." Lan Xiaodai spat softly and said with a slightly red cheek. At this time, even if she realized a little later, she already knew who the figure holding a spear next to the pile of gold coins was. With the disguise mask, no one can find Xiao Han if he doesn't want to. And this kind of thing of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of gold coins in one explosion has only happened to Xiao Han. Now, although she still didn't recognize the figure in the sky, she was already sure that that guy was Xiao Han, the violent ape warrior who repelled the beast tide with one blow and then beat up Gnostics, Rose, and the Western Alliance. It was even rumored online that he not only extorted 3 aerospace vehicles, but also hundreds of nuclear bombs from Gnostics, Ross, and the Western Alliance. Just thinking about it, Lan Xiaodai was extremely excited. At the same time, looking at those guys with excited faces who were reaching out to grab the blood-colored leather armor, a hint of expectation appeared in her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, a large amount of white mist immediately emerged from the man who killed the Abyss Blood Emperor, and these white mists immediately turned into cloud knives. Among these dense white cloud knives, there were even many green wind blades. "Hey, wind and cloud strangulation," Lan Xiaodai whispered, and her eyes became more expectant, staring at the sun, wearing blue leather armor. Seeing his face suddenly change, a khaki shield immediately appeared on his body. "Immune, immune, immune." Almost instantly, the people standing on the gold coin pile all used their invincible skills. After all, they had seen before that the guy who killed the Abyss Blood Emperor had more than 10 million damages for each attack. If they didn't use the invincible skill, they might be killed instantly. Unfortunately, the wind blade and cloud knife continued to ravage, and the duration of the invincible skill was often only about 1 second. Yang, yang, yang. In a series of crisp collisions, the invincibility effect of several people disappeared immediately, and their bodies stiffened instantly, and they fell straight down. At the same time, more than 10 pieces of equipment on their bodies fell out in succession. Fuck! How is this possible? Until this time, Yao Ri and Feng Yunbatian, who used the second invincible skill, finally panicked and cursed angrily. "This is Xiao Han, this damned Xiao Han." Hashtag C1205 Xiao Han's deterrent power. Compared to Zhan Tian by Qing Shui and Yi Jian Jue Feng, it is obvious that Yao Ri and Feng Yunbatian know Xiao Han better, because only opponents will study a person carefully. When Yuing, Renwu, Dao Guang Jianing and others were killed instantly, and even their equipment was exploded, they understood it instantly. After all, there were 7,000 or 8,000 Jing'an players who died at the hands of Xiao Han, even if there were not 10,000. If the Fusang players killed in Dahan were counted, this number would be at least 100 times higher. And among these people, almost 70% of them, after being killed by Xiao Han, all their equipment would be exploded without a single piece left. At this time, even though the guy in front of them was extremely unfamiliar, through such a familiar scene all the rest of them immediately understood it. They stared at the figure holding a spear next to the pile of gold coins with wide eyes and couldn't help wailing. Fuck! Why is Xiao Han here? Damn disguised mask. If I knew it was Xiao Han who killed the Abyss Blood Emperor, I wouldn't dare to do anything even if I had the guts. What's the point of saying this now? Why don't you run away quickly before he comes? Run for your life. Look at Ziyu, Kuanglong and Lan Xiaodai. They have blocked the entrance. Where can we run now? Since we can't escape, we can only die. In the crowd, panic spread. As Zhang Tian's spear swept across again, someone immediately raised his chest and bumped into him with a smile on his face. On the other side, Bai Qingxue also stabbed a person with the long sword in her hand. But her attack could not kill the guild elite instantly. But the person hit by the long sword was a little anxious. The red armor he was wearing disappeared instantly, and he bumped into the long sword again. Minus 324,574. Another bloody damage value appeared, and the male player who was hit twice in a row finally died as he wished. And then a helmet fell to the ground with a thump. This scene instantly made all the players who were planning to rush to the gold coin pile brighten their eyes, and they shouted anxiously, "Haha! Only one exploded. I can't escape today, so even if I die, I must not die in Xiao Han's hands. Brother, I'll give you a dark gold equipment, you cut me. No, you cut me. I'll give you a diamond equipment, or you cut me." As Xiao Han's identity was guessed, the style suddenly changed. Everyone stopped rushing to the place where the Abyss Blood Emperor died but took off their equipment one after another. Helmets, armor, wrist guards, etc. As long as it is equipment that increases defense, it will definitely be taken off at the first time, and at the same time they also prayed to the people around them to let them attack themselves with all their strength. At this moment, everyone knew clearly that they must not die in Xiao Han's hands, although there is no accurate information about Xiao Han's ability. But through the players who died in his hands, it can be inferred that his explosion rate is much higher than that of ordinary people, whether he kills monsters or people. Once killed, not only the equipment on his body but also the materials and items in his backpack may be exploded without a single piece left. And such a result is unacceptable to many people. Brother, please, cut me quickly. Don't hesitate. Xiao Han will come if you don't do it. Do you want all your equipment to be exploded? Fuck, you asked me not to hesitate, then why don't you do it? I want to die. Now. The sudden change of style and the crowd that suddenly stopped made Zhang Tian, Bai Qingxue, and Yijian Zhuifeng a little confused. They stopped their actions and stopped killing people. Perhaps leaving these guys to Xiao Han is the best choice. And they are not the only confused people. Han Ren, Ziyu, Kuanglong, Lan Xiaodai and others all showed surprise on their faces. Brother Han Zhao's deterrence is too terrifying, Bao Fengrui said blankly, and then continued. These guys are killing each other before they even start. Hey, what else can we do? Kuang Long chuckled with a playful look on his face and said with a gloating look, "None of those guys are fools. The things dropped by the Emperor boss are indeed very attractive. Using death once and exploding 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to gain a harvest is actually a huge profit, so no matter who it is, it will be tempting. But if all the equipment explodes, it will be completely different." Yes, Lan Xiaodai agreed, and continued, These guys are not weak, and the equipment they carry is probably pretty good. Once all of them are exposed, it's not easy to get a similar set. Dao Ri and Feng Yun Ba Tian. This time they've hit a wall. Fortunately, we reacted quickly enough and didn't reach out to grab Han Zhao's things, otherwise it would be embarrassing now. Hey, who said it wasn't? Said with a smile on his face. Seeing those players rushing towards him, Han Ren immediately took a step back and continued. Those guys finally remembered us. What do you think? Should we take action directly, or leave him to Han Xiao? Hey, do you still need to ask? Guanglong whispered, and said with a smirk. Anyway, they have taken off their equipment so we can resist their injuries. Wouldn't it be better to block them all here and leave them to Han Xiao? You're too bad. Ziyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Then immediately added, but why do I feel that doing this feels so good? Haha, I thought so too. Baofeng Rue laughed loudly, put away the blue blade, and immediately raised his shield in a defensive posture. At the same time, he looked across the crowd and towards Xiao Han. The invincible skill can indeed be immune to all damage, but the duration is generally only about 1 second. At this time, Yao Ri and Fengyun Batian, even though their equipment was very good, even all equipment above the legendary level could not use the third invincible skill. The wind blades and cloud knives all over the sky immediately passed over them. Without the increase in rage and blood rage, although Xiao Han's attack has dropped to less than 10 million, it still has a critical hit effect of 280%. So even though Yao Ri and Fengyun Batian had high damage immunity, each cloud knife and wind blade caused millions of damage to them. Coupled with the large number of wind blades and cloud knives, their bodies instantly stiffened and they all fell straight down. At the same time, dozens of pieces of equipment fell from their bodies. This also made the nearly 100 players who took off their equipment all look anxious and shouted at the same time, kill me quickly, #C1206 Blood Moon Leather Armor. Stormwind City. After half a month, several players wearing shorts appeared again on the Resurrection Altar in the West City. There were even 2 female players wearing white bikinis with curvy figure. Although there were not too many players on the Resurrection Altar at this time, this eye-catching scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone. Nearby, someone immediately exclaimed, wow, everyone come and see. The great demon, King Han Xiao, is giving out benefits again. Oh, really? Isn't that Yueying from the Sun and Moon Guild? Haha. Renwu from the Blood Evil Guild is here too. I didn't expect her figure to be even more attractive than Yueying's. I'm drooling over it. These guys are really stupid. Why do they provoke Han Xiao for no reason? Now, they are left with only a pair of shorts. They feel relieved. With something exciting to watch, all the nearby players immediately gathered, in 2s and 3s, because human happiness is actually very simple. As long as they see others in trouble, they can't help but feel happy. Now someone is exposed, and they can also admire 2 young ladies wearing only bikinis. How many people can resist such temptation? As the sound spread, more and more people rushed over here. However, some of them saw that the players from the Sun and Moon Guild, the Wind and Cloud Guild, and the Blood Evil Guild came down from the altar, and they were puzzled. After a little hesitation, someone said in a deep voice, no, Yueying, Renwu, and Daoguang Jianying have been in the Demon Ceiling Tower all this time. How could they be resurrected here at this time? Could it be that the Emperor-level Abyss Blood Emperor in the Demon Ceiling Tower was finally killed today after 4 days? It's really possible. In the crowd, a middle-aged man with a resolute face thought for a while and then continued in a deep voice. Look at them, now they only have a pair of big shorts left. And what does this mean? I guess they are all very clear. More importantly, Xiao Han appeared in Yunxiao City today, and now it has only been less than an hour, and they have resurrected at the Resurrection Altar. Since Dahan's 9 Nether Earth Python has been killed, it should not be Strange to kill a deep blood emperor now. But, a questioning voice sounded, and then immediately said, but the emperor-level boss was killed. Why was there no world announcement? Looking at the figure walking down from the resurrection altar, a group of players talked about it, and they were very curious in their hearts. Look, the sun is out too. And at this moment, another voice suddenly shouted loudly, aha! This kind of thing is really indispensable to Fengyun Batian. As the excited voice fell, two figures appeared on the resurrection altar. Again, these two people, like everyone else, only had a pair of big shorts left, and stood on the resurrection altar with gloomy faces. I wanted to try my best to see if I could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But in the end, no one expected that not only the bicycle was gone, but even the pedals were gone. A cool breeze blew, and the few people who were only wearing shorts felt the chill on their bodies. Listening to the gloating discussions in their ears, both the faces of the sun and the wind and cloud Batian were very ugly. However, this is not the first time that such a thing has happened. It is indeed a little embarrassing, but the most important thing now is to leave this ghost place quickly so as not to continue to be treated like a monkey. Let's go, Sun and Fengyun Batian said at the same time, and then with a gloomy face, they took the lead and walked towards the nearest inn. At this time, in the demon ceiling tower, those players who had taken off their equipment had quickly reached a consensus. After all, if it dragged on, no one would have a good result. Puff, puff, puff. A sound of sharp weapons entering the flesh sounded, and nearly 100 people were reduced by half in an instant, and at the same time the movements in their hands still had no intention of stopping. In just 2 or 3 seconds before Xiao Han could react, there was only one player left. Nearly 100 pieces of equipment fell on the ground. Heh, am I that scary? Xiao Han chuckled and glanced at Guanglong, Ziyue, and Lan Xiaodai, then cast his eyes down. The equipment over there might be pretty good, but compared to the things that just exploded under his feet, it seemed less important. After all, the strength of the sun, moon, blood evil, and wind and cloud guilds, even after his repeated suppression, can still rank in the top 10 of Stormwind City, and the guild leaders of the Sun, Sword Light, and Wind and Cloud Tyrant guilds will also have better equipment than others. Hey, what an unexpected gain! After saying this softly, Xiao Han immediately picked up a blue dagger, took a look at its attributes, and then said with surprise, hey, it's actually a spiritual weapon. The attributes are good, but I can't use such equipment. But the Huanxin face armor is still a spiritual equipment. If it devours this equipment, it can also be upgraded to the artifact level as soon as possible. After flipping his hand and putting the dagger into his backpack, Xiao Han picked up another yellow armor. After seeing that it was just a piece of legendary equipment, he threw it into the space ring and quickly picked up a black shield. But at this moment, a piece of red leather armor came into view. Is this blood moon leather armor? After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han immediately reached out and pulled it out of the pile of gold coins while looking at it expectantly. Blood moon leather armor, artifact level 130, maximum health value plus 20%, health value plus 35000000, defense plus 95,000, physical strength plus 95,000, energy plus 95,000, strength plus 95,000, agility plus 95,000. Special skill rejuvenation. When using the skill, 50% of health will be restored instantly, and 20% will be restored every second for 30 seconds. Consumes 20,000 energy points and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. Special skill, absolute defense. When using skills, you can be immune to all damage. The stronger the attack, the more energy is consumed. It lasts for 5 seconds and has a cooldown of 120 seconds. Special skill Blood Blessing. When using skills, increase the life recovery effect by 50%, increase the blood-sucking effect by 50%, increase the maximum health value by 50%, consume 50,000 energy points, cool down for 10 minutes. Special effect. Toughness, reduce control time by 30%. Special effect. Injury-free when attacked, the damage taken is reduced by 20%. Special effect. Dodge, when attacked, 60% chance of perfectly avoiding damage. Special effect. Avoid explosions. When attacked, reduce the probability of being critically hit by 50%. Hashtag C1207 Strong Alliance. Seeing another piece of equipment with absolute defense, Xiao Han couldn't help but show a hint of joy in his eyes. Whether it is rejuvenation or blood protection, they are extremely useful skills. But what is frustrating is that this is an equipment that needs to be 130 levels to wear. But in this perfect world, the job transfer task is linked to the strength. In reality, if there is no level 7 evolver, the 7th job transfer task cannot be received at all. So this Blood Moon leather armor, although it is an artifact equipment with excellent attributes, cannot be used in a short time. 130 levels, what a pity. Looking at the various attributes of the Blood Moon leather armor again, Xiao Han was actually very depressed. Although he already has a combat power of level 7 in reality, his real level is only level 5. So it is impossible to upgrade to level 130 in a short time. Fortunately, such equipment does not have to be used in the game. It is actually a very good choice to materialize it. Xiao Yun has no fighting power at all. I have to get her a piece of self-defense equipment. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han flipped his palm and a dazzling materialization talisman immediately appeared in his hand. Although the Abyss Blood Emperor who was killed just now did not drop an artifact level item materialization talisman. But last time in the Abyss Cave, the Emperor level Phantom Bloodthorn and Blood Shadow Warrior generously dropped too. At this time, seeing him take out such a materialization talisman, Guanglong, Han Ren, Ziyue, Lan Xiaodai and others all had a gleam in their eyes. Then he whispered, "What level of materialization talisman is that? It seems to be more powerful than the legendary materialization talisman." "Hey, isn't that nonsense?" Han Ren's eyes flashed, and he said with surprise, "The light of that materialization talisman is much brighter than the legendary materialization talisman. If nothing unexpected happens, it will at least be a spiritual weapon or immortal weapon level materialization talisman." "So," Bao Fengrui paused, his eyes shining, and said, "The blood-colored leather armor in his hand is at least a spiritual weapon or above equipment." "Hey, isn't it obvious?" Kuang Longqing, he laughed and guessed softly, "I even think that it is not just a spiritual equipment. You should have seen the battle outside the Demon Cloud City." "Yes, I saw it." Hanren nodded and said in shock, "I didn't expect that the giant ape was actually transformed by Xiao Han. I remember when I first entered the game, he was just an ordinary person. But it has only been a short time and he already has a 7th level combat power. It's really enviable." "Yes, it's really enviable," Guanglong replied and continued, "But what I want to say is that it's not this. Do you remember the golden armor on the giant ape? You mean the armor that can change its size?" Lan Xiaodia's eyes lit up, and then she immediately said, "I am almost stunned by such equipment. I just don't know what grade of equipment can have such ability. If I can get such equipment, my combat effectiveness in reality can be improved by at least 30%. "Oh, don't dream." Hanren sighed depressedly and continued, "Equipment is easy to solve, but the embodiment talisman that can materialize it is very difficult to deal with." "Yes," Bao Fengrui also agreed and said with a wry smile, "For so long I have only exploded a legendary item embodiment talisman at most. But even so, it can allow me to withstand the attack of a level 4 mutant beast. If it is equipment above a spiritual weapon, perhaps even a level 7 mutant beast cannot break such a defense." Several people whispered, watching with envy as Xiao Han pasted the embodiment talisman on the blood-colored leather armor, and finally disappeared in his hands. And the equipment on the pile of gold coins was quickly picked up by him. Even the gold coins on the ground were disappearing quickly. After a while, everyone saw an embodiment talisman that was also shining brightly, and a corner of it appeared from the pile of gold coins. Suddenly, the eyes of several people all lit up, and then they immediately exclaimed, "Fuck, now it can be confirmed that this is definitely not a spiritual level embodiment talisman. If nothing unexpected happens, it is at least a fairy level embodiment talisman." Yes, Lan Xiaodai nodded gently, and continued with envy. How could the drop of the Emperor level boss be just a spiritual level embodiment talisman? It's a pity that I don't know when we will be lucky enough to get such an embodiment talisman. Hey, there will always be a chance, Bao Fengrui said in a low voice and continued with confidence. When our strength is strong, we will be able to kill the Emperor boss. One day, this level of embodiment talisman will also be dropped. Hey, is that a cultivation method? While speaking with confidence, Bao Fengrui suddenly saw Xiao Han pull out a blood-colored skill book from the pile of gold coins. In fact, it is not too accurate to say that it is a skill book, because the cover of the skill book and the cultivation method is actually somewhat different. Although it doesn't look obvious, if you look closely you can still see some differences. And now, judging from the cover, the red skill book in Xiao Han's hand should be a practice book. What level will the cultivation technique revealed by the Emperor level boss be? At this time, everyone's eyes looked different. Han Ren's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "That training method should be at least Earth level. I heard that the reason why Xiao Han is able to fight beyond the level is because he is not only a 5th level beast transformer, but also a 5th level warrior. If we can get such a training method, it shouldn't be too difficult to become a 4th level warrior. Why are you trying to grab it?" Kuang Long said something unexpectedly and then immediately said, "With your body, I think Xiao Han will hit you with a shot, and you will be dead immediately." "I'm not stupid." Han Ren rolled his eyes and continued, "I just think it is necessary for us to cooperate. Even if you can't kill the Emperor level boss, you can still kill the Emperor level boss. In this way, it shouldn't be too difficult to master the Huang level or Xian level cultivation techniques, and in this way our real-world strength can be improved to a higher level." "Cooperation," Kuang Long repeated in a low voice, and then immediately said, "This idea is quite good, and only strong alliances can kill stronger bosses. And look at Xiao Han, he also called by Gangxue, chasing the wind with one arrow, and Zhan Tian. To a certain extent, I think Xiao Han alone should not be able to kill the Abyss Blood Emperor, so they joined forces to obtain more resources." Ziyue, Bao Fengrui, and Lan Xiaodai were all very interested in Han Ren's proposal, and they immediately started studying it. Xiao Han, who was in the center of the demon ceiling tower, also picked up everything that fell on the ground. Although the harvest this time was not as good as the time when he killed the Geo-Earth Python, it was actually pretty good. It's a pity that another pet manifestation talisman was not exploded. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han felt a little disappointed, but he stopped worrying too much and walked towards Lu Yen, who looked tired. #C1208 dating NPC. Roar. But before he reached Lu Yen, he heard a low roar from behind him, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw that the Abyss Blood Emperor, who had turned into a pool of snot, was actually wriggling on the ground again. Fuck! Is he resurrected? Thinking of the Blood Demon Knights and Blood Demon Warriors outside the demon ceiling tower, all of whom had the ability to resurrect, Xiao Han's face suddenly changed. Whoosh! 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 At this time, Lu Yen stretched out his hand and threw out a few level 6 energy crystals, which landed accurately on the grooves of the 3 spirits.
Bloodthirsty formation.
Buzz, 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 chirp, chirp. The next second, the blood-colored mosquitoes, blood-colored leeches, and blood-colored bats all suddenly grew larger. Even though they were still in an illusory energy state, they still inserted their mouth parts deeply into the body of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Streams of blood-colored energy were also constantly absorbed. The slug-like corpse also moved more and more slowly because of the continuous loss of energy. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han also stopped his movements and focused on the three-spirit bloodthirsty array that was running at full speed. Buzz, 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 chirp, chirp. As time passed, the blood-colored mosquitoes, blood-colored leeches, and blood-colored bats became larger and larger, until the corpse of the Abyss Blood Emperor was completely sucked into a dry corpse. Their length had reached 2 meters. Gather. At this time, Lu Yen on the side shouted, and 3 talismans with white light flashed and flew into the bodies of the blood-colored mosquitoes, blood-colored leeches, and blood-colored bats. Woo, woo, woo. A whistling sound suddenly sounded, and the 3 spirits transformed by the 3-spirit bloodthirsty array also collapsed instantly. At the same time, the energy that escaped from their bodies also quickly spun around the 3 spirits' bloodthirsty formation on the ground. Woo, woo, woo. Amid the whistling sound of the wind, it can be clearly seen that in the center of the 3 spirits' bloodthirsty formation, a blood-colored bead slowly appeared, absorbing the blood-colored energy. Ding! After more than a minute, the rapidly rotating energy storm finally slowly stopped, and a red and purple bead also fell to the ground. What is this? Xiao Han said curiously, and while raising his foot to walk over, he stretched out his hand to pick it up from the ground. But Lu Yan's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't move!" This shout immediately made Xiao Han stop his actions and look back with a puzzled face. Lu Yan hurried over, took out a white crystal box, and carefully put it in. Then he explained with a serious face, "This is the blood demon bead which cannot be touched by hand. A blood demon bead condensed by an emperor-level abyss demon. If you don't have the strength above the War King, even if your mind is firm, you will be instantly transformed into a demon. So leave this thing with me for the time being. Give me half a month. I can completely purify the blood evil demon energy contained in it, and then I will return this thing to you." "That's not necessary. I was just curious just now," Xiao Han said indifferently and continued with a smile. "The Abyss Blood Emperor is now killed. I will send you back." "Well, it's time to go back." Lu Yen nodded gently and said with a smile, "The Abyss Blood Emperor has been killed, so I don't have to worry every day. I thought it would be very difficult to seal it again. But I didn't expect your friends to be so strong. We actually killed the Abyss Blood Emperor. You know, in ancient times, even masters at the level of War King couldn't do this." "Hey!" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I've said it before, it's just an Abyss Blood Emperor. Don't worry too much. It only takes half a year for me to kill it completely. Since the Abyss Demon clan in ancient times has been driven back underground by our ancestors, they can't think of coming back now." I know you're awesome." Lu Yen rolled her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, but she couldn't hide the tiredness on her face. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately spoke briefly with Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, and Yijin Zhuifeng, and then took Lu Yen to the outside of the demon ceiling tower. The distribution of things can be discussed after returning. Anyway, their cooperation will not be limited to this, so there is no need to rush. Roar. Summoning the green dragon, Xiao Han reached out and held Lu Yen in his arms, and at the same time, he flapped his wings lightly and flew over quickly. Then he pointed in the direction of Stormwind City, and Wyman's immediately took off. Whoosh! The sudden strong wind also made the tired Lu Yen unstable and almost fell off the back of the green dragon. Xiao Han quickly grabbed her, and then hugged her tightly in his arms, whispering, "Be careful, don't get blown down." It's okay. Lu Yen blushed, leaned into Xiao Han's arms, and whispered, I have always kept the red flame cloak you gave me. Even if you accidentally fall down, there will be no danger. You still keep that thing. Xiao Han was a little surprised and said, with a smile, that cloak can only glide and it is not very useful now. When we go back, I will sew you a better cloak. A cloak with the ability to fly so that no matter where you want to go in the future, it will be much more convenient. No need. Lu Yen shook her head gently and continued with a smile. That red flame cloak is good. I like it very much. And for me, it has a different meaning. Different meaning? Xiao Han repeated, but his expression was a little confused, and he couldn't understand what kind of special meaning a piece of gold equipment had. At this time, Lu Yen turned around and gently put her face on Xiao Han's chest while stretching out her hands to hug Xiao Han, blushing and emphasizing again, yes, different meaning. So that red flame cloak is the best for me. Feeling the soft body pressed against his body and the hands around his waist, Xiao Han, no matter how slow he was, had already understood it. But what he couldn't figure out was that Lu Yen was an NPC. Could it be that, in this perfect world, he could still talk about love with NPCs? But even if it was really possible, he couldn't do it. The teleportation arrays of Stormwind City and Ice City have been connected, and Jiang Xiaoyun has also been teleported from Ice City and is now in Yunxiao City. If these two women meet, what should they do? Damn, what should I do? Feeling the rapid heartbeat in his chest, Xiao Han rationally felt that he should reject Lu Yen immediately, but he didn't know when his hands had already hugged her willow waist. #C1209 Purple Essence Pill. Pa! After sending Lu Yen home, Xiao Han slapped himself hard with his backhand and whispered, I'm such a scumbag. I already have Xiao Yun. How can I mess with other women? But this is not right. Although I have a good relationship with Lu Yen, I don't think I have ever messed with her. Even if it's not necessary, I won't come to her. In such a long time, it seems that I have only seen less than 10 times. How could it become like this? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han frowned deeply and unconsciously stretched his finger to the tip of his nose and said subconsciously, Don't mention it, it smells really good. Even if I haven't taken a shower for several days, this smell is still quite tempting. But when did she start to like me? The NPC in the game likes me. This is too magical. Whispering in his mouth, Xiao Han also walked quickly towards the courtyard, where Bai Shaoxing rented, and at the same time he was slowly recalling the bits and pieces between him and Lu Yen. Thinking back to their first meeting in the Demon Ceiling Tower and the experience of sharing life and death, it seems that the relationship between the two is no longer just that of a senior sister and a junior brother. The blood-colored mist at the time had an extremely powerful aphrodisiac effect, causing him to see everything he should and shouldn't see. Is it that time that she began to like me? Xiao Han secretly guessed in his heart, and muttered in a low voice, No. Wonder Xiao Wu didn't look good to me every time I went to find Lu Yen. Could it be this reason? But this is too much. I just saved her life. Do you want to marry her now? Isn't this a plot in a novel? If this is okay, then wouldn't I have had many wives and concubines long ago? I saved tens of millions of people in Jing'an. Although their looks are not as good as Lu Yen and Jiang Xiaoyun, they are more numerous. Creak. Gently pushing open the red-painted door of the courtyard, Xiao Han shook his head vigorously and threw this idea out of his mind. What he didn't know was, let alone the women in Jing'an, as long as he nodded, even the women in Kyoto, Wuchuan and Liangzhou were willing to become one of the many wives and concubines. After all, in this apocalyptic world, women always have to find a strong man to survive better. Even some of them have awakened and become evolvers. But their physical fitness is inherently weaker than that of men. Even if they awaken the same ability, their combat effectiveness is not at the same level. more importantly, their understanding of combat and their tolerance for pain, are far lower than that of men. So relying on the strong is the easiest shortcut. It can even be said that this is an instinct inherited from genes. And Lu Yen in Perfect World is actually applicable to this principle. After all, no woman will fall in love with a useless man. Only when you are strong enough and excellent enough will you attract more attention from the opposite sex. At this time, Xiao Han, because he was too mediocre in the past, still did not clearly realize that he was good enough and strong enough both in the game and outside the game. Attracting the attention of women has become a necessity. This is just like Xiao, who was temporarily found because of the lack of a nanny. Even though she is also a level 4 evolver in reality, and she doesn't even like Xiao Han, she still flirts in front of him when they first meet. Because in this world, it is really not an easy thing to survive. If there is no perfect world, if there is no embodiment, if there is no golden dragon armor, thunder god's grip, blood demon's wrath, dragon pattern demon pill and other things, Jing'an may no longer exist. So Xiao Han, who saved Jing'an, will also become a hero in the hearts of all women. And in the game, he also has such characteristics, so it is no longer so strange that Lu Yen can like him. Bang! As the red-painted door was gently closed, Xiao Han also walked towards the warehouse with excitement and depression. At this point, it was meaningless to dwell on this. Lu Yen hadn't refused yet, and he didn't know how to refuse, so he could only put this matter aside for the time being. Now, it was better to refine the purple spirit pill first. Although the tearing feeling in his mind had been reduced a lot, he could still feel the pain even in the game. Although the purple spirit pill was only a 4th level pill, it had the function of nourishing the soul, and after the 100-fold reward, it would become a 6th level pill. If it could be taken for a long time, it should have certain benefits for the injury. As for the soul-nourishing pill and the mind-concentrating pill, because the level of the required medicinal materials was too high, there was no way to gather them. So he could only settle for the second best and refine the purple cloud pill as soon as possible. In addition, he also had to refine some other pills. After all, Bai Shaoxing had already sent all the information about the possible location of the treasure map. As for what was going on over there, he was not too clear yet. But since we are ready to explore, various kinds of elixirs are definitely essential. Hey, treasure map! Muttering excitedly in his heart, Xiao Han pushed open the door of the warehouse and immediately saw some familiar medicinal materials on the shelf near the door. And these medicinal materials are the purple orchid, intoxicating grass, cold dream fruit, and purple ghost ginseng needed to refine the purple cloud pill. Now with these medicinal materials, it will not be too difficult to refine the pill. After putting all the medicinal materials into the space ring, Xiao Han closed the door of the warehouse and flashed directly outside the medicine room. Creak. As he pushed the door open, he walked directly in. Then he sat on the ground, immediately opened the attribute panel, and immediately began to seriously study the refining method and steps of the purple cloud pill. At this time, because of the blessing of the 100-fold reward, he had already been a level 7 alchemist. So it took less than 3 minutes to master the refining method and steps. As the flames under the alchemy furnace rose, a bottle of clean water that had been prepared long ago was immediately poured in. Crack, crack, crackling. As the charcoal burned, a strong medicinal fragrance slowly spread in the alchemy room. A few minutes later, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Han's ears. Ding, you have successfully refined 7 purple cloud pills, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained 7 purple cloud pills. #C1210 Dead Cave. It was not difficult for Xiao Han to refine pills, so in just half an hour, all the dozen or so medicinal materials sent by Shaoxing became pills in the porcelain bottle. There were 93 pills in total, and even if 3 pills were taken a day, they could be used for a long time. In addition, he also refined some earth spirit pills, small return pills, large return pills, and red blood pills that continuously replenished life points. He even refined 2 furnaces of dragon pattern demon pills that could improve strength in a short period of time. With the help of these pills, the chance of exploring unknown maps will be greater. Hey, Baisha Ruins. Thinking of the information Bai Shaoxing told him last time, Xiao Han whispered, and then immediately put away the unused medicinal materials on the ground and opened the information in the mailbox. After a brief browse, he found that there were 5 places mentioned in the information that were somewhat similar to the terrain in the treasure map. Among them, Baisha Ruins ranked first. However, it was not that Baisha Ruins had the highest possibility but that Bai Shaoxing had arranged people to explore this place. At present, the possibility of treasure in this place is the lowest. In addition, there are the Dead Silence Cave, Plague Canyon, Nightmare Wasteland, and the 10,000 Demons mountain range that stretches for nearly 10,000 miles. Among them, the Nightmare Wasteland and Plague Canyon are both in the south of Yuhai City, and are considered to be monster areas above level 100. Because he didn't have time, Qin Lang, Chao Gu, Yen Tianxin and others had already gone there to explore roughly in advance. But these 2 places, like the Baisha Ruins, did not have any gains. As for the Dead Silence Cave and the 10,000 Demons mountain range, Gua, Huai, Jiangzhe, Fu Chengji and others wanted to help explore. But the Dead Silence Cave is different from other places. The monsters in it have a very disgusting ability. Even though the strength of several people is not weak, there is no way to explore the depths of the Dead Silence Cave. As for the 10,000 Demons mountain range, because the monster level is too high, almost all of them are above level 150, and there is no ability to explore. After reading the detailed introduction of these places, Xiao Han flipped his hand and took out the treasure map and compared it with the map in the information. Relatively speaking, the possibility of the treasure being in the Dead Silence Cave should be the highest, because there are 2 peaks on both sides of the Dead Silence Cave. From the appearance point of view, although the details of the peaks are slightly different from those drawn on the treasure map, the general outline is still similar. After all, even the 2 peaks on the side of the 10,000 Demons mountains are not exactly the same as the peaks drawn on the treasure map. The information that can be found now can only provide these possible locations. As for more accurate and detailed information, without more ancient books to consult, even if Bai Shaoxing is more powerful, he is powerless. Dead Silence Cave. Muttering softly, Xiao Han stood up while putting away the treasure map. Then he moved his feet and walked straight out the door. Since he has decided to dig out the secret of the treasure map, he will not hesitate or delay anymore. It just so happens that he has plenty of time recently, and there won't be any messy things to disturb him in reality, so it's just right to dig out the treasure. I hope there will be a different surprise this time, Xiao Han muttered softly, and his speed became faster and faster. In Stormwind City, flying is not allowed, so even if he has the ability to fly, he can only travel on foot. Fortunately, his equipment is good enough, his agility is high enough, and his speed is fast enough. In just a few minutes, he came to the teleportation hall, skillfully found a ticket scalper, and teleported directly to Yunxiao City. The Dead Silence Cave is located in the northeast of Ice City. So if you want to confirm whether the location of the treasure map is in the Dead Silence Cave, you must first teleport to Ice City. Only after exploration can you confirm whether it is there. In the entire Stormwind City area, only Yunxiao City has a teleportation array that can teleport thousands of miles away. Normally, if you want to teleport to Ice City, you may have to wait at least 1 or 2 hours. After all, even if the players in Yuhai City wanted to teleport to Hanbing City, they would have to go through Yunxiao City because the distance was more than 10,000 kilometers. But he was the city lord of Yunxiao City, so of course he didn't have to do the same as other players. After the teleportation was over, he immediately used the city lord's privileges and teleported directly to Baiha City thousands of miles away. Then, with a flash of his figure, he instantly appeared outside the teleportation hall, and then raised his hand to summon Wayman's roar. With a deafening roar, he immediately flew onto the back of the green dragon, and flew to the northeast. At this time, the nearby players also reacted and immediately exclaimed, "Fuck! Isn't this the green dragon that chased the wind with an arrow?" But the guy just now was obviously not the one that chased the wind with an arrow. "Hey, your information is out of date. The owner of the green dragon now is Xiao Han from Stormwind City." "What, he is Xiao Han, the one who turned into a giant ape and then beat Ross, Nausix, and the Xiao Han from the Western Alliance with one blow?" "Hey, don't make such a fuss. Who else could it be besides him?" Discussions rang out in the crowd, and even a few players with flying mounts summoned their mounts and tried to chase after it. But how could an Emperor-level green dragon be so easy to catch up with? It took only a few breaths for the man and the dragon to disappear from everyone's sight, and Xiao Han ignored the commotion caused by him. Whoosh! The whistling sound of the wind sounded in his ears. Xiao Han felt the cold wind blowing in his face, and his eyes were already cast to the northeast. The Dead Silence Cave is about 300 kilometers away from the Ice City. If an ordinary player wants to get there without a mount, it may take most of the day. But Xiao Han has an Emperor-level green dragon, and he is almost flying in a straight line. In just over an hour, he saw the two peaks with a height of more than 3,000 meters in the information provided by Xiaoxing, and almost 2/3 of the peaks are covered with white snow. "Hey, are we there yet?" Muttering softly, Xiao Han took out the treasure map again and took a closer look. After a detailed comparison, he said to Wymans under him, "It's over. There. Hurry over." Roar. At this time, the green dragon roared in a low voice and immediately began to dive down. In less than 2 minutes, an ice-blue cave with a height of more than 5 meters appeared in sight. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he whispered, "Is this the Death Cave?" As he said that, he immediately jumped off the back of Wymans, raised his hand to throw out a Earth Spirit pill, and took the green dragon back. Although the height of this cave is more than 5 meters, it is not suitable for a giant dragon with a length of more than 10 meters to fight here, so it is better to take it back. Seeing that there are still many blue ice cones hanging above the cave, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and walked in directly. #C1211 Ice Crystal Banshee. Dead Silence Cave, Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fuchengji and others have helped explore it once. Although they had to retreat after entering the cave for less than 2 kilometers, they still mastered the information of 2 monsters. Tick. At this time, even if he was just standing at the entrance of the Dead Silence Cave, Xiao Han could clearly hear the sound of water dripping on the stone inside. "Is that the place with the Ice Crystal Banshee?" Xiao Han muttered softly, thinking about the introduction of the Ice Crystal Banshee in the information, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fuchengji and others, the Banshee song with a continuous silencing effect will at least reduce their strength by more than half. After all, Jiangzhe's powerful healing effect will allow them to have the strength to fight even if they encounter the Emperor boss. But if they can't use skills, it will be completely different. After all, in addition to equipment, skills have the highest bonus to strength, and after being silenced, Jiangzhe and Fuchengji as priests and mages are almost completely useless. Tick-tock. Listening to the sound of water dripping, Xiao Han also looked at the wolf-shaped ice sculptures 100 meters away, and walked over there. Just now, he had used the detection technique. But the ice sculptures did not feed back any information, as if they were just ice sculptures. However, Xiao Han knew clearly that the truth was not what he saw. Da, da, da. As his footsteps stepped on the ice, the crisp footsteps continued to sound, and when he approached the ice sculpture within 20 meters, ga, 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 the sound of glass breaking immediately came from the crystal blue wolf-shaped ice sculptures. Roar. Whoosh. In just less than a second, a low roar, accompanied by a blue ice blade, shot out from the mouth of the ice wolf. Yang. Seeing the ice blade shooting at high speed, Xiao Han did not dodge, and while taking a knife, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The next second, a damage value of more than 300,000 immediately appeared on his head. But at this moment, a set of data also appeared in the corner of his eyes. Ice Crystal Wolf, leader level 120, HP plus 125 million, physical attack plus 320,000, physical defense plus 460,000, magic defense plus 380,000. Skill: Ice Blade, shoots out an ice blade, causing 360,000 points of ice. Attribute: damage to the target, and there is a 10% chance of freezing the target for 1 second, cooling down for 2 seconds. Skill: Charge, increase the movement speed by 200%, knocking away all targets along the way, causing 150% physical damage, and producing a 1-second stun effect, cooling down for 10 seconds. Skill: Frozen Claw, releases an energy claw, 5 meters wide and long in front. All targets within a 10-meter range will be hit with 150% physical damage, and there is a 20% chance of triggering a freezing effect, which lasts for 3 seconds and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill: Demonization, all attributes are enhanced by 150%. Skill effects are enhanced by 100%, which lasts for 60 minutes and has a cooldown of 12 hours. Introduction: The ice elves condensed by the cold air have the special effect of immortality as long as the temperature nearby is below -20 degrees. Even if they are killed, they will be resurrected after 2 hours. If the ice soul stone in their body is taken away, it will take 12 hours to be resurrected. Looking at the data displayed in the corner of his eyes, Xiao Han was a little surprised, because Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Qinlang, Fu Chengji and others explored the dead cave, but they didn't even see the boss. It was just that when they encountered the Ice Crystal Banshee, they were killed by a group of Ice Crystal Magic Wolves. But in his opinion, the strength of these Ice Crystal Magic Wolves is actually just like that, and there is not much difference from ordinary boss. Their strength can be ranked in the top 20 even in Stormwind City. They are just some leader-level Ice Crystal Wolves. Although their level is a little higher, it won't make them return empty-handed. Could it be that these Ice Crystal Wolves have some special abilities that the detection technique has not detected? Xiao Han frowned and muttered a few words in a low voice. He still couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. While taking a step forward, he also directly activated the Rage and Blood Rage. Swish! At this time, another ice blade shot out. At the same time, the sound of caca continued to come from farther away, and more ice crystal wolves also woke up one after another as he approached. But these were only leader-level boss, so Xiao Han didn't take it too seriously. While dodging the ice blade, 5 red afterimages appeared on the tip of the gun. Yang! 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 Amidst a series of collisions, the Ice Crystal Wolf with a HP of 125 million points was instantly killed, although each attack only dealt more than 10 million points of damage. But after the combo effect was superimposed to 100%, coupled with the 5 consecutive attacks of the Fiery 5-strike, it could easily deal more than 10 points of damage. And it was not so strange that the damage per second exceeded 100 million points. Ding, you killed an Ice Crystal Wolf leader and gained experience points. At this time, several system prompts sounded in my ears, but the Ice Crystal Wolf that had just awakened in the distance had already rushed over. Whoosh! 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 Amid the piercing whistling of the wind, several more ice blades attacked, and Xiao Han had no time to listen carefully to what had just exploded, so he quickly dodged to the side. While dodging the ice blade attack, he also rushed to the front of the frost wolf closest to him. Boom! The right foot raised high fell hard on the ground, and the shocking stun effect instantly froze the Ice Crystal Wolf in front of him. And Xiao Han backhanded another 3-slash, followed by a normal attack, and killed it again. The leader-level boss seemed strong, but in his hands it could not last 3 rounds. In just over a minute, more than a dozen ice crystal wolves nearby were slaughtered, and there were many ice-blue corpses on the ground. Tick, and in the farther place, there was still the sound of water drops. Xiao Han glanced over there, then looked at the ice wolf corpse lying at his feet, and immediately took out a red skinning knife and cut open the head of the ice crystal demon wolf. After a while, he took out an ice-blue round crystal stone from it, and then chuckled and said, "Hee, a level 5 ice soul spirit stone. The attributes are not bad, and it even comes with 100,000 points of ice attribute attack. Unfortunately, until now, I haven't heard that anyone has learned the technology of inlaying gems. What's the use of having more attribute gems?" Speaking of this, Xiao Han was too lazy to deal with the remaining corpses. He picked up the materialization talisman that exploded on the ground and killed his way into the depths of the cave. There were quite a lot of ice crystal demon wolves along the way, but they couldn't stop him. But in a few minutes, a milky white spring appeared in sight, and a few scantily clad ice crystal banshees were floating on the spring. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. #C1212 Song of the Banshee. Ice Banshee, Overlord level 130. HP plus 12000000000. Magic attack plus 560,000. Physical defense plus 320,000. Magic defense plus 650,000. Skill. The Banshee screams and emits high-frequency sound waves, causing 680,000 points of sonic damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius. At the same time, there is a 50% chance of interrupting the skill being cast with a 5-second cooldown. Skill. Banshee Blessing, singing a song of blessing, increasing the attributes of all ice monsters within a radius of 200 meters by 200%, lasting for 5 minutes, and cooling down for 30 minutes. Skill. Banshee Calls, sings the song of calling, and summons all ice monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer. Skill. Banshee Song, singing the Banshee Song, silencing all targets within a radius of 200 meters, making them unable to use skills lasting 60 seconds and cooling down for 5 minutes. Introduction. Ice elves born from ice attribute spiritual veins have the property of immortality as long as the nearby temperature is below -20 degrees. Even if they are killed, they will be resurrected 4 hours later. If the Ice Soul Spirit Stone is taken away, it will take 24 hours to resurrect. Looking at the information just detected by the detection technique, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly. Even though he already knew that the Banshee's song had the ability to silence all targets, he still didn't expect that the silence would last as long as 60 seconds. What's more important is that there are 5 ice crystal banshees floating on the milky white spring. This actually means that if they cooperate well enough, they can silence him continuously, causing him to completely lose the ability to use skills. If this is the case, his strength will immediately drop a lot. However, the Ice Crystal Demon Wolf's attack is not high, only more than 300,000 points. Xiao Han is not afraid even if he is besieged, because even if he cannot use the 2 status skills of Fury and Blood Rage, his physical attack can still reach over 1 million points. What we need to worry about now is just the speed of killing monsters, which will be greatly reduced as a result. However, the density of monsters in the Deadly Silent Cave is not high, and it is actually not too difficult to go deep into the Deadly Silent Cave from here. If you don't want to stay here for too long, you have to find a way to kill one. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light, and before the Ice Crystal Banshee over there noticed him, he immediately disappeared on the spot. And the next second, he had already flashed to the side of the Ice Crystal Banshee. At the same time, his palm stretched forward and grabbed the neck of one of the Ice Crystal Banshees. Then the spear in his hand instantly turned into 5 dark red afterimages, falling on the ice crystal banshee like raindrops. Puff, puff, puff. An 8-digit bloody damage value immediately emerged from the ice crystal banshee's head, and there are as many as 13 such damage values. Although the Overlord-level ice crystal banshee had a health value of up to 1.2 billion points, the blood bar above her head was reduced by 1/10 in an instant. This caused the other 4 ice crystal banshees nearby to scream in horror. Yo! 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 Amidst the ear-piercing screams, 2 bloody damage values of more than 600,000 points appeared above Xiao Han's head. At the same time, a sweet song sounded from the ice crystal banshee's mouth. Click, click, click. Sounds like ice cubes breaking immediately came from deeper inside the cave, and the number was at least 3 digits. At the same time, Xiao Han also felt that the 2 skills of violence and blood rage were immediately interrupted by the singing in his ears. Fuck. Kill one first and then talk about it. Feeling the ice crystal banshee struggling fiercely in his hand, Xiao Han no longer thought about it, raised his hand and stabbed the ice crystal banshee with 3 consecutive slashes. Puff, puff, puff. However, with the sudden drop in physical attacks, the damage that can be caused has dropped from more than 10 million to less than 4 million. If it weren't for the 280% critical hit effect bonus, perhaps his current attack would only be able to cause more than 1 million points of damage to the ice crystal banshee at most. But with such damage, it is not that easy to kill the ice crystal banshee. Mater, the damage has been reduced by 2/3. Listening to the singing that was still ringing in his ears, Xiao Han cursed in a low voice and then immediately said, "This banshee song is indeed a bit perverted. No wonder Jiangxia and the others can't stand it. But when you meet me, even if you can't use all your skills, it doesn't matter much. It only has more than 1 billion health points. It won't even take 30 seconds for me to kill this ice crystal banshee." Speaking confidently, the spear in Xiao Han's hand fell on the ice crystal banshee again like raindrops. Yo! 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 Amid the screams, even though the ice crystal banshee was still struggling fiercely, it could not break free from Xiao Han's hands with its own strength. Lines of bloody damage values continuously floated out from his head. Roar! 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 At this time, roars were heard in the distance, and the ice crystal wolves, summoned by the banshee's call, were all running towards this side. There are even a few demon wolves, less than 50 meters away from here. Yo! As an anxious scream rang in his ears, the 3 ice crystal wolves charging at the front raised their front paws and swung forward. The next second, 3 ice blue energy claws flew towards him. Ice Claw, a skill with a coverage range of 5 meters. In this cave, such a skill is almost certain to hit, and there is no way to avoid such an attack. But fortunately, he encountered such an attack when he slaughtered the ice crystal wolf before. This is a skill that only has physical attacks, but no attribute attacks. Since the damage immunity has been superimposed to 100%, he is no longer afraid of such physical attacks, so he is too lazy to dodge and simply raises his hand to continue attacking the ice crystal banshee. Puff, puff, puff. With a 100% combo special effect, even if the physical attack is only more than 1 million points, Xiao Han's damage to the ice crystal banshee is still not low. In just 3 or 5 seconds, it caused more than 50 million damage to it. At the same time, because of the Weeping Blood special effect on the blood rage ring, all the life points lost just now were replenished. Bang! 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 At this time, 3 ice claws also suddenly passed across Xiao Han's chest, but only a few white immunity were left, and no damage was caused to him. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully, and the frequency of his attacks became faster. Yo! 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 But such a scene immediately made the other ice crystal banshees anxious, and the songs they were singing became more and more urgent. This made the ice crystal demon wolves running faster and faster. Roar! 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 In the angry roar, in just over 10 seconds, the number of ice crystal demon Wolves rushing within 100 meters increased to more than 50. Whoosh, 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 and in the next second, dozens of ice blades pierced the air and shot over. With a whistle. Yang! 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 Even if Xiao Han dodged in time, he couldn't avoid all the attacks. He was immediately hit by 3 ice blades, and the life value on his head instantly decreased by 1 million points. He didn't care about such damage. Because of the special effect of crying blood, even if the life value lost 1 million points, he could absorb it back in the next second. But there were more ice crystal demon wolves running towards this side in the distance. He could withstand the attack of 3 ice blades, but he couldn't withstand the simultaneous attack of 30 ice blades. Fuck! There must be hundreds of them. After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han didn't dare to stay where he was. He flashed and ran towards the entrance. #C1213 guess. The ice crystal demon wolf inside did not chase him out until he had exited the dead silence cave. Xiao Han originally thought that he would not be afraid of the ice crystal demon wolf siege, but once the number of demon wolf exceeded 100 even, his defense could not withstand it. Fortunately, I caught an ice crystal banshee, Xiao Han whispered, feeling somewhat relieved, and immediately looked down at the ice crystal banshee in his hand. After all, there was no other interference, so it was still very easy to kill her. And after dealing with this banshee in his hand, he could also use the cloud hidden skill to sneakily catch another one. Running back and forth a few times, it would be easy to solve it. Hey! This doesn't seem to be too difficult, Xiao Han whispered and said with some doubt. Guohuai and Jiangzhe are both strong. Could they be stumped by this little ice crystal banshee? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han did not think about it anymore and immediately raised the 9-nether demon exterminating spear in his left hand and stabbed directly at the ice crystal banshee. Yo! At this time, the ice crystal banshee in his hand suddenly chuckled. Xiao Han could even feel that there seemed to be a sense of mockery in this slightly harsh laughter. What's going on? While frowning, Xiao Han also felt that something was wrong. But at this time he didn't know what was wrong. He simply didn't think about it, raised his hand and stabbed the ice crystal banshee's body with a gun. Click! But the ice crystal banshee in his hand suddenly made a crisp sound, and the whole body instantly shattered into dozens of pieces, turning into ice cubes all over the ground. As the sunlight shone over, it quickly melted into ice water. Fuck! What's going on? The ice crystal banshee in his hand suddenly disappeared, and even melted into ice water in just a few breaths, which made Xiao Han frown deeply. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. He looked at the dead cave with a gloomy face, and said with an unpleasant face, "Will even I be stopped here? Now I am only on the periphery, and I am stumped by several overlord-level bosses. Is it possible that with my current strength, I can't explore this map?" But the banshee song sung by the ice crystal banshee has a silencing effect. Even if the War King comes, I guess he can't be immune to it. No, there must be other ways to deal with them. Whispering in his mouth, Xiao Han frowned and thought, and continued to whisper. If Zhan Tian is called, this level should be easy to pass. After all, his attack is too high, and one shot can kill an ice crystal banshee in seconds. But once he is really called over, what he gets here we must give him some of the harvest. If this is not the place indicated by the treasure map, it would be fine. Even if we give him some, the loss of resources will not be too much. But if this is the place, how much should we give him? More importantly, Xiao Han frowned and paused for a moment, then continued to mutter softly. Since the banshee is an ice elf born from an ice-attributed spiritual vein, there should be a spiritual vein here. Such things are extremely precious. Even Lu Yen has been looking for them for many years and has not found any clues. It seems that no matter what, we still have to go in and explore again. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han flipped his palm and took out a disc. injecting a stream of energy in his body into it. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the soul-seeking disc in his hand still had no response. He frowned and said with a puzzled look, "Is my guess wrong? But what about the introduction of the detection technique?" Looking up at the silent and dead cave in front of him, Xiao Han looked at it with a gloomy face for a long time before muttering in a low voice, "Since there is news about the spirit vein, no matter what, we can't give up. If there is really a spirit vein here, maybe there will be a chance to materialize it in the future." Having said this, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and at the same time he raised his foot and walked into the dead cave again. At this time, the place has become clean. The ice crystal demon wolves that chased before have now all retreated and are not guarding the cave entrance. Xiao Han looked at this scene and whispered, "Those female demons are just a little stronger in auxiliary ability, and they are not a big threat to me. And the attack of the ice crystal demon wolf is the biggest threat to me. In this case, can I let the ice crystal demons go first and kill all the ice crystal demon wolves first?" Thinking so, Xiao Han's mind moved, and his figure immediately became illusory. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it disappeared like a cloud. Since he had thought of a solution, he took action immediately. After a while, he came to the milky white pool again and saw the 5 scantily clad ice crystal demons again. And on the other side of the pool, some scattered wolf-shaped ice sculptures could be seen. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and as his mind moved, he used the stepping air, stepped directly and floated to the cave opposite. It wasn't until he was more than 500 meters deep into the cave, feeling that the ice crystal banshee wouldn't hear what was going on here, that he released the invisibility effect. Click, click, click. At this time, the sound of ice breaking immediately came from the nearby wolf-shaped ice sculpture. In just 1 or 2 seconds, more than a dozen ice crystal demon wolves recovered. Xiao Han immediately activated his violent rage and blood rage at the same time and directly raised his gun to kill them. With the amplifying effect of berserkness and blood rage, no ice crystal demon wolf could last 3 seconds in his hand. In less than a minute, more than a dozen ice crystal demon wolves were slaughtered. But Xiao Han's movements did not stop. He still waved the spear in his hand, and quickly went deep into the dead cave. It wasn't until he had walked more than 1,000 meters and killed all the ice crystal wolves that he could see that he stopped and turned around to look in the direction he came from. Kill back now, and the ice crystal banshee won't be able to summon the ice crystal demon wolf. According to the information seen by the previous detection technique, the range of banshee summoning is only 1,000 meters in radius. Now all the ice crystal demon wolves within 1,000 meters have been killed in the second half. As for the remaining first half, they can be slaughtered together when they go back. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a smile, raised his feet and ran in the direction he came from. Boom! But at this moment, a dull explosion suddenly came from the depths of the dead cave. Although it may be more than 10 kilometers away from here, Xiao Han still heard it clearly. He couldn't help but stop immediately, looked into the depths of the cave, and whispered, "What's going on? Is there anything else in this place? Player." Hashtag C1214 voices from the deep ice cave. Amidst the dull sound of impact, there was also a harsh voice, which came intermittently along the cave, coming here. 7,000 years? You can't trap me. Even though it was more than 10 kilometers away, Xiao Han was sure that he had not heard it wrong. But this voice made his face change slightly, because judging from the sound, the trapped guy is likely to be the Abyss demon left over from the ancient times. Just like the Abyss Blood Emperor in the Ceiling Demon Tower, because he could not be killed, he could only be suppressed. And more importantly, there were other people here. Boom! 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 The dull sound of impact came again, and Xiao Han could even feel that the ground under his feet was shaking slightly. You should know that the mountain above the Dead Silence Cave is more than 3,000 meters high, but even so, it seems that the abyss demon can't be suppressed. What is in there? After saying this in a low voice, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became solemn. He had a strong premonition that the thing deep in the cave must be very extraordinary. It is even possible that it has the strength of an emperor. At most, in another year, I can break free from this damn seal. The intermittent voices were still coming from the depths of the cave. Xiao Han turned his head and looked in the direction he came from, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then his body immediately began to mist, and finally disappeared completely in the cave as if invisible. It was not until then that he whispered in the depths of the cave, "I want to see what is in there." As he said this, his figure moved and walked into the depths of the cave. Yunin's concealment effect is still very strong. The wolf-shaped ice sculptures he encountered along the way could not detect his existence, so they did not wake up. Xiao Han was too lazy to spend a lot of time to force his way in, as he could sneak in. Tick-tock. After a while, there was another sound of water dripping from the depths of the cave. After moving forward for about 1,000 meters, they saw a milky white pool. Again, and there were 5 ice crystal banshees soaking in it. At this time, they only had a thin layer of clothes on their private parts. La, la, la. The cheerful singing came out of their mouths, and even Xiao Han's abdomen couldn't help but feel a heat. "Damn, it's really deadly," he whispered in his mouth. Although he had moved his eyes away from them, there were still waves of magic sounds that kept drilling into his ears. He raised his hand and threw a tranquilizing pill into his mouth. Xiao Han's mood slowly stabilized, but when he looked at the 5 ice crystal banshees, his eyes were more solemn. After taking a closer look, he said with some doubt, "No, they seem to be a little different from the ice crystal banshees." As he said that, Xiao Han immediately found a hidden corner, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Yo! Almost at the same time, a high-pitched scream suddenly came from the banshee's mouth, and then the remaining banshees also turned their eyes to this side. Fuck! This can be discovered. At this time, Xiao Han didn't know what went wrong, and he didn't even have time to look at the data that appeared in the corner of his eyes, and he showed up in a corner of the cave. As the song in the pool sounded, all skills were silenced. Even the Yunin special skill was interrupted domineeringly. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, there was a sound like ice breaking behind him, which made his face suddenly change. Just now, in order to save time and figure out what was in the depths of the dead cave, the ice crystal demon wolf behind him was not cleared. Although the distance of 1,000 meters is not long, there are more than 500 ice sculptures along the way. And if they are all awakened by the Banshee's song, without being able to use any skills, Xiao Han knows that he will definitely die here today. But he will not give up until the last moment. Seeing that there were many ice sculptures of different shapes at the other end of the cave and even some hideous demon ice sculptures, Xiao Han knew that he could not force his way into the depths. Crack, crack, crack. His ears moved slightly, and he heard the sound behind him clearly. He turned around instantly and his speed increased to the extreme. Roar! At this time, several nearby ice crystal demon wolves had also awakened from the frozen state. As they roared, several ice blades flew out of their mouths. As they shot over, their limbs also kicked the ground fiercely, and they rushed over like vicious dogs pouncing on their food. Facing such an attack, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with joy, because the wolf-shaped ice sculptures farther away had not yet awakened from the frozen state. This gave him a chance to escape from the dead cave. Whoosh! 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 Seeing the ice blades coming towards him, Xiao Han just shook his body slightly, and without affecting his speed, he dodged and ran in the direction he came from. La! 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 At this time, the singing of the banshee was heard from behind. As the sound waves spread along the cave, The wolf-shaped ice sculpture in the distance immediately made a sound like glass breaking. In just 1 second, all the ice sculptures within sight woke up. Roar! 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 The roars came from the front, which made Xiao Han's face change suddenly. In this closed place, the front and back were blocked, and he had no way to avoid the cluster attack of the ice crystal wolf. What should I do? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's speed did not slow down at all, and he was still running at full speed. Swish! 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 Receiving the call of the ice crystal banshee, the ice crystal wolf that was running towards him spit out a crystal blue ice blade. For such an attack, if there were only 2 or 3, Xiao Han would still have the confidence to take it head-on. But if there were more than 10 ice blades shot at the same time, he might be killed instantly, so he quickly dodged to the side. Dang! 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 But even so, he could not avoid all the ice blades, and 3 of them shot at his chest. Although the damage immunity had been superimposed to 100%, this was an ice-attributed attack, and it instantly reduced Xiao Han's health bar by 1/3. This also made his face suddenly change, and he raised his hand and shot at the body of the ice crystal wolf, blocking him. Bang! 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 Amidst the dull explosion, 3 blood-red damage values instantly appeared on the ice crystal wolf's head. The skill was silenced by the Banshee's song, but the special effects on the equipment were not silenced. When the combo special effects were triggered, 3 green numbers also appeared on Xiao Han's head, and the health points just lost were instantly replenished. Whoosh! 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 But at this time, more ice blades had already shot over, almost covering all the space in the ice cave, leaving Xiao Han with nowhere to dodge. #C1215 Ice Crystal Banshee. The silent ice cave was now filled with the whistling sound of sharp weapons, piercing the air. Even if Xiao Han was faster, he couldn't avoid all the ice blades in this narrow cave. With his current health, if he was hit by 10 ice blades at the same time, he might be killed instantly. Even with the extremely powerful blood-sucking special effect, if he was killed instantly, he would not have time to suck back the lost health. Damn it! Am I really going to die here today? After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han still hadn't accepted his fate and subconsciously used the golden body. Yang! 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 And the next second, a dazzling golden light immediately appeared on his body, and a series of white immunity also appeared on his head. Fuck! What's going on? The skill suddenly became usable, and Xiao Han's eyes suddenly showed an unbelievable look. When he looked back, he immediately understood. Seeing the ice crystal banshee flying towards him 200 meters away, he did not dare to be careless. The moment he thought of it, he disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, he had appeared 200 meters away. But even so, there were still many ice crystal demon wolves around him. Yo! At this time, the ice crystal banshee from afar also let out an angry scream, which immediately made all the ice crystal demon wolves around him violent. Roar! 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 Amid the roars, the pupils of the ice crystal demon wolf turned black in an instant, and the blue body quickly turned black. Fuck! It turned into a demon directly? Seeing such a change in the ice crystal demon wolf, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless at all. The moment he thought of it, he disappeared from the spot. In an instant, the space transfer on the void ring is more than twice as effective as the flash. Within the range of vision, the maximum transmission distance of space teleportation can reach 5,000 meters. Although the vision in the ice cave is not good, there is no problem in teleporting 200 or 300 meters. Roar! 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 Amidst the roars, Xiao Han also showed up more than 200 meters away. Although there are still some ice crystal demon wolves here, the number is very small, only a few dozen. Ha! It's really dangerous, Xiao Han said with some emotion, listening to the footsteps running behind him. Even if he had already rushed out of the encirclement, he did not dare to be careless at all. Seeing that all the nearby ice crystal demon wolves rushed over, he quickly raised his right foot and stepped hard on the ice. Boom! With a dull explosion, several cracks appeared on the ice surface in an instant, and at the same time the surrounding ice crystal demon wolves all froze, and the signs of dizziness immediately appeared on their heads. Then, Xiao Han kicked the ground with both legs and ran forward like a mad bull. Bang! 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 Under the savage charge, all the ice crystal demon wolves blocking the road were knocked away, and Xiao Han also ran nearly 100 meters again. At this time, although there were still ice crystal demon wolves rushing towards him, there were only a few left. A touch of joy flashed in his eyes, and he raised his foot and continued to run forward. The oncoming ice crystal demon wolves did not even touch him, and were left far behind. In terms of speed, the ice crystal demon wolves could not compare with him. In less than 10 seconds, there was no ice crystal demon wolf behind him. But the dense footsteps were still coming. Damn! Do you have to drive me out? Having experienced this once, Xiao Han would not find it strange. When he turned his head and looked behind him, a layer of light mist immediately appeared on his body. As this layer of mist slowly surged, his figure completely disappeared in less than a second. Until then, the footsteps that were running wildly suddenly stopped, as if they had lost their hatred. Hey, this works! Feeling that the ice crystal demon wolves had slowly walked back, Xiao Han said softly, and his heart, which had been tense for a long time, finally relaxed a little. After all, there were still 500 meters of ice crystal demon wolves that had not been cleared just over 100 meters away. If he continued to run wildly like this, he might be attacked from both sides. Boom! 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 At this time, a dull collision sound came from the depths of the cave again, and the ice surface under his feet began to tremble slightly. While Xiao Han looked into the depths of the cave, he couldn't help but whispered, "What is suppressed in there?" Being stopped halfway, of course there was no way to know what was going on inside. But his heart seemed to be scratching his head, and he was really curious. After all, the intermittent voices from the depths of the cave, although only a few words, the information revealed was already very attractive. Alas, the power of one person is still too weak after all. Sighing with some emotion, Xiao Han looked at the motionless wolf-shaped ice sculpture 100 meters away, and continued in a low voice, "It seems that I have to call for help, otherwise even if I am curious it will be useless. If I can't kill it. And the 5 banshees I just met actually have the ability to break invisibility. They should not be ice crystal banshees." Speaking of this, Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel and began to check the system information. After a while, a set of data came into view. Ice Crystal Fairy, Emperor level 130. HP plus 42000000000. Magic attack plus 850,000. Physical defense plus 460,000. Magic defense plus 980,000. Skill. Banshee Scream, emits high-frequency sound waves, causing 980,000 points of sound wave damage to all targets within a radius of 100 meters, and has an 80% chance of interrupting the skill being cast, cooling down for 5 seconds. Skill. Banshee Blessing, chanting a blessing song, increasing all attributes of all ice monsters within a radius of 300 meters by 200%, lasting for 10 minutes, cooling down for 30 minutes. Skill. Banshee Calling, chanting a calling song, summoning a 1,500 meter radius of ice monsters, all ice monsters within meters. Skill. Banshee Song, chant the Banshee Song, silence all targets within a radius of 200 meters, making them unable to use skills, lasting 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Skill. Demonic Song, chant the demonic song, let all ice monsters who hear the song enter the demonic state instantly, and at the same time the demonization effect increases by 100%, and the duration increases by 100%. Introduction. The ice spirits born from the ice attribute spirit veins have the characteristics of immortality as long as the nearby temperature is below
-20 degrees.
Even if they are killed, they will be resurrected after 4 hours. If the ice soul crystal in their bodies is taken away, it will take 24 hours to be resurrected. #C1216 calling friends. Hey! It's really not the ice crystal banshee. After reading the system prompt of the detection technique, Xiao Han whispered, and at the same time said with some emotion, Emperor-level boss, the effect of every skill has been improved. Fortunately, Banshee's song only increases the duration and does not increase the scope of the silence effect. If I hadn't chosen to run away immediately, and then quickly opened a distance of 200 meters, otherwise I would have been doomed. But the ice crystal enchantress doesn't have the ability to break invisibility, so how did it find me? There are many doubts in his heart, but Xiao Han doesn't dare to go back and try again now. After all, if he is not careful, he may die there. The skill of group silence is indeed too disgusting. This time, anyone who hesitates even a little bit will not be able to escape from there alive. Forget it. Let's call Zhang Tian and the others over. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han immediately opened his friend list and sent a message to Zhang Tian by Qingxue and Yi Jianjue. Phone. Beep. Immediately afterwards, a rapid ringtone immediately rang in his ears. Seeing that it was Zhang Tian who was calling, Xiao Han directly answered the call. Then there was a surprised voice, full of surprise, saying in the ear, I'm going. You are in the dead silence cave. How dare you go to that place? Oh, what's wrong with that? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Listening to what you mean, you must have been here before. Of course I have been there. Zhang Tian did not deny it, but said with a wry smile on his face. But he only went in for less than 2,000 meters and he came back disgraced and killed. The ice crystal banshee is only an overlord-level boss. I can kill it instantly with one strike. But the silencing effect of the banshee song is really disgusting, and they also summon ice crystal wolves. Hundreds of them were attracted at one time, and I even died there twice. Twice? Xiao Han was a little surprised and asked directly, Since you know you can't beat him, why do you want to die? Hey! It's just because I can't beat him that I have to go. Zhang Tian chuckled and continued. The higher the risk, the higher the return. You can understand this even if I don't tell you. Once such a perverted map is cleared, there will definitely be a lot of good things in it. But I didn't expect that with a talent like 100 times the damage. I couldn't even defeat several overlord-level bosses. Hey, yes. Xiao Han agreed with emotion and continued. Nearly all of my current equipment is spiritual weapons or above. There are even several artifacts, but none of them can kill those overlord bosses. Since you can't kill him, why did you ask me to come over? Zhang Tian said a little puzzled and then continued. There is a white tiger 300 kilometers north of Ice City. I once took a look at it from a distance. I guess it should be Emperor level. If the ice resistance of the deadly silent cave is not high enough, there should be no way to get through it. We might as well kill the white tiger.
No.
Xiao Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, Now that I'm here, I won't back down easily. Although the ice crystal banshee here is difficult to deal with, it is not completely impossible. Compared to the uncertain white tiger, I found that there must be an emperor-level boss here in the dead silence cave. Just tell me whether you will come or not. If not, I will find someone else. What? Do you have a way to deal with those ice crystal banshees? Zhang Tian said something unexpectedly, and quickly said loudly, Wait for me in 2 hours and I should be able to get there. The silent cave is too far away from the ice city. I haven't caught the flying mount yet. 2 hours. Xiao Han frowned and said in a deep voice, This is too long. You can find a teleportation array nearby and wait for my news. Teleportation array? Ignoring Zhang Tian's shock, Xiao Han directly hung up the call, and by Gengshua's video request was immediately sent over. She could probably guess what she wanted to ask, so she answered the call. Casually. After chatting for a while, he asked her to find a nearby teleportation array. To wait, and then hung up the call again. Beep, beep, beep. And just as he hung up, Jian Juefeng's call came in. Oh, they are all just like human beings. With a grin, Xiao Han understood how much they valued him, so he picked up the phone and chatted with Jian Juefeng for a few words. With an extraordinary explosion rate, as long as a message is sent, no one can refuse such cooperation. More importantly, he still has the elixir in his hand. This is an elixir that can be realized in reality and enhance strength. In today's apocalyptic world, no one can resist such a temptation. After receiving their clear answers, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and immediately took out the materials for building the teleportation array. 2 hours was too long and he didn't want to wait. It just so happens that the space ring also contains materials for building a teleportation array. You can build a teleportation array right here, which will also save a lot of time. Anyway, they are all semi-finished materials and it only takes 3 to 5 minutes. Roar. At this time, another roar came from the depths of the ice cave.
Xiao Han
Turned his head and took a look, and immediately lay down on the ground to arrange it again. 5 minutes later, as the sky-splitting stone was placed on the teleportation array, a system prompt sounded immediately. Ding, you successfully built a first-level teleportation array triggering a 100-fold reward, and you successfully built a third-level teleportation array. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to each of the 3 people. For a distance of more than 200 kilometers, a third-level teleportation array is enough. In just 1 minute, several energy crystals on the teleportation array lit up, and then 3 figures were teleported together. Looking at the 3 people coming down from the teleportation array, Xiao Han was a little surprised, but before he could speak, Jian Juefeng asked, curiously, Dead Silence Cave? How come I haven't heard of this place? Hey, this is not a place that ordinary people can come to. Zhang Tian chuckled, then immediately turned to look at Xiao Han and said, directly, we are here, what can we do? Brother Han Xiao, I will listen to you. Hey, since you have been here, I will not continue to introduce it.
Xiao Han
chuckled and continued. The ice crystal banshee is simple, just kill her. Directly. As he said, Xiao Han did not say any nonsense and flashed directly, and appeared next to the wolf-shaped ice sculpture 100 meters away. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, a sound like glass breaking also sounded immediately. Zhang Tian was stunned for a moment, but he did not think much and also killed directly. #C1217 running. The ice crystal wolf's HP is not high, only 125 million points. With 2 masters with over 100 million damage per second, the 4-man team almost swept all the way. In just a few minutes, a milky white pool of water appeared in front of them. Again, there were also a few thinly dressed ice crystal banshees wandering in the pool. Zhang Tian's eyes condensed and he immediately said in a deep voice, be careful. These guys are not easy to deal with. Hey, don't think too much. Xiao Han chuckled and said nonchalantly, all the ice crystal demon wolves within 1,000 meters of the pool have now been killed without a trace. The ice crystal banshee is just an auxiliary boss. When the ice crystal demon wolf cannot be summoned, its strength is not too strong. It only takes 1 or 2 minutes for Xiao Han to have the confidence to deal with them. Seeing that Zhang Tian still looked solemn, Xiao Han's mind just moved, and he disappeared in an instant, and the next second, he appeared accurately above the pool. At the same time, the 9 nether demon-slaying spear had also turned into 5 dark red afterimages, accurately hitting an ice crystal banshee. Puff! The spear pierced the ice crystal banshee, and immediately more than 10 blood-colored damage values appeared, causing the blood bar above her head to disappear by half in an instant.
Yo. La. La.
At the same time, a shrill cry also sounded, and the other 4 ice crystal banshees immediately chanted loudly. The silence effect appeared, and Xiao Han immediately felt the floating force under his feet disappear. This expected thing did not make him panic at all. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the ice crystal banshee beside him, raised his hand and shot it again.
La.
At this time, the chanting sound became louder and louder, and Zhan Tian looked nervously at the depths of the ice cave. But he didn't see any ice sculptures, and couldn't help wondering, what's going on? Why didn't the ice wolf appear? What ice wolf? Bai Qingxue was a little confused, and asked in a deep voice, weren't all the ice wolves just now killed? You fell here twice. Could it be that you were killed by the ice wolf? But they are just leader-level bosses. Once the number exceeds 100, it is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, but they are not killed. Hey, do you think it's so easy here? Zhan Tian's eyes flashed with fear, and he immediately said, be careful. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Not that bad. Seeing that the ice crystal banshee caught by Han Xiao had lost 1/3 of her life value above her head, Yijin Juefeng still flashed a touch of shock in his eyes, even though he knew that Han Xiao's attack was very abnormal. At the same time, he also raised the longbow in his hand, and a red arrow instantly fell on the bowstring. But before he could shoot, his face suddenly changed, and he opened his mouth and exclaimed, fuck, what's going on? Why can't I use my skills? Hey, why do you think I failed twice in this dead cave? Zhan Tian said in a deep voice and continued, we are all warriors, so it's better here. If a mage comes to the dead cave, no matter how strong he is, he will be completely defeated. Those songs are a little wrong. At this time, Bai Qingxue had also reacted, and continued with a shocked face. It turned out to be a silence effect. The Overlord boss has such a domineering skill. It's too unreasonable. Don't worry about whether it's reasonable or not. Xiao Han jumped out of the pool and continued loudly, hurry up and kill them all. As he spoke, the ice crystal banshee in his hand had been thrown out by him. Swoosh! Even though Yijin Juefeng had many doubts in his heart, he still released the bowstring in his hand and shot an arrow directly. -1324835. More than 1 million blood damage points immediately appeared on the head of the ice crystal banshee, but compared with its total health value of more than 1 billion points, it seemed insignificant. But at this time, Zhan Tian had already held the 9 nether demon-slaying spear and rushed up with a brisk step. Puff! With a light sound, with 100 times the damage increase, a 9-digit damage value immediately floated out on the forehead of the ice crystal banshee.
Yo!
A shrill and panicked scream also sounded in the ice cave immediately. But within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the ice crystal demon wolves had been killed, so no matter how it screamed, no rescuers would appear here. In less than 10 seconds, the ice crystal banshee died under Zhan Tian's gun, and 2 pieces of equipment and a manifestation talisman exploded. At this time, Yijin Juefeng's eyes flashed with doubt, and he whispered to himself, it's just a dominant boss. I don't feel how strong it is. Now it seems that it is indeed not strong. Zhan Tian's eyes flashed, and he continued, but it was not like this before. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew it must be related to Han Xiao, so he didn't explain anything and rushed up with a spear. With the cooperation of several people, it took less than a minute for all 5 ice crystal banshees to be killed. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the depths of the ice cave again. Xiao Han saw that Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, and Yijin Juefeng didn't seem to notice it, so he didn't say anything more. He took out the ice spirit stones from the bodies of several banshees and turned to walk into the depths of the ice cave. Brother Han Xiao, why did you turn around? Seeing Xiao Han suddenly turn around, Jean Tian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and hurriedly shouted, "That's the direction we came from just now. The monsters have been killed." Being in the cave without sunlight, there was no clear sign at all, so the few people couldn't judge the direction, so they all stopped and looked at the figure that was gradually getting farther away. Xiao Han stopped and waved, and continued, "This way, just follow me." A hint of doubt flashed across the faces of the few people, and at the same time they looked at each other, but didn't say much, just hesitated for a moment, and then followed. Less than 1,000 meters ahead, they saw some wolf-shaped ice sculptures in the ice cave again. Seeing that Xiao Han had already killed again, Bai Qingxue couldn't help but whispered, "Is this the direction to the depths of the dead cave?" "It should be," Jean Tian whispered, and rushed towards the ice sculpture, and continued, "Han, Xiao and I will be responsible for clearing the way, and you two continue to deal with the drop things. Those ice soul stones must be taken out. This place doesn't look simple. Don't know how long I will stay here." "Got it," Yijin Zhuifeng replied in a low voice, and immediately began to deal with the corpses on the ground. With a clear division of labor, the four people advanced very quickly. Only 2 or 3 minutes later, another milky white spring appeared in front of them, and this wanton killing has also attracted the attention of the ice crystal fairy, and they turned their attention to Xiao Han, Jean Tian, Bai Qingxue, and others.
La, la, la.
The charming singing sounded again, and the ice sculptures that had not yet awakened in the ice cave also made a caca sound. Seeing this familiar scene, Jean Tian's eyes suddenly focused, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Run!" #C1218 Chasers. Anxious roars sounded in the ice cave, startling by Qingxue and Yijin Zhuifeng. Neither of them understood. They were just some ice wolves. They had killed nearly 1,000 of them just now. What was there to be afraid of? Run! At this time, another roar sounded in their ears, and the figure in the front had already rushed towards the water pool. On the contrary, Jean Tian ran towards them. When Yijin Zhuifeng saw this scene, he suddenly didn't know what to do. Normally, run means that you are in danger and leave this place quickly. And Jean Tian's reaction also fits this meaning. But Han Xiao is different. He actually killed him directly. Is this the so-called running? What should we do? Yijin Zhuifeng glanced at Bai Qingxue beside him, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Should we kill him too?" At this time Jean Tian also reacted. Seeing that Xiao Han did not retreat, he had stopped, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face.
La, la, la.
The chanting was still coming, and the three of them were undecided for a moment and could only look at the figure rushing towards the water pool. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds like glass breaking came from the ice cave opposite the water pool, and the ice sculptures over there all woke up. At this time, seeing Xiao Han rushing to the water pool alone and reaching out to grab the ice crystal banshee, Jean Tian's face flashed with ruthlessness, and he immediately said, "Let's go and kill them together." No matter what the phrase "run quickly" means, since they have come together, there is no reason to leave Xiao Han here alone. Bang! Unable to use skills, Jean Tian immediately pushed his feet hard on the ground, instantly increasing his speed to the extreme, and also killed towards the water pool. And Yijin Zhuifeng also raised his hand and shot an arrow, looking at the awakened ice wolves with a serious look. Bang! 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 Because from the sound of footsteps it can be judged that there are too many ice wolves. In this narrow space, the ice wolves have long-range attack capabilities, and he is not sure whether he can be the opponent of those ice wolves. Bang! As the arrow hit an ice wolf, several ice wolves in the distance immediately opened their mouths and shot out several ice blades. -360,000. -360,000. Jean Tian was careless, and the blood bar on his head was instantly reduced. Yijin Zhuifeng saw this scene, and his eyes suddenly bulged outward, and he immediately understood why Zhang Tian fell here twice. Roar! And a roar came from the ice cave farther away, and several hideous creatures, like demons, rushed towards Xiao Han. The sharp claws with cold light just waved, and more than 10 crystal blue ice cones were generated in the air. Be careful! Seeing that all the ice cones were shot at Xiao Han, Bai Qingxue couldn't help but shout out loudly while slashing back an ice crystal demon wolf with a sword.
Yo!
But at the same time, Xiao Han had no intention of retreating, and had already grabbed an ice crystal enchantress. Then he suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding most of the ice cones. Yang! Yang! But even so, 2 ice cones still shot at him, and 2 damage values of nearly 1 million immediately appeared on his head. Damn! This scene made Yijin Zhuifeng exclaim in surprise. At the same time, seeing that the creature like a demon raised its clawed arm again, he quickly turned the arrow and shot it over there. Yang! The bowstring was pulled to the extreme, and the speed of the arrow was far faster than the ice cone. It only took a flash to hit the demon, and the ice cone that had just condensed disappeared instantly, which made Yijin Zhuifeng sigh lightly and whispered. Fortunately, the silencing effect actually took effect. As he spoke, he raised his hand and shot another arrow. Yang! With a slight sound, the arrow hit the target accurately again, but the silence effect with only a 10% probability was not triggered again. But Xiao Han had already caught the ice crystal banshee and rushed over here, shouting loudly while running. Run! There are many ice sculptures deep in the ice cave. Don't come here to die. Fuck! I thought you could kill them directly like before. Seeing Xiao Han rushing over here, Zhang Tian couldn't help but complain, but turned around and ran without hesitation. Having died here twice before, he knew how terrifying the ice blade volley would be once the number of ice wolves reached 3 digits. And now, there is even a more perverted ice crystal demon. He can shoot more than a dozen ice cones with a raise of his hand. Even if his health value has exceeded 2 million, he can't stand a few hits. Originally, I thought that the reason why Xiao Han rushed over directly was because he could deal with the current situation. But I didn't expect that he ran faster than me. Roar! 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 At this time, more roars were heard from the depths of the ice cave, accompanied by footsteps, approaching this side quickly. Seeing this scene and the 2 million health points above Xiao Han's head disappearing in an instant, Bai Qingxue and Yijin Zhuifeng dared not stay for a moment, and immediately turned around and ran away. And Xiao Han still held the ice crystal fairy in his hand. He swiftly dodged the obstruction of the 2 ice crystal demon wolves and even shot them twice to replenish the health points he had just lost. Then he caught up with Zhang Tian in a flash, and immediately handed over the ice crystal enchantress in his hand, shouting loudly, "Hurry! Attack it! Quickly!" Puff! At this time, Zhang Tian also instantly understood what Xiao Han meant, and raised his hand to shoot. After the last battle in the Abyss Cave, he already knew that the combo special effect was the most important to him. As long as this special effect was superimposed to 100%, the final effect would be even stronger than the artifact in his hand. So during this period, he has been buying such equipment at a high price. Even if such an equipment was only a gold level one, he would carry it on his body without hesitation. When a shot landed on the ice crystal enchantress, 2 blood-colored damage values immediately appeared, causing the blood bar above her head to instantly decrease a little. Thinking that they could kill 1 ice crystal fairy with this method, and then they could kill other ice crystal fairies with the same method, Zhang Tian's speed became faster. Even when running, he could hit the target accurately.
La, la, la.
But the singing behind him continued to sound. Although they were very fast, they had no skills to help them get rid of the pursuers behind them. They could only barely keep a distance of nearly 100 meters from them. Whoosh! 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 The sky was full of ice blades and ice cones, whistling towards them. However, they were all very strong and their speed was slightly faster than the pursuers behind them, so they could always ensure that they would not be caught up.
Yo.
After a while, a shrill scream sounded from Xiao Han's hand, and the captured Ice Crystal Fairy was finally killed. But the pursuers behind him still had no intention of giving up. Xiao Han didn't have time to pick up the things that exploded from the Ice Crystal Fairy, so he quickly ran out along the ice cave. It was not until he ran out of the Deathly Silence cave that he completely got rid of the pursuers behind him. #C1219 Blocking positions to bring monsters. 1. Standing outside the cave, several people looked at each other with a depressed look on their faces. With their strength, they can rank among the top 10 in the entire Yanhua. Even in the world, players who are stronger than them are very rare. Logically speaking, he wouldn't have to run away in embarrassment after being chased by a group of leader-level monsters. But facing the concentrated fire attack of ice blades and ice picks, not escaping means death. Without ice resistance equipment, it is good to escape alive. Hey! This dead cave is really perverted, Jian Juefeng said with emotion, then continued with a wry smile. This map should not be accessible at the moment. Brother Hanshao, don't you have some pills that increase ice resistance? A pill that increases ice resistance? Xiao Han repeated, his eyes twinkling slightly. In fact, one arrow chasing the wind is right. If there is an elixir that increases ice resistance, it will indeed be much easier to penetrate this map. But he did not see this kind of elixir in the Wandan dictionary. If you continue to read further, you may be able to find this type of recipe. But the further back you go, the higher the level of the elixir will be, and the higher the level of the medicinal materials needed to refine the elixir. So even if there is such a prescription, there should be no way to gather the materials and refine it now. Seeing the expectant look on Jian Juefeng's face, Xiao Han could only shake his head and said, "No, we haven't obtained the recipe for this elixir yet. But even without ice resistance, you should be able to clear this map. After all, even though we were being chased just now, we had already killed an ice crystal enchantress. If we had to do it again a few times, the remaining 4 could also be killed." "I know," Jian Juefeng replied, and continued in a deep voice. "But none of us know how many ice crystal enchantresses there are in this dead cave. It's okay if there are only 4 left. It only takes 4 or 5 minutes to go back and forth. But even if I don't say it, you can probably feel that there should be more ice crystal enchantresses with the ability to silence deep in the ice cave. If each location is 2 kilometers apart, the next time we escape, the time will increase by 1/3. Next time, it will take twice as long. But you all seem to have forgotten that even if this ice crystal demon wolf is killed, even if the ice soul stone is taken out of his body, he will still be resurrected within 24 hours. With our strength, can we get through this place within 24 hours? What, you don't want to continue?" Xiao Han's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to participate, you can leave now." "Hey, don't get me wrong." Jian Juefeng sighed and quickly explained, "Since I'm here, of course I want to penetrate here. It's just that I think we should be more prepared before coming here again. After all, sharpening a knife does not stop chopping wood. Even if I don't say it, you should all be able to understand it. Of course, if this is a special mission that requires time constraints, then you can take it for granted that what you just said was all nonsense. It's not a mission." Xiao Han shook his head, thought for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "But there should be a lot of bosses in it. Once you get through it, you will gain a lot. As for the preparation you mentioned," Xiao Han paused for a moment and continued, "Do we need to make any preparations? I can't even refine the elixir that increases ice resistance. Is there anyone else who can refine it? As for equipment that increases ice resistance, there are indeed some in the world. But they are all equipment that is below legendary, and the quantity is extremely rare. It is not easy to get them together." "Hey, that's indeed the case." Bai Qingxue sighed and continued with a wry Smile. For us, there is really nothing we need to prepare. Unfortunately, the terrain in the ice cave is really bad. It's almost a straight line. Even if we want to block slots and spawn monsters, there is absolutely no way to do it. Otherwise, although the silence effect is disgusting, it won't leave us helpless. Stuck. Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. All along, because he had a 100-fold reward, he always relied on his strength to crush monsters. But when the strength is not enough to crush him, he will give up completely. But for others, blocking slots and spawning monsters in the game is considered a very routine operation. Not only is it practical, but it's also very efficient. After Bai Gengshue's reminder, even though he couldn't find a suitable terrain for spawning monsters in the dead silent cave. But this does not mean that there is no way to create such a terrain. Hey! Xiao Han chuckled excitedly, and immediately said, I have a solution. I will definitely be able to clear this dead cave today. After saying that, he didn't have time to explain anything, so he couldn't wait to rush into the dead cave. The figure just flashed and disappeared into the ice cave. This made the few people who had just escaped bewildered, but they only hesitated for a moment before running towards the dead cave. While running, the fastest one chased the wind with an arrow and asked with some confusion, Tell me, what exactly did Han Xiao think of? What else can be done? Zhan Tian continued while running. Just now, President Qingxue mentioned the card slot to spawn monsters, and I saw his eyes suddenly light up. If I guess correctly, he should want to use this method. But you have all seen the terrain inside this deadly silent cave. There is no suitable place for blocking. Oh, that's not necessarily the case. Bai Qingxue chuckled and continued, You may have forgotten who that guy was just now. Since he can't wait to run in, I guess there is a way to do it. Let's not make random guesses here. We'll find out if he goes after him. If his method is really effective, we can still attack him. Hey! I'll go over and take a look first. Yi Jian Juefeng said softly, and his speed immediately more than doubled. Without the silence effect, he has several acceleration skills. In just a blink of an eye, Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue were left far behind, and they ran towards the depths of the ice cave at top speed. However, compared to Xiao Han, his speed is still slightly slower. But the ice cave that had been cleared was only 4,000 meters long. Without the influence of the silence effect, it only took more than a minute for one arrow to chase the wind to see that familiar figure. Bang! 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 At this time, he was holding a golden mining pickaxe and smashing it hard on the ice wall. #C1220 blocking positions to bring monsters. 2. The ice wall made entirely of ice is extremely hard, but every time the pickaxe hits it, it can knock off large pieces of broken ice. At this time, the ice cave, which is like a straight line, has already been recessed here. Yi Jian Juefeng saw this scene with a confused look in his eyes, but he could probably guess Xiao Han's thoughts. Bang! 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 The dull knocking sound continued in the ice cave, and he turned his head to look at the deep part of the ice cave where there were 5 ice crystal fairies, because it was still 400 or 500 meters away, even if the movement here was a little big, it did not attract the monsters in the depths of the ice cave. Seeing pieces of broken ice falling from the ice wall, Yi Jian Juefeng couldn't help but whispered, Are you trying to dig out a suitable terrain for blocking? Why is it impossible? Xiao Han didn't look back, and the pickaxe in his hand hit the ice wall again, and continued with a smile. Although the method of blocking is old-fashioned, it is very practical. Since there is no terrain suitable for blocking, then find a way to create one. This is not impossible. Yi Jian Juefeng felt something was wrong, hesitated for a moment, and continued, But what about time? In this way, it will take more time. Hee, it won't take long. Xiao Han chuckled and waved the pickaxe to continue hitting the ice wall. After going to Qianxi Island twice, his 2 pickaxes were also borrowed by Qianxi. So when I was refining the potion before, I thought that I might need such equipment when exploring the treasure map, so I made another one. Although my luck was a little worse this time, I only made a spiritual weapon, level pickaxe. This certainly cannot be compared with the artifact level Dragon Soul Golden shovel, but it is not much worse than the explosive flame crushing shovel, both of which are spiritual level mining picks. And the skills of crushing and chiseling are also available on the golden mining pick in his hand. So there is no need to worry about the excavation effect. Yong! 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 At this time, 2 footsteps came from behind, and Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue also rushed over, seeing Xiao Han's appearance and the ice cave that was 30 to 40 centimeters deep and more than 1 person tall. His eyes were a little confused, and then he couldn't help shouting, "Oh my God! You are too fast! That's right. It's only been a few minutes, and you've dug so deep. Hey, what's so strange about this?" Xiao Han chuckled, but the mining pick in his hand had no intention of stopping. Thinking back to Chenchi Island, he directly dug a mine cave that was more than a few hundred meters long, and even dug directly to the lair of the holy spirit level boss. Although the ice wall in front of us is also very strong, it is at least 2 levels lower than the cold iron ore. So even if it only took a few minutes, it is not surprising to be able to dig out such an ice cave. Bang! 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 Feeling the shock on Zhan Tian and Bai Qingshue's faces, Xiao Han continued to wave the pickaxe and said, "Wait a little longer, it will be done soon." "Yeah, I see," Bai Qingxue said softly and continued, "Although I guessed just now that you wanted to use the method of blocking to spawn monsters. But this ice cave is like a straight line, so I don't know how to block it. But I didn't expect that you actually wanted to do it yourself and directly dig out a terrain suitable for blocking, and the speed of digging is so fast. At the current speed, it may not take half an hour." "Hey, isn't this just right?" Zhan Tian said excitedly, and continued with expectation. "Brother Han Xiao, let me do this kind of hard work." "Okay." Xiao Han did not refuse. Seeing that Zhan Tian had come over, he handed over the spiritual weapon pickaxe in his hand. When Zhan Tian took it, he also took a curious look at the properties of the pickaxe. After all, the excavation effect just now was too abnormal, so I was very curious about the properties of this pickaxe. Fuck! A spiritual pickaxe. Although he had expected it in his heart, Zhan Tian still whispered in disbelief and then swung the pickaxe with excitement and smashed it hard on the ice wall. Bang! With a dull sound, a piece of ice the size of a human head fell from the ice wall, and Bai Qingxue, who was standing aside, had a slightly flashing look in her eyes and muttered in her heart, "It turned out to be a spiritual pickaxe. This Han Xiao is really extravagant. Fortunately, this is not a divine pickaxe. Otherwise, if those ordinary players knew that this mining pickaxe was also a spiritual equipment, they would be crazy. Now at least 60% of the players can't even take out a legendary equipment." Bang! 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 Seeing Zhan Tian swinging his pickaxe and smashing hard, Bai Qingxue suddenly remembered that she had seen the body of Ice Crystal Fairy on the road just now, so she picked up the fallen items. Because it was an Emperor-level boss, she also got a treasure-level elixir.
Manifestation talisman.
But she couldn't keep such things in her hands, so as not to cause unnecessary
misunderstandings to Xiao Han.
So she took out all the things with a thought in her mind, and said with a smile, "Brother Han Xiao, these are the things that were dropped when killing Ice Crystal Fairy. You should collect them all." "Well, I'll put it away first." Xiao Han took the things without hesitation and continued to watch Zhan Tian swinging the pickaxe. Boom! At this time, a violent collision sounded again from the depths of the ice cave, and at the same time, a rampant voice shouted, "Tan, old ghost, give up now. I can still give you a way out. Wait for me to break through the seal. You will all die. No one can think of leaving alive. Tan, old ghost, Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the depths of the ice cave with a serious look, and his eyes became more anxious. He didn't know what kind of existence this so-called tan old ghost was. He also didn't know who was suppressed. But through the information now available, it can be guessed that it was a monster more powerful than the Abyss Blood Emperor. And the seal that suppressed it seemed to be unable to continue because of the erosion of time. What kind of existence is in there? Muttering softly, Xiao Han saw that Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue and Yijian. Zhuifeng didn't seem to notice anything, so he retracted his gaze. At the same time, he continued to look at Zhan Tian and continued to swing the pickaxe. Bang! 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 Time passed slowly, and in less than half an hour, an L-shaped ice cave was dug out. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "You go in first. I'll go and catch another ice crystal fairy." As he said that, a layer of mist emerged from his body, and then quickly disappeared into the ice cave. #C1221 blocking positions to bring monsters. 3. Xiao Han was already very good at catching the ice crystal fairy. Since the terrain that could block the position had been dug out, he did not delay any longer and ran towards the water pool. After a while, he saw several ice crystal fairies in scantily clad clothes. Again, unlike before, there were only 4 left now. "Hey!" Xiao Han chuckled and squinted his eyes and whispered, "There is still more than 100 meters away. Even if they have the ability to break invisibility, they should not be able to see me. But even if they can see it, it doesn't matter. They are destined to die in my hands." As he said, he thought about it and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already appeared at the edge of the water pool. At the same time, while several ice crystal fairies were stunned, he had already reached out and grabbed one. "Yo!" The next second, a shrill scream sounded immediately, accompanied by a chanting sound, which immediately drilled into his ears. Feeling that the skill could no longer be used, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of depression, but his movements did not slow down at all. Bang! He stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and his speed soared to the extreme in an instant. Crack! 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 At this time, in the ice cave farther away, a series of sounds like glass breaking rang out again. Knowing that the ice sculptures had begun to wake up again, Xiao Han did not dare to stop for a moment. His figure flashed, and before the ice sculptures woke up, he had already run more than 100 meters away, leaving the ice crystal wolf far behind. Even without the blessing of skills, his speed was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Under the extreme speed, it took less than half a minute to reach the L-shaped cave. Then his figure flashed and he got in very quickly. Because of the time, this ice cave was not dug too big, and it was only 1 meter deep near the edge of the passage. And the width was only about 50 centimeters. This ensured that even if the ice crystal wolf rushed over, only one could come in at the same time. As for the place 1 meter behind, there is a corner with a depth of 2 meters, which can effectively avoid all direct attacks of ice blades and ice cones. Because this kind of skill is a directional skill, there is no attribute of a guaranteed hit. Now, with the addition of such an inconspicuous corner, all concentrated fire attacks can be effectively avoided. Bang! 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 While rushing into the ice cave, Zhan Tian was still waving the pickaxe to continue digging. Xiao Han immediately shouted loudly, "Stop digging! Hurry up! And kill the enchantress. Give the pickaxe to Zhuifeng. Let him continue to dig inside." "Okay." Seeing that Xiao Han had already rushed in with an ice crystal enchantress, Zhan Tian immediately handed the mineral in his hand to Yijian. Zhuifeng. Then he took out a long spear with his backhand, raised his hand and stabbed it accurately. Puff! Puff! The combo special effect was triggered, and 2 bloody damage values as high as 9 digits appeared instantly. Bai Qingxue, who was standing by, also took a step forward immediately. The short sword in her hand flashed, and she found the gap and stabbed it. Although the damage caused was not high, it was nearly 1 million points. Roar! At this time, roars came from outside the ice cave. Xiao Han turned around and blocked the cave entrance with his back. Dang! Dang! 2 ice blades hit his back, and 2 damage values of more than 300,000 appeared on his head. But at this time, Xiao Han still had no intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his hand and stabbed the ice crystal banshee with a gun. -284961 plus 11398844 -2764938 plus 549,128. The 3-hit combo was triggered, and 3 damage values of more than 1 million immediately appeared on the head of the ice crystal banshee. At the same time, a green number immediately appeared on Xiao Han's head, replenishing all the life points he had just lost. The blood-sucking ring on the finger has a blood-sucking ratio of up to 40%. As long as the damage taken instantly does not exceed 3 million points, and there are wild monsters nearby that can suck blood, Xiao Han will not be killed. Roar! At this time, the number of ice crystal demon wolves outside the ice cave has increased. They roared and growled, but because of the terrain restrictions they still couldn't kill them together. The 2 ice crystal demon wolves that squeezed in could only shoot for ice blades at the same time at most. Even if they hit at the same time, the damage caused was only more than 1 million points, and there was no ability to kill Xiao Han instantly. Puff! 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 Determined to kill the ice crystal demon first, the spear kept falling on her body. In just over 20 seconds, the ice crystal demon with 4.2 billion health points died under Xiao Han's spear, and a pile of gold coins exploded at the same time. At this time, Xiao Han didn't care about these things and turned around and stabbed the ice crystal demon wolf with a gun. -2754268 plus 584,943 -2864634. The 2 combos were triggered again, and the hit ice crystal wolf also lost more than 5 million health points in an instant. Dang! Dang! But at this moment, a long spear suddenly stretched out from his armpit and stabbed one of the ice crystal wolf accurately. The leader boss with only 125 million health points was killed instantly. At the same time, the spear under his armpit shook again and hit another ice crystal demon wolf stuck in the ice cave, unable to dodge, and killed it. Again, tens of thousands of gold coins fell out, instantly blocking the ice cave. Xiao Han did not expect this. Roar! But at the same time, the ice crystal demon wolf outside the ice cave forced its way in from the outside. One by one, the glowing gold coins were pushed in together, making the narrow ice cave, which was less than 1 meter wide, even more crowded. Bang! 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 Fortunately, Yijin Juefeng was still waving his pickaxe to continue digging, which widened the crowded ice cave a little. Seeing this, Bai Qingxue frowned slightly, and could only squat down, grabbing a handful of gold coins on the ground and stuffing them into her backpack. Xiao Han and Zhang Tian, the 2 of them, thrust their spears forward again. Without hesitation, dang! 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 The black spear tip collided with the ice crystal wolf, making a crisp sound, and instantly killed it again. But at the same time, another ice crystal wolf squeezed in from outside. But before it could launch any attack, 2 black spears pierced its body at the same time, killing it again. Roar! At this time, an angry roar suddenly sounded. At the corner of the ice cave, a hideous head appeared, looking at the people in the ice cave with fierce eyes. Dang! 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 But before it raised its hand to summon the ice cone, 2 black spears had already pierced its body fiercely. Although it failed to kill this overlord-level boss instantly, it also made the health value on its head disappear by 1/3 instantly. Dang! 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 And the next second, the spear pierced it again. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it died in the ice cave and a lot of equipment. And gold coins exploded. Hashtag C1222, fork in the road. I don't know how long it took, but the roar finally stopped. The ice cave where Xiao Han and Zhan Tian were located has expanded dozens of times, and it is filled with gold coins and equipment. These gold coins have even piled up to the chest. Even if she didn't stop for a moment, Bai Qingxue couldn't pick them up at all. She frowned and said, I never thought that picking up money would be such a hard thing. If we were a little slower in picking up, these gold coins would bury us alive. Hey, just be content. Zhan Tian chuckled excitedly and continued, Isn't it very cool to pick up money until your hands are soft? And there should be quite a few materialization talismans that just exploded. I tried my best to save the last blow for Xiao Han for the Overlord level ice crystal demon. It seems that there are at least 100 legendary materialization talismans. Yes, there are quite a few, I heard it too. Bai Qingxue nodded and continued, but it shouldn't be that easy to find them all. Don't worry, just pick them up here slowly. Xiao Han interrupted and said, Leave this to you first, Zhan Tian, and I will kill the remaining ice crystal fairies. Zhuifeng, leave this to President Qingxue. You come with us. After killing the ice crystal fairy, you will start digging the cave. Immediately, the entrance will be the same as before, but the inside will be slightly larger. Well, I know. Ijin Zhuifeng responded, and understood what Xiao Han meant. He immediately hugged his body and slowly moved outside the ice cave. La, la, la. At this time, the chanting of the ice crystal fairy was still ringing outside. But the sound was getting farther and farther away from here. Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he felt that the silence effect disappeared. He immediately flashed and appeared outside the ice cave. Humph. Do you want to escape? The moment his footsteps landed on the ground, he couldn't help but snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The speed of the ice crystal fairy's escape was not slow, but they were less than 300 meters away from here, and they could even be vaguely seen. Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer and whispered, If you want to run at this time, can you still escape? As soon as the voice fell, he didn't even have time to say hello to Zhan Tian, and he directly moved in space. When he appeared again, he was already standing next to the ice crystal fairy. Yo! 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 The next second, panic shouts sounded immediately, and the 3 scantily clad ice crystal fairies all accelerated to escape into the distance. Hey! Can you escape? After saying this softly, Xiao Han moved his body and his speed instantly increased to the extreme. Although the silence effect appeared again, his speed was still faster than that of the ice crystal fairy. La, la, la. The singing was still going on. Xiao Han only observed for a moment and found the ice crystal fairy who was singing the banshee song. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his speed could not help but increase a little. Yo! A panicked cry sounded, but they still couldn't escape Xiao Han's capture and were caught in his hand. I'll let you sing. After catching the ice crystal fairy who was singing the banshee song, Xiao Han shot it directly on the forehead. -284561 -2746596 -2945138. As the 3 blood-colored damage values appeared, the silence effect on the void ring was immediately triggered, and the singing was instantly interrupted. At this time, Xiao Han could clearly feel that the skill could be used again. Roar! He roared, and the blood-colored wings behind him were immediately summoned, and Blood Rage and Rage were also activated at the same time. Whoosh! 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 The next second, a bloody rain shot out from the sky. Each drop of bloody rain caused more than 10 million points of damage to the ice crystal fairy, and bloody damage values suddenly appeared on her head. At this time, even though the ice crystal fairy was still singing, she had no way to interrupt his skills, because 2 of the 5 ice crystal fairies had been killed before. The remaining 3 could barely complete the seamless connection of the Banshee's song, but the one who was singing was interrupted by the silence effect. So within the next 5 minutes, there was no way to continue using this skill. The skills of the 2 who were running away had not yet cooled down. "Hey, all of you go to hell!" Whispering, Xiao Han tried to control the bloody rain to shoot towards the ice crystal fairy, even though he knew that the direction of the bloody rain was not easy to control. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire ice cave was instantly dyed bloody. In the bloody rain, even though the ice crystal fairy's HP was as high as 4 billion, it was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yo, yo, yo. Desperate cries spread in the ice cave. No matter how unwilling they were, they could not change their fate of impending death. 10 seconds later, the familiar system upgrade sound rang in my ears. Ding, you killed an ice crystal fairy emperor and gained 2,635,000 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained experience points. 3 ice crystal fairies exploded 6 spiritual equipment. But you don't need to look to know that all of them are level 130 equipment, and there is no way to use them. But fortunately, they are not completely useless, at least they can be swallowed by the phantom mask. As for the materialization talisman, a total of 5 pieces were exploded. Although the grade is slightly lower, they are all legendary and treasure level. Fuck! Have you killed them all? At this time, Zhan Tian, who came late, said in shock, "Your blood rain cloak is really perverted. If it weren't for the Banshee song of the Ice Crystal Fairy, its silencing effect is too disgusting. I guess you can flatten this place by yourself. Hehe. How can it be so easy?" Xiao Han smiled and shook his head. Without explaining too much, this place is not as simple as it seems. At least the roar coming from the depths of the dead cave and the intermittent voices can already explain everything. It's just that Zhan Tian's hearing is not good, so he can't know for the time being. Looking at the gold coins and equipment on the ground, Xiao Han didn't bend down to pick them up immediately, because it would waste a lot of time. Since someone is already in charge of this matter, let's leave it to the people behind to handle it. Bending down to dig out the ice soul spirit crystal in the body of the ice crystal fairy, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "Let me go to the front first. There may be ice sculptures in the depths. We still need to continue to clean them up." "Well, let's go." Zhan Tian nodded and responded, raising his feet and running wildly into the depths of the dead cave. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters. Just when it reached the limit distance for the ice crystal fairy to summon ice monsters, many crystal blue ice sculptures were erected in the ice cave. Again. But at the same time, 2 forks appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. The fork to the right was densely packed with all kinds of ice sculptures, while the fork to the left was empty with nothing. Zhan Tian had to stop and frowned and asked, "What should we do? Which way should we go?" #C1223 The Chosen One. When you come across a fork in the road, it is of course important to make a choice. However, without a map of the Dead Silence Cave, no one knows how to choose. Yijian Zhuifeng hesitated for a moment, looked at the cave full of ice sculptures and said in a deep voice, "There are ice sculptures here, so we should go this way." "That's not necessarily true." Bai Qingxue shook her head and said seriously, "On the contrary, I think this cave with nothing in it looks more dangerous. And the ice cave here looks like it should meander downwards. More importantly, judging from the name of this map, this side is more in line with the name of the Dead Silence Cave." "Oh my, is it so troublesome to choose a direction?" Zhan Tian flipped his hand and took out a gold coin, and continued to say with a pained face, "How about we guess the front and back? If the front side appears, we will go to the cave on the right. But if the back side appears in the end, don't worry about it anymore, just go to the cave on the left. In fact, even if you choose the wrong one, it doesn't matter. The worst thing is to fight back again." No need. Xiao Han shook his head gently, and continued with a smile. Give me a few minutes, I can judge which way to go. So, you have a way? Bai Qingshua's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, Then wait a while anyway, there is still this time. Bang! Just as the voice fell, the ground under his feet suddenly shook slightly, and, at the same time there was a dull crash from the cave on the left. This time it was not just Xiao Han who heard it. Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, and Yijian Juefeng, who were standing at the entrance of the cave, also noticed it, even though the sound was not very clear, combined with the vibration under their feet. Several people immediately said in unison, There seems to be movement over there. Yeah. Xiao Han nodded and said in a deep voice, There is no need to argue now. The cave on the left should be the right one. I just don't know what is causing this vibration. Hey, let's go in and take a look. Zhan Tian chuckled, but did not act rashly. Instead, he turned to look at Xiao Han and waited for him to make a decision. After all, this place is still very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may not even have a chance to escape and will die. Here, although he has 100 times the damage, he does not have 100 times the damage immunity, so you need to be careful about everything. Otherwise, with his perverted attack, even the Emperor-level boss is capable of killing him in a single fight. Looking at the empty ice cave, Zhan Tian's eyes flickered, and he asked in a deep voice, Brother Han Xiao, do we want to go in? Of course we go in. Xiao Han replied with a serious look and continued, But before we go in we have to make some preparations. What equipment? Yijian Juefeng looked at the dense ice sculptures in another mine cave and asked in a deep voice, Shouldn't we continue digging holes? Yeah. Xiao Han nodded and continued, There should be no time to clean up the ice sculptures in the ice cave on the right. But if there is still an ice crystal fairy in the ice cave on the left, it might be will wake them all up. So for safety reasons we must not only continue to dig ice caves that can be blocked, but also leave someone here to watch. Once there is any abnormality here, we must notify us immediately. That's no problem. Bai Qingxue said softly, and continued, Anyway, even if I go with you, I can't help much, so I'll just stay here and watch. Well, I don't seem to be able to help either. Yijian Juefeng waved the pickaxe in his hand and said with a smile, As for digging holes, leave it to me. The few people discussed it and made a decision quickly. Boom! At this time, a dull crash sound came from the ice cave on the left again, and the ground under their feet was shaking slightly. Xiao Han and Zhan Tian looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they dodged and rushed into the ice cave. The speed of the two people running was not fast. In this completely unfamiliar place, it is better to be careful after all. However, there was no shelter in the ice cave. Even though their speed was not fast, they ran nearly 10 kilometers in more than 10 minutes. Haha, old ghost Tan, you can't stop me. If you surrender now, I can give you eternal life. Even though Zhan Tian's hearing is not good, he can now clearly hear the voice coming from the depths of the ice cave. His eyes condensed, and he asked in a deep voice, Brother Han Xiao, what is talking inside? I don't know. Xiao Han shook his head and said solemnly, But judging from the sound, it should be some kind of abyss monster sealed here. Just like the Abyss Blood Emperor who was suppressed under the demon ceiling tower. But the Abyss monster suppressed here should be more powerful, and it may be an Emperor-level boss. Emperor-level? Zhan Tian was shocked and asked quickly, The boss above the Emperor is the Emperor. How do you know? You haven't encountered it before. No, I just heard about it. Xiao Han stared at the depths of the ice cave and continued to explain, Next, we must be careful, we must be ready to escape at any time. The Emperor-level Abyss Blood Emperor is difficult to deal with, and the Emperor-level boss is expected to be even more difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, you may be killed instantly. So if there is anything wrong, you must turn around and run away immediately and figure out the situation here first. I know, Jean Tian replied in a low voice, with a solemn look in his eyes. He was still very wary of this place. After all, a group of leader-level ice crystal demon wolves could force them to flee in embarrassment, so no matter how careful they were, it was not excessive. Boom! At this time, another dull collision came, and the ground under his feet trembled more violently. Xiao Han's ears moved slightly, and he thought to himself, judging from the sound, the place where the collision sound came from should be less than 2 kilometers away from here. I want to see what is causing the trouble. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and he continued to run quickly into the depths of the ice cave. After a while, they ran to the end of the ice cave. A milky white light shield just covered the end of the ice cave, blocking their way. Through the light shield, you can clearly see that there is a huge underground space under your feet, and there is also a milky white lake with no visible edge. In the lake, there are countless ice crystal fairies. At the same time, in the lake, there are also densely packed ice sculptures of various kinds, the total number of which is at least more than 100,000. In the center of the lake, there is also a small island made entirely of floating ice with a few ice sculptures over 10 meters tall vaguely on it. Even if it is hundreds of meters away, you can still feel a strong pressure. At this time, a sigh suddenly came from the island. Hey, the chosen one has finally appeared, and the next reincarnation is about to begin again.
Almohadilla C1224 Tan Yuntian.
As the two appeared at the end of the ice cave, the ice crystal fairy in the lake immediately became agitated.
La.
Through the light shield, Xiao Han could also hear them chanting loudly. When the silencing effect appeared again, the ice sculptures began to wake up. Damn! So many? While cursing, Xiao Han turned around and ran without hesitation. Although he was very curious about the words of the Chosen One, he did not dare to joke with his life. And Jean Tian, who was standing next to him, reacted even faster than him, and had already run 100 meters away. But at this time, the slightly old voice continued to whisper, "Don't be afraid, they can't get out. Can't get out." Hearing this voice, Xiao Han immediately stopped, and at the same time, remembered the information revealed by the previous roar. Not surprisingly, the person who spoke should be the so-called old ghost.
Tan.
There was also a milky white light shield at the end of the ice cave, which immediately made him feel a little relieved. He hurriedly shouted to the island, "Senior, do you need help?" "Oh, you are thoughtful." The old voice sounded again and continued, "But with your current strength, you can't provide me with any help. It's very dangerous here. You are all chosen people. You should go back quickly. No matter who dies here, it will be an unbearable loss for mankind, so there is no need to help. Chosen One." At this time, Jean Tian, who was 100 meters away, ran again, came back, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Senior, what do you mean by the Chosen One?" Alas, the so-called Chosen One is the pride of heaven who was born to meet the calamity. The old figure sighed and continued, "I think you should have discovered it. I am very different from ordinary people, and in the future you will also mourn the pillar that becomes the sky to resist the invasion of the demons. So at this time you must not die here. The seal here is still strong now. Even if it continues to persist for another 10 or 8 years, there should be no problem." Boom! 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 The moment the voice fell, a violent collision suddenly came from under the island made of floating ice. At the same time, those ice sculptures more than 10 meters high also emitted dazzling light, as if suppressing the monsters under the island together. Even though the collision was so fierce, the previous rampant voice did not continue to appear. Boom! 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 Feeling the trembling under his feet, Xiao Han's eyes flickered. But he thought to himself, "Won't the seal here only last for a year?" Thinking so in his heart, He thought about it for a while and understood what this meant. After all, this place is very dangerous, and the old ghost Tan on the island should be one of the few remaining masters of mankind. And he and Zhang Tian are the so-called chosen people, and they will become the pillars of the sky against the abyss demons in the future, so they should not want them to take risks here. But in fact, they have no way out. After all, once the suppressed abyss monster breaks through this seal, it will be even more difficult to kill it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han immediately said in a deep voice, "Senior, I know that the seal here can only last for a year at most, so you don't have to lie to us. If you need any help, just tell us directly. You just said that we are all chosen by God. Although our current strength is not too strong, our combat effectiveness is not too weak. We have even killed 2 Emperor-level abyss monsters. How is this possible?" The old voice sounded again, full of disbelief. "You are just a general. How can you kill an Emperor-level abyss monster?" "Senior, this is true. We won't joke about such things." Feeling that the other party seemed to be unconvinced, Xiao Han hurriedly explained, "There is a demon sealing tower in Stormwind City. I wonder if you have heard of it." "Yes," the old voice responded and continued, "I know the demon sealing tower, and I also know that there is indeed an Emperor-level Abyss Blood Emperor suppressed in it. You don't want to say that the Abyss Blood Emperor was killed by you. Even in ancient times, the ancestors could not do anything about it. They could only use the meteorite stone to build a demon sealing tower and suppress it underneath. Young man, it's not a good habit to brag." Boom! 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 As the conversation continued, violent collisions continued to sound, and at the same time, the ice sculptures in the lake also woke up, roaring and summoning ice blades, ice arrows, and ice cones. But a light shield blocked in front of them so that Xiao Han and Zhang Tian didn't have to worry about any harm. So the two of them still stood calmly at the entrance of the cave and explained loudly, "Senior, we won't brag about this kind of thing. That Abyss Blood Emperor is indeed difficult to kill, but we have the Bloodthirsty Stone. After setting up the 3 Spirits Bloodthirsty Formation, it only took a few days to kill it." 3 Spirits Bloodthirsty Formation? The old voice was stunned for a moment and asked quickly, "So, you know Lu Yen?" Lu Yen. Xiao Han was also stunned for a moment, and couldn't help asking, "Senior, how do you know that this 3 Spirits Bloodthirsty Formation was set up by her?" "Oh, it's really her." The old voice chuckled and continued happily, "My name is Tan Yuntian. Lu Yen should be very familiar with this name."
Tan Yuntian.
Xiao Han muttered, but his brows couldn't help but frown deeply. He suddenly felt as if he had heard this name somewhere. "But now I can't remember it. After being silent for a while, I still couldn't remember where I had heard this name, so I stopped worrying and continued, "Senior, now you believe that we didn't lie to you. It is our duty to kill the abyss demons. So if you need any help, you can tell us directly. Maybe we can help." "Hey, you can't help me." Tan Yuntian sighed and continued, "Even if Lu Yen is called over, you still can't help me. When you saw the ice crystal demon just now, you turned around and ran away, without any hesitation. If it wasn't blocked by the light curtain, he might have been killed. Even if I want you to help me, you can't even get close to the island, so how can you help me?" "Hey!" Xiao Han sighed and said with a depressed face, "Actually, the ice crystal demons are not difficult to deal with. We can kill them all in minutes. But the banshee song of the ice crystal enchantress is really disgusting. All skills have been silenced, which has reduced our strength by at least 50%. I wonder if the seniors can do anything about it. If you have all the skills at your disposal, it shouldn't be too hard to kill them all." "Silence," Tan Yuntian whispered, and continued, "Immunity to silence is actually not too difficult, but with your strength it should still be impossible." #C1225 Ice Spirit Stone Milk. Hearing this answer, the The two of them were immediately delighted. But Tan Yuntian seemed to be sure that they couldn't do it, so he didn't directly tell them this method. But after finally knowing this information, Xiao Han would not give up easily, and hurriedly asked, "You have to tell us whether you can do it or not." "Oh, forget it." Tan Yuntian sighed and continued, "You little guys, relying on your extraordinary talents, will not give up so easily. It's too dangerous here, you should go back. But I can also promise you that if you can improve your strength to the level of an 8th level professional within a year, I will tell you this method. If after a year you don't have to come here, and I guess I won't be here by then. Senior Tan, please think about it again." Xiao Han still didn't give up and continued to ask, "In fact, you saw it just now. The moment we saw the ice crystal demon, we immediately turned around and ran away. So we have a clear understanding of our own strength. If the method you said is really very dangerous, we won't risk our lives to do it." "Hee hee. I almost forgot." Tan Yuntian chuckled and continued, "You two little guys are very cautious. You really don't have the emotion of not knowing the height of the world, because of your strong strength. In fact, this method is also very simple. I believe you should have seen that. The color of the lake water is a little abnormal." "Yes, it is indeed abnormal." Xiao Han nodded and replied, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately asked, "Do you mean that as long as you drink this lake water, you can be immune to the silencing effect?" "How can it be so simple?" Tan Yuntian chuckled and continued, "This is diluted ice spirit stone milk, but there is no way to be immune to the silencing effect. If you can take away 10 buckets, you should be able to concentrate a drop. Only such ice spirit stone milk can be immune to the silencing effect of the Banshee's song, and the number of ice crystal demons in it is more than 1,000,000. Now, do you still want to rush in? Ice spirit stone milk?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, but his face was a little ugly. If he rushed in now, he would be killed instantly. At this time, all the ice crystal demons in the lake have been attracted and almost covered the entire light shield. So the lake and the island in the lake are now completely invisible. And it is even more impossible to get the lake water, which is no different from seeking death. Boom! 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 The ground under his feet is still shaking, but Xiao Han frowned deeply. He didn't want to give up, but he didn't dare to rush in directly. "Go back." At this time, the old voice sounded again. "When you have the strength of an 8th level professional, you should be able to force your way in. Since you know you can't do it, don't waste time here. In fact, even if you come in, your help to me is extremely limited. At most, you can only help clear the ice crystal demons here and extend the suppression effect of the seal for a few more months. Instead of doing this, it is better to seize the time to practice. No matter when strength is the root of everything." "Well, you are right." Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he continued, "In that case, let's go back first. But don't worry, I will come back within a year." "Forget it. It's better not to come back," Tan Yuntian said softly and continued, "The big guys below have remembered your breath. After returning, find a way to get some breath-retaining pills, otherwise you will be found. And you must remember that before you become an 8th level professional, you must not appear in front of it, otherwise you will not even have a chance to escape." 8th level professional? Intermediate war god?
Xiao Han muttered softly,
and nodded quickly and said, "A lot. We remember it. Take care of yourself here. 1 year, I will definitely come back within a year." After that, he didn't say anything more. There was definitely no way to get the lake water, so he simply didn't drag it out, turned around and ran in the direction he came from. Zhan Tian saw this and quickly chased after him. He asked unwillingly, "Brother Han Xiao, why did you give up just like that?" "What else?" Xiao Han asked back, and then continued, "How many ice crystal fairies have you seen just now? Do you have a way to get the lake water?" Zhan Tian paused, smiled bitterly and said, You have no way, so how can I have a way? It's just that I have wasted so much effort. But now I have returned empty-handed. I am still a little unwilling. Heh. Returned empty-handed? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. That's not necessarily true. Maybe we have to come back in a while. We have to come back? Zhang Tian was stunned again, confused, and quickly asked, Do you have other ways? Hey, I do have some ideas in my mind. Xiao Han chuckled and squinted his eyes and said, But I can't be sure now. I need to test it to know. As they said, both of them had run more than 200 meters away, and the silence effect was invalid again. Xiao Han's figure just flashed and appeared 200 meters away, and then flashed again, leaving Zhang Tian far behind. On the way back, there was no need to be cautious anymore. Xiao Han's speed increased to the extreme in an instant. The journey of more than 10 kilometers only took less than 3 minutes. Bang! 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 At this time, a crisp knocking sound came. Yijian Juefeng had already dug an ice cave more than 1 meter deep, and was still digging at the same time. When Xiao Han saw him, he still had no intention of stopping and passed by Qingxue again. While running at full speed, he soon reached the edge of a pool of water. Tick-tock! As the milky white water droplets dripped from a stalactite above the ice cave, circles of ripples spread across the pool. Xiao Han looked at the stalactites and whispered, I wonder if the liquid in this pool is diluted ice spirit stone milk. As he spoke, his eyes flashed slightly, and at the same time he turned over his hand and took out a white porcelain bottle, stretched out his hand and placed the mouth of the bottle under the stalactite. Tick-tock! At this time, a drop of milky white liquid happened to drip down from the stalactite. At the same time, there was a system prompt that rang in my ears. Ding, you get a drop of ice crystal milk with 1% purity, which triggers a 100-fold reward, and you get a drop of ice spirit stone milk with 1% purity. Hashtag C1226 ice spirit stone milk. 2. The 100-fold reward did not disappoint Xiao Han. Although the water drops dripping from the stalactites were not the ice spirit milk that was immune to the silence effect, he still got what he wanted after the improvement. Tick! Another drop of liquid fell, and Xiao Han looked down at the pool at his feet, and took out a pottery jar the size of a human head. As the pottery jar was filled with milky white liquid, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you get a can of 1 per 1,000 pure ice crystal milk, triggering a 100-fold. Reward, you get a can of 1 per 1,000 concentration ice spirit milk. Such a system prompt made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, but he didn't care too much. Although the ice spirit milk in the pool was only 1 per 1,000 pure, it could be used as long as it was purified. Thinking that he could be immune to the silence effect of the ice crystal enchantress, his eyes lit up again. Although there were millions of ice crystal demons in the lake, he could clean them up in minutes as long as he could use his skills at will. Hey! With a somewhat excited laugh, Xiao Han took out more than a dozen pottery jars and filled them with the milky white liquid in the pool. At this time, Zhang Tian by Qingxue and Yijian Juefeng also ran over. Seeing Xiao Han using a pottery jar to scoop liquid from the pool, Zhang Tian's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked excitedly, What are you doing? Is there also ice spirit stone milk in this? As he said, he did not hesitate and also took out a black pottery jar, scooped a can without hesitation, but then his face was stunned, and he continued, No, this is just ice crystal stone milk. Didn't Senior Tan Yuntian say it just now? You must use ice spirit stone milk to be immune to the silencing effect of ice crystal fairy. What's the point of scooping this ice crystal stone milk? Hey, who said it's useless? Xiao Han chuckled without explaining that the liquid he scooped out was actually different from what they scooped out. Because of the 100-fold reward, there is actually no way to explain this. But he would definitely need the ice spirit stone milk in a while, so he smiled and explained, There is only one word difference between ice crystal Stone milk and ice spirit stone milk. Go back and purify it. Maybe you can barely be immune to the silencing effect of ice crystal demon. Even if it can only be immune for a short 3 or 5 seconds, it is enough for us to kill all the millions of ice crystal demons in the lake. Now besides this method, do you have any other way? Ah! Jean Tian sighed with a depressed face, and continued. There is really no other good way. It seems that we can only try this. Then you wait for me here for a while. Xiao Han scooped another can of ice spirit stone milk and put it into the space ring, and continued. I will go back and purify it, and come over later. After speaking, he raised his foot and ran towards the teleportation array. Seeing this, Bai Qingxue hurriedly shouted, Teleport directly to Baihe City. I will have someone prepare a medicine room for you. Got it. Xiao Han responded, and his figure disappeared from sight after a few flashes. At this time, Yijin Juefeng asked curiously, What happened to you just now? In there. And that ice spirit stone milk, can it really be immune to the silence effect? I don't know. Jean Tian shook his head gently and continued. At the end of the dead cave, there are not only millions of ice crystal demons but also a senior named Tan Yuntian. He also told us that the ice crystal stone milk can be immune to the silence effect. As for whether it works or not, I'm not sure, but judging from the feeling, it should still be worthy of trust.
Tan Yuntian.
Bai Qingxue whispered, frowning, and asked, Then what is the situation of the millions of ice crystal demons you just mentioned? Bai Qingxue and Yijin Juefeng were very curious about the situation in the depths of the dead cave. Now that Xiao Han has returned, Jean Tian explained everything he encountered inside to them. However, he did not say the news about the Chosen One. Now, he can probably guess that Han Xiao probably also drew a talent skill book before entering the game. If nothing unexpected happens, it is probably related to the hundredfold. However, Han Xiao did not say what the hundredfold is, so he had no way to guess. In addition to Yanhua, there are also such people in Fusang, Ximing, Ross, and Navi. According to the information revealed now, in addition to Ross's hundredfold strength, Fusang has already appeared with a hundredfold agility, and Ximing has a hundredfold intelligence. As for Nasix, it is said that there is also a hundredfold physical strength. And these people should all be the chosen ones. The seals in the game world have gradually loosened, and perhaps in the near future, the abyss demons will emerge from the ground again. At that time, they will probably have to shoulder the responsibility of being born as the chosen ones. So there is no need to leak such information for the time being, otherwise if the abyss demons know it, it may lead to endless pursuit. As for the abyss monsters suppressed under the iceberg, although they have remembered their breath, at least in the next year, there is definitely no way to escape. And if we wait a little longer, Xiao Han's ice spirit stone milk should have been refined. Once I can enter the island, I think it will be able to help. Then I will find a way to strengthen the seal. The three of them were talking and walking towards the teleportation array. After a while, I saw the spar on the third-level teleportation array lighting up again, and an unusually familiar figure also appeared on the teleportation array out of thin air, holding several porcelain bottles in his hand with a happy look on his face. Seeing him like this, the three of them immediately understood. Jean Tian quickly asked, How is it? Is the purification successful? Xiao Han responded with joy on his face, threw the porcelain bottle in his hand, and said with a smile, Fortunately, I'm pretty lucky. But 2 cans of cryolite milk can only purify 1 drop. It's good to have a drop. Jean Tian took the porcelain bottle and said with excitement, Let's go over now and see what's sealed under that Iceland. Yes. Xiao Han nodded, raised his feet and ran towards the depths of the ice cave. The few people were not slow, and soon they arrived at the edge of the pool, where they had just scooped out the cryolite milk. Bai Qingxue immediately stopped and said loudly, Wait a minute, I will scoop out some cryolite milk. This is a good thing. Maybe it can be used in the future. Scoop the shit. Jean Tian didn't stop and continued with disdain. Didn't I just say that? There is a lake at the end of the ice cave which is full of more effective ice spirit stone milk. We can go straight in later. Even if we scoop up this cryolite milk, you may not be able to appreciate it later, and we may have to pour it all out. That's right. Bai Qingxue responded and stopped worrying about the cryolite milk. The group of people immediately started running wildly in the ice cave. In just a few minutes, the milky white mask appeared in front of me again. Hashtag C1227 I want you to die. After being separated by more than 200 meters, several people stopped. After all, the ice crystal demon's ice blades, ice cones, and ice arrows are all long-range attack skills. If all the ice sculptures were awakened before entering, they might be killed instantly. After all, the number of ice sculptures in the lake is as high as 1,000,000. So it doesn't hurt to be cautious. Boom! 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 At this time, the dull sound of collision was clearly audible, and at the same time, there was a rampant laugh shouting, "Old Ghost Tan, you don't let me talk to them, are you afraid? Hey, the chosen one. So what? Even 7,000 years ago, there were chosen ones who betrayed mankind. Only by following me can they obtain eternal life. The Jiuan soul refining formation is about to collapse, and you dare to forcibly mobilize its power to suppress me. At most another half a year, this damn formation can't trap me." The rampant laughter continued to come from the depths of the ice cave, making the faces of several people suddenly change. Because even if they were more than 200 meters apart, they all felt a sense of panic. But no matter what the suppressed monster said, Tan Yuntian on the ice island still didn't speak. It seems that every extra word will consume more energy. The few people looked at each other, and Xiao Han said directly, "Wait here. For a while, I will go to clean up the ice crystal demons first. While they are not awake yet, we can catch them off guard." "Yes," Bai Qingxue responded, and hurriedly said, "Then be careful. If it is too dangerous, don't be stubborn. Just retreat directly." "Don't worry," Xiao Han replied confidently, and then his figure flashed and he passed through the milky white light at the end of the ice cave and appeared above the lake. "Yo! Yo! Yo!" The next second, the chanting sounded from the lake, and at the same time, bursts of sounds like glass breaking also sounded together. The ice sculptures that seemed like dead objects also began to wake up in the singing. Nonsense! At this time, an anxious voice shouted from the island 1,000 meters away. "Why don't you listen to others' advice and rush here to die? Don't you want to live? You are not allowed to come in or out. I've already told you that the number of ice crystal demons in this lake has exceeded 1,000,000. Why did you come in anyway? Hee hee." The crazy laughter also came from Iceland, and he continued, "This is not
Suicide.
as long as you are willing to surrender to me, the ice crystal demon will not attack him. And those who are demonized by me will also gain eternal life. Little brother, do you want to consider it? If you can kill old Ghost Tan and destroy the formation here, I can agree to whatever you want." "Oh really?" Xiao Han's eyes flashed, seeing that the awakened ice crystal demon below did not attack him. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. On the other side of Iceland, a rampant voice immediately said, "Of course, as long as you can destroy the formation here, I can do whatever you want. Whether it is the most beautiful woman in the world, an extremely rare god, level technique, or becoming the ruler of a country, it is not difficult for me. Hee hee, so powerful." Xiao Han grinned and chuckled and said with a face full of longing, "Then I want you to die. I don't know if you can do it. You are looking for death." The monster that was played with and suppressed under Iceland immediately shouted loudly with anger, "Kill him for me! Roar! Roar! Roar!" At this time, the thunderous roar immediately rose from the lake, and countless ice cones, ice blades, and ice arrows were summoned. However, after drinking the ice spirit stone milk, the silencing effect of the ice crystal fairy no longer worked on him. So now Xiao Han has no fear at all. He shouted to Iceland, "I didn't come here to die because I don't think I have a long life. For me, I can clean up these ice crystal demons in a few minutes." As he said that, a pair of blood-colored wings suddenly appeared behind him. Just a slight shake, a 7-digit damage value appeared on his head. But at the same time, the blood rain instantly covered the entire underground space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the summoned ice blades, ice arrows, and ice cones began to shoot into the sky. However, their number is far less than that of the blood rain. As they started to shoot, the blood rain also dripped down at a faster speed. Snap, snap, snap. In the sound of the dripping collision, although countless blood rains were shattered by ice blades, ice arrows, and ice cones, but the blood rain still passed through their gaps and hit the ice crystal demons below. Blood-colored damage values exceeding tens of millions also rose from the lake surface in an instant, and in just a blink of an eye the lake surface was dyed red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time the ice arrows, ice blades, and ice cones that were a step slower had also shot over. Xiao Han had an idea in his mind, and he used the death immunity that he had obtained under the 3-second invincibility. Yang, yang, yang. The dense collision sound rang in his ears, and a series of immunities also emerged from Xiao Han's head. At the same time, the use of death immunity did not interrupt the blood rain. Snap, snap, snap. Raindrops continued to fall from the sky, and after only 3 seconds, the dense ice crystal demons disappeared without a trace. Amid the continuous system prompts, equipment, gold coins, materialization, talismans, skill books, and other things were also exploded. In some places, they were even piled up into a small hill of golden light. At this time, there was no ice crystal demon in sight. The underground cave, with a radius of more than 10,000 square meters also became quiet again. Xiao Han flapped his wings gently and then put away the blood-colored wings. After all, continuing to release blood rain will continue to consume health points. Even with the rejuvenation stunt on the flaming gold scale armor, it can't withstand such consumption. At this time, a sudden exclamation broke the calm of the underground space, and shouted in disbelief, "Fuck! This is possible?" Roar. But at the same time there was also an angry roar from Iceland. Crash. As the sound rang out, the lake water immediately began to boil, and on both sides of the iceberg 1,000 meters away, ice sculptures more than 10 meters high immediately rose up. On the left was an enlarged version of the ice crystal fairy, and on the right was a black behemoth. Crack, crack, crack. At this time they also heard a sound like ice breaking, and at the same time, the black behemoth had opened its blood-red pupils and looked over with murderous intent. #C1228 Dark Behemoth King and Ice Queen. Seeing this, Xiao Han's heart stomped, but at the same time, a gleam of light flashed in his pupils, and a set of data suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes. Dark Behemoth King, Emperor level? HP? Attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Amidst a series of question marks, Xiao Han's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't expect that, in addition to the monsters suppressed under the ice lake, there were other monsters in this lake. The enlarged version of the ice crystal fairy on the other side also looked very unusual, but at this time he had no time to use the detection technique to detect its properties and hurriedly shouted to the cave entrance, "Emperor boss, both of you come in quickly. Kaka, kaka, kaka." And the moment the voice fell, the sound like glass breaking became more and more dense. Roar. The Dark Behemoth King was the first to break free from the ice, and at the same time stretched out his hand to grab the lake, and a piece of ice with a diameter of more than 1 meter was dug out from the bottom of the lake. Then he swung his arms violently, and the ice shot out like a cannonball. Fuck! Xiao Han didn't dare to take such an attack, and quickly dodged to the side, and the ice also brushed his back and hit the ice wall behind him. Boom! In the violent collision, the ice with a diameter of 1 meter shattered into ice debris. But at this time, the dark behemoth king still didn't give up. While running quickly towards the side, it stretched its arm into the bottom of the lake again and dug out another piece of ice. Whoosh! As the ice shot out again, the harsh whistling sound of the wind also sounded in his ears. Xiao Han quickly took a few steps in the air and nimbly dodged the shooting of the ice. Bang! 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 At this time, dense footsteps came from the ice cave, and the fastest arrow, chasing the wind, had already rushed over from the other side of the light shield. While standing in the air, the longbow in his hand had been pulled open with force. Whoosh! 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 3 red arrows burning with flames had already pulled out long tail flames, whistling towards the dark behemoth king. At the same time, Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue rushed out from the other side of the light shield without any order. Aha! There are really 2. Having had the experience of hunting the emperor boss twice, Zhan Tian couldn't help laughing and shouted loudly, "Brother Han Xiao, which one should we kill first?" La! 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 The moment the voice fell, he had no time to be happy, and the chanting sound came from 1,000 meters away, and the 3 people who had just rushed into the cave seemed to have their wings broken in an instant, and they immediately lost the ability to float and fell directly to the lake. Damn! Is that an emperor-level ice crystal fairy? While cursing, Zhan Tian immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. I thought that all the ice crystal fairies in the lake had been killed, but now there is still one, and judging from the size, it seems to be an emperor-level ice crystal fairy. He quickly took out a white porcelain bottle and shouted loudly, "Brother Han Xiao, the ice spirit stone milk can only last for 10 seconds. It's impossible to kill it in such a short time." "I know," Xiao Han said solemnly, and at the same time looked at the ice crystal fairy over there, and at the same time another gleam of light flashed from his black pupils, and a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor level? HP? Attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? It was also a series of question marks, but it was certain that the enlarged version of the Ice Crystal Fairy was an Emperor-level boss. Whoosh! At this time, another ice block shot out from a distance, and Xiao Han quickly dodged to the side. La! 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 But suddenly, the chanting of the Ice Crystal Queen suddenly became high-pitched, and the air step she was using was instantly interrupted. The whistling ice block instantly hit Xiao Han. A huge white immune immediately emerged from the top of its head, but the ice block with a diameter of more than 1 meter still carried Xiao Han's body and crashed towards the ice wall. Boom! In the silent collision sound, the secondary damage caused by the ice block instantly caused a blood-red damage value of more than 10 million to appear on Xiao Han's head. The first time, there was also a passive invincible skill to save his life. But the Siming stunt can only be triggered once within 180 seconds. With the broken ice all over the sky, shooting in all directions like bullets, Xiao Han's body also slid down from the ice wall. Snap! 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 Almost at the same time, Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, and Yijin Juefeng also fell into the lake. But when they saw Xiao Han was killed instantly, they were all stunned. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and the dark behemoth king, 1,000 meters away, took out a piece of crystal blue ice from the bottom of the lake, and with a wave of his arm, he smashed it towards Yijin Juefeng, who was holding a longbow. At this time, Yijin Juefeng also wanted to dodge. But all skills have been silenced, and the density of this milky white lake water is also higher than that of ordinary lake water, so it is very difficult to swim. Whoosh! In the whistling wind, He was hit by the ice before he could swim to a safe place, and a blood-colored damage value immediately appeared on his head, and he was killed instantly just like Xiao Han. At this time, Bai Qingxue saw the dark behemoth king dig out another block of ice with a diameter of more than 1 meter from the bottom of the lake. Although her face was very ugly, her eyes were still calm. At the same time, she turned her head to look at the Ice Crystal Queen and whispered, "Ice Spirit Stone Milk can obviously be immune to the 10-second silence effect. And with Han Zhao's ability, he can obviously easily dodge the attack of ice cubes. Why was he still hit? Is it possible that the Emperor-level Banshee Song can no longer be immune to it with only Ice Spirit Stone Milk?" Swoosh! At this time, another block of ice whistled towards Zhang Tian, but he raised his hand to pour the liquid in the porcelain bottle into his mouth, and then his figure flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. And the next second, he appeared next to the light shield on the other side of the ice cave. Less than 3 seconds after entering, Han Xiao died, and Yijian Juefeng also died. There was no point in staying any longer, so he raised his foot and rushed into the ice cave. Bang! But it was easy to get in, but it was not so easy to get out. A huge elastic force suddenly appeared on the light shield, and it was instantly bounced out. Hee hee. A wild laugh came from Iceland, and he continued to shout with pride, "Since you are here, don't leave. I haven't even made a move yet, and 2 chosen people died here. This time I'll see how humans can resist. When I break free from this damn seal, I want the human race to completely disappear from this world." #C1229 Resurrection 1. Above the lake, Zhang Tian's face looked very ugly. Although he was temporarily immune to the silence effect, he knew that this state could not last long. In a few seconds at most, he might be killed instantly like Han Xiao and Yijian Juefeng. After all, Ice Spirit Stone Milk is only immune to it for 10 seconds. Whoosh! At this time, another lump of ice hit this side, and Zhang Tian quickly dodged to the side. The crystal blue ice cubes also whizzed past, hit the ice wall behind them heavily, and exploded into ice fragments all over the sky. But at the same time, Zhang Tian also felt that the power of floating under his feet suddenly disappeared. His face suddenly changed and he shouted loudly, "Damn! It's only 3 seconds. It's over now." Although the Ice Spirit Stone Milk is still useful, it only lasts 3 seconds. "Hey! Why do you want to come back?" Seeing Zhang Tian also falling towards the lake, Tan Yuntian sighed helplessly, and said in a deep voice, "I have told you several times not to come back. Why do you have to come back?" Yeah. Rampant laughter sounded again, and he continued with satisfaction. "Why else? Human nature has not changed after all, and it is still an inferior race that does not know the heights of the world. Old guy, I advise you to give up. As long as you let me out, I guarantee that I can leave some fire for mankind, and not extinguish them all." "Oh!" A chuckle came from Iceland. Tan Yuntian's voice was full of disdain for the temptation of the abyss monster, and he seemed to have no trust in this promise. Click, click, click. At this time, the huge ice sculptures on Iceland once again showed cracks, and, at the same time, streams of blue energy continued to pour out from the 9 ice sculptures, and below Iceland, the rampant laughter was suppressed in an instant. The 9 nether soul refining array was forcibly mobilized, and Tan Yuntian shouted loudly, "In 10 seconds, I will forcefully open the seal, but you only have half a second, so you must seize the opportunity to escape. Never come to this place again from now on, and go find the Shiling Dan immediately after you go back. Before you become an 8th-level professional, you must not be found by the Abyss Demon Clan." Click, click, click. As he spoke, the 9 ice sculptures erected on Iceland immediately heard more intensive sounds of ice exploding. At this time, both Zhang Tian and Bai Gengxue understood. Tan Yuntian wanted to release them at the cost of destroying the Jiuan Soul refining array. Roar! Almost at the same time, Dark King Behemoth roared angrily and once again took out a lump of crystal blue ice from the bottom of the lake. Careful. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingxue immediately reminded her loudly, and at the same time, she brought a white porcelain bottle close to her mouth, and Ong Tian drank the liquid inside. The ice spirit stone milk was swallowed, and the silencing effect of the Banshee's song immediately disappeared. Whoosh! At this time, the ice cubes in the hands of Dark Behemoth King were already roaring and hitting Zhan Tian, who had fallen into the lake. He was paddling hard through the lake, but it was obviously too late. Benita! Suddenly there was a loud shout, and Bai Qingxue shouted at the top of her lungs, "Save Zhan Tian! Don't let him die here!" Roar! The moment the silence effect disappeared, the frost dragon was immediately summoned. With an angry roar, the dragon tail glowing with crystal blue light immediately drew towards the ice. Boom! With the violent impact, the ice exploded instantly, and a damage value exceeding 9 digits immediately emerged from Benita's head. At the same time, the dragon's claws, glowing with cold light, immediately grabbed Zhan Tian in the lake. Then he flapped his wings fiercely and flew dozens of meters into the air. Bai Qingxue, who was floating in the air, also flashed and appeared on Benita's back in an instant. Frost dragon! A slightly unexpected sound came from Iceland. Tan Yuntian did not expect that things would take such a turn, and the ice sculpture that cracked at a rapid speed also stopped immediately. Roar! At this time, Dark Behemoth King Ong Tian roared angrily, once again dug out a lump of ice with a diameter of more than 1 meter from the bottom of the lake, raised his hand and smashed it like a giant frost dragon. But the distance between the two sides is at least 300 meters. Benita's wings just flapped slightly, and she dodged the ice attack with great agility. Whoosh! 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 But the Dark King Behemoth standing in the lake did not give up. One after another, he kept throwing ice cubes at the giant frost dragon. But no matter how hard he hit it, none of it could hit. La! 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 At this time, the chanting continued. Although the frost dragon was unable to use skills, she had a pair of wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, and was born with the ability to fly. Seeing the ice cubes constantly passing around the frost dragon's body, Bai Qingxue's eyes froze slightly. After 3 seconds passed, the skill was silenced again. Although Xiao Han has been killed, Zhan Tian, who attacked the pervert, is still alive. They have no chance at all to kill these 2 Emperor-level bosses. But the premise is that the Emperor-level Ice Queen must be killed first. Now that she was forced to have no way out, Bai Qingxue did not lack the courage to give it a try, and immediately shouted, "Benita, stay away from that other side. He is the king of land combat. He has no long-range attack capabilities and cannot fly either. Try to find an opportunity to attack the Ice Queen. Only by killing her first can we have a chance." "Okay, I know," Benita responded, although it was the first time she saw Behemoth. The memory passed down in her blood also made her know that she couldn't fight Behemoth head-on. Only by fully utilizing the advantage of flying can she defeat the Behemoth. Whoosh! At this time, another piece of ice came from below. She immediately flapped her wings lightly and began to consciously dodge towards the Ice Queen. After all, compared to the Dark Behemoth King, the Ice Queen, who was wearing revealing clothes, looked easier to bully. Although there was no skill blessing, Benita's speed was still not slow. In just over 10 seconds, the distance between her and the Ice Queen had been shortened to less than 200 meters. Roar! At the same time as Benita roared, the crystal blue wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters suddenly flapped violently, and the speed instantly soared by more than 50%. The huge dragon tail immediately whipped towards the Ice Queen. Yo! Although Benita's attack seemed unexpected, it was actually the only opponent in this underground space, so the Ice Queen's attention was always on the frost dragon. Seeing it coming, it quickly dodged and evaded the whip of the dragon's tail. with great agility. At the same time, the chanting with a silencing effect was immediately interrupted, and a piercing scream suddenly came out of its mouth, and a damage value of more than 10 million immediately floated out of Benita's head. At this time, not only Benita, but also Zhang Tian and Bai Qingxue on her body were not spared from such an attack, and something floated out of their heads. But fortunately, they were two white immunes. Obviously, both of them had equipment that automatically triggered the invincibility effect. Although both of them survived successfully, their faces were all gloomy and almost dripped with water. After all, next time, there will be no passive invincibility effect to resist this indiscriminate sound wave attack. What should we do? At this time, both of them were filled with despair and didn't know what to do. But they didn't notice that as the silencing effect disappeared, a figure slowly stood up at the place where Xiao Han died, and then quickly disappeared out of thin air. #C1230 Resurrection. 2. See Ming special skill because it does not need to consume energy, it can also be triggered even in the silence effect. However, the resurrection special skill on the Panlong Heart Mirror has never been effective because it is silenced. But as the chanting ended, the silence effect of the Banshee's song also disappeared, and the resurrection special skill immediately resurrected Xiao Han. Feeling that no one noticed this side, a layer of light mist instantly emerged on the surface of the body. The Yunyin special skill immediately made his figure completely gloomy. Roar! The dark behemoth king roared again.
Xiao Han looked at Benita carrying San
Tian and Bai Qingxue to escape away from the Ice Crystal Queen, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. This underground space seems to be very large, but in fact it is only about 3 to 5 kilometers long and wide. The length of the frost dragon is more than 30 meters, and it is actually a bit difficult to fight here. So he is still very wary of the sonic attack of the Ice Crystal Queen. Now that he has been resurrected, he has the ability to use the sealing technique to seal one of them and make an Emperor-level boss lose its combat effectiveness. Originally, the Dark Behemoth King was the best choice. After all, his attack was too abnormal. Even with 100% damage immunity, he couldn't stand it. If he was sealed and then killed, it shouldn't be difficult. The Emperor-level Ice Crystal Fairy is just an auxiliary Emperor boss. Even if it is not sealed, it is probably not too difficult to kill it. But now it can't be done. After all, among all people, Zhang Tian's output is the most important. But the indiscriminate sound wave attack of the Ice Crystal Queen, no matter Zhang Tian or Bai Qingxue, can't resist it once. If the two of them are killed instantly, he will die here. It seems that we have to call for support, he said softly, and seeing that the blood bar on the top of the frost dragon had been reduced by a little, Xiao Han looked at the body of Yi Jin Juefeng. Again, at this time, even if he had been killed, he hadn't run away. This place is too far from the Ice City. If I run back by myself, it will take at least half a day. And with such a long time, even if I teleport back, I can't help much. So I just stay and see what will happen next. Roar! In the lake, the roar is still ringing, and lumps of ice are constantly smashing towards the frost dragon. Boom! 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 The ice hits the ice wall heavily, making a dull sound. At this time, Xiao Han did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately sent a message to Bai Qingxue, asking her to lead the Ice Crystal Queen here. At the same time, he did not forget to send a message for help to Jiangzhe, asking him to put down everything in his hands and come to support him. Quickly. Roar! As the message was sent, the frost dragon immediately flew over here. Because the Ice Crystal Queen and the Dark Behemoth King are both Emperor-level boss, Xiao Han did not dare to approach them casually even in the invisible state. After all, when one's strength reaches this level, no one is easy to deal with. Just like the Abyss Blood Emperor who escaped from the Demon Sealing Tower, even if his strength has not yet recovered to its peak state, it is not so easy to seal him, let alone kill him. So now he needs to wait for the opportunity. Waiting for a chance to hit him with one blow and completely seal him. Run! Stay away from the Ice Crystal Queen. At this time, Bai Qingxue shouted in panic, pointing to the left and then to the right. It seems that she is running away aimlessly, but she has unknowingly started to approach this side. Hee, you are pretending well. After muttering to himself, Xiao Han's eyes immediately became solemn, and at the same time sent a message to Bai Qingxue, asking her to control the frost dragon to attack the Ice Crystal Queen. But at this moment, Bai Qingxue's face flashed a hint of hesitation, and then she immediately sent a message and asked, "If I attack it, I may be killed instantly by the sound wave. It's just one death. I will give you 10 Earth Spirit pills at that time." Knowing Bai Qingxue's worries, Xiao Han quickly explained, "This is part of the plan. Only your death can make the Ice Crystal Fairy relax her vigilance. And I have called the priest over, and I can revive you later. There is a ready-made teleportation array outside the ice cave. They can directly pass through. We can get here in 10 minutes at most." The moment the message was sent, Xiao Han immediately saw Bai Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up and then immediately shouted, "Since we can't survive, let's fight it. Fight for nothing." Seeing that Benita actually rushed towards the Ice Crystal Queen, Zhan Tian hurriedly shouted, "Indiscriminate sound wave attack. We will be killed instantly if we get close. Senior Tan, help me. Open the seal quickly. The Frost Queen and the Dark Behemoth King are too powerful. We are not their opponents." Crack, crack, crack. Seeing that another chosen person might die here in the next second. Even if Tan Yuntian didn't want to call on the power of the 9 Abyss Soul refining formation again, he still took action. Bursts of sounds like shattering glass sounded again from the ice cave. Damn! At this time, seeing Benita still rushing towards the Ice Queen, Zhan Tian shouted angrily, "Senior Tan has agreed to let you go. Why do you still want to commit suicide? It's just one death. What's the big deal?" Bai Qingxue controlled the frost dragon and immediately winked at Zhan Tianshi and pointed at the lake, signaling him to jump down. Although Zhan Tian didn't understand what this meant, he immediately jumped off the dragon's back, and at the same time he angrily cursed, "Fuck you, crazy woman." Plop! As soon as the voice fell, he also plunged into the lake. At the same time, the frost dragon had already carried Bai Qingxue and flew within 200 meters of the Ice Queen. Yo! A piercing scream sounded, and a blood-colored damage value of more than 1 million immediately emerged from Bai Qingxue's head. Without the invincible effect to resist the damage, she was instantly killed. As a pet, Benita also flashed and returned to the pet space in an instant. Roar! Killing another one, the Dark Behemoth King Ongtian roared, and immediately threw out another piece of ice, smashing it towards the place where Zhan Tian disappeared. The Ice Queen had already relaxed and also looked at the place where the figure disappeared. Now, the opportunity he had been waiting for finally appeared, and a cold light suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's eyes. At the same time, he raised his hand and poured another drop of ice spirit stone milk into his mouth to prevent any accidents. Then the rarely used space transfer was immediately used. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Ice Queen's chest. At the same time, the palm with the word "seal" printed on it also slapped it down. Without hesitation, snap! With a barely detectable sound, Xiao Han immediately felt a cool and soft touch, and the word "seal" on the palm was immediately transferred to the Ice Queen's body. At the same time it flashed, and it appeared on her forehead again. Sealing technique? It's actually a sealing technique? At this time there was a cry of surprise from Iceland, and then he shouted in disbelief, "What's going on? You're not dead? Wow, ha ha ha." Among the magic sealers, a chosen one finally appeared. #C1231 It's finally here. Excited laughter came from Iceland, and at the same time the sound like glass breaking on the ice sculpture disappeared immediately. The current Jiuan Soul refining array has withstood the erosion of time for nearly 10,000 years. No matter how powerful it is already about to collapse. Although it can barely continue to suppress it now, every time its power is forcibly used, the formation will become looser due to the high load. Operation. Perhaps it won't be long before the abyss monster suppressed below can forcefully break free with its own strength. Therefore, no matter what time, Tan Yuntian would only forcefully mobilize the power of the Jiuan Soul refining array as a last resort to prevent the abyss monsters suppressed below from breaking through the seal. Now that the two chosen people are not dead, and even the Ice Crystal Queen has been sealed, he is finally relieved, and at the same time the power of the formation has been dissipated. Roar. At this time, the suppressed abyss monster suddenly let out a roar, and then Iceland, the lake, and the underground space began to tremble violently. Boom! 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 A violent impact sound immediately came from the bottom of Iceland.
Tan.
Yuntian snorted coldly, and at the same time the ice sculptures on Iceland made a click sound again. But even so, the abyss monsters are still banging crazily trying to break free from the seal. But just a few seconds later the vibrations in Iceland were forcibly suppressed. Kill him. Kill for me. At the same time, the roars of the abyss monsters were suppressed, causing the entire underground space to become completely silent. Roar. But then, Dark King Behemoth roared again, and immediately gave up Zhan Tian, who dived into the lake and ran towards Xiao Han. Oh, you want to kill me? Seeing the figure running towards him, Xiao Han chuckled disdainfully, and then immediately shouted loudly, "Come out, my dragon!" The moment the words fell, the green dragon Wymans was summoned immediately. The two flying skills of Airstep and Bloodwings are still in a cooling state, so he has no way to stay in the air. If it were in the lake, it would definitely not last long. And with a dragon that can fly, it will be much easier to deal with the dark Behemoth King who has no flying ability and can only throw ice cubes. Roar. With a slight wave of his arm, a green dragon covered in green scales appeared in midair. Holy shit, King Behemoth! The moment Wymans appeared, exclamations immediately rang out, and at the same time his wings flapped violently, and his body rose rapidly, almost touching the ice wall above his head. If this wasn't a closed space, it might fly away immediately. Why panic? Seeing that his pet turned out to be such a virtuous person, Xiao Han said something in a low voice, and then he flashed and landed on its back. Then he reached out and patted it on the head, and then continued, "I didn't let you fight it head-on. What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid." Wymans shrank his head and said with a wry smile, "If it were an ordinary behemoth, I would still have the confidence to fight. But the big guy below is a king behemoth. It's even an extremely rare dark behemoth king. Even if you are just hit by it, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. So, you have fought behemoth before?" Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he continued to ask in a deep voice, "But isn't behemoth extinct long ago near Ice City?" "It is indeed extinct, and I have never encountered behemoth." Wymans whispered something and said with fear in his eyes, "But the information in the bloodline memory tells me to run away quickly when encountering such a guy. With my strength, I definitely can't kill it. If I stay here regardless of life and death, I will most likely become demon's food. Do you think I can stop being afraid?" "What are you afraid of? Aren't you still here with me?" Xiao Han frowned and said, but he couldn't say anything more. After all, if the bloodline is suppressed, fear will inevitably arise in the heart. This is like a mouse meeting a cat. There is no reason to explain. And Wymans is only an emperor-level pet and cannot be like the frost dragon Benita, so it should be considered a normal thing to feel scared when seeing the Dark King Behemoth. Whoosh! At this time, another chunk of ice with a diameter of more than 1 meter shot from the lake. Wymans quickly flapped his wings and quickly ducked aside. Boom! The ice block hit the ice wall above the head, making a deafening sound, and, at the same time it exploded into ice fragments all over the sky. Seeing that Wymans had been flying close to the roof of the cave and seemed to be extremely afraid of the Dark King Behemoth, Xiao Han could only say, "Don't worry, I won't let you fight it. As long as you carry me on your back and don't get hit by the ice, that's it. When all my helpers arrive, you can attack the Ice Queen with them. That's no problem. Well, just don't let me die." Wymans nodded and continued quickly, "It's not that I'm a coward. I'm really no match for the Dark Behemoth King. Even if I bite it in the head, it might break my teeth. Its defense is too strong, even stronger than my dragon scales, and the defense-breaking ability of its claws is also extremely abnormal. It seems to have evolved specifically for hunting dragons." "Really?" Xiao Han whispered, his eyes flickered, and he continued in a low voice, "Is its claw really that strong?" "Of course it's true." Fearing that Xiao Han would not believe it, Wymans hurriedly explained, "Generally, Emperor-level materials can only be used to make immortal weapons. But if the forging skills of the materials on the Dark Behemoth King are superb enough, it is possible to forge a divine weapon." "Hey, a divine weapon?" With a low laugh of excitement, Xiao Han couldn't help but look forward to it. He really wanted to know what kind of weapon would become after 100 times the reward if he made a divine weapon. But now he still had to kill the Ice Crystal Queen. Only by killing it first would there be time to slowly grind the Dark Behemoth King to death and obtain the materials on it. And after 100 times the reward, he would definitely get the materials of the Emperor level. At that time, it would be possible to directly make a divine weapon. Roar! Just as he was thinking this, the Dark Behemoth King in the lake seemed to sense something, roared, and threw another piece of ice over. But Wymans was smaller, only more than 10 meters, and it was easier for him to dodge such attacks. Boom! 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 As time passed slowly, bursts of roars continued to sound in the closed underground space. Ding! At this time, a light sound came from his ears, and Xiao Han immediately opened the friend list and took a look. Then his eyes lit up and he immediately said softly, "Hey, it's finally here. It's time to kill the Ice Crystal Fairy." #C1232 Resurrecting by Qingxue. After delaying for more than 10 minutes, all skills have been cooled down. Xiao Han sent a message to Jiangxia, and a pair of blood-colored wings suddenly appeared behind him, rushing straight to the Dark Behemoth King. And Wymans flashed and flew straight to the entrance of the underground space. In the ice cave, seeing the giant dragon galloping towards him, Jiangxia also did not hesitate at all and rushed forward while raising his foot. Here, at this moment, a head suddenly appeared in the lake and shouted loudly, "Resurrect President Qingxue first. She also has a giant dragon." After receiving accurate guidance, Jiangxia flew over and looked at the figure with a pair of blood-colored wings with a shocked face. At this time, he was trying his best to entangle the Emperor-level Dark Behemoth King. Because of his petite body, his movements were extremely agile. The pair of blood-colored wings kept flapping, and he narrowly avoided attacks. Again and again. At the same time, the black spear in his hand fell on the Dark Behemoth King, from time to time, bringing out hundreds of thousands of blood-colored damage values, although this damage seemed insignificant compared to the total health value of the Dark Behemoth King, and even less than the health value it recovered per second. But such an attack completely angered the Dark Behemoth King. Roar! The angry roar echoed in the underground space, and the black claws waved wantonly in the air, making a sharp whistle like an arrow piercing the air. But even so, it still failed to hit Xiao Han. Behemoth, or an Emperor-level behemoth. Seeing the behemoth that was more than 10 meters tall and only 30 meters long, Jiangxia said with some palpitations. He couldn't imagine that if the mutant beasts in reality eventually evolved into this, how would humans protect the remaining cities? Perhaps with just one charge, even a city like Kyoto would fall. Fortunately, Behemoth only exists in the game. After saying this softly, Jiangzhe had already flown to Zhan Tian's side. The same time, he also saw the body that fell to the bottom of the lake and immediately began to chant. At this time, several people rushed out from the ice cave. There were Xie Yao and Lu Su who had already learned the resurrection skill, and Yan Tianxin and Fu Chengji who could use magic attacks. Where is Yijian Zhuifeng? As soon as he stood on the dragon's back, Fu Chengji immediately shouted, loudly, "Give us a direction and revive him as soon as possible." Here, hearing the call from the other side, Zhan Tian also jumped out of the lake, no longer caring about Jiangzhe beside him, and flew straight to the place where Yijian Zhuifeng died.
Yo!
But at this moment, a sharp scream suddenly sounded. The Ice Queen was sealed, and her sonic skills could no longer be used. But, after all, she was still an Emperor-level boss. Even if her ability was more auxiliary, her strength should not be underestimated.
Hualala!
Hearing the spell chanted by Jiangzhe, it immediately ran in the lake and a blue dagger appeared in its hand, and it threw it out. Fuck! Zhan Tian couldn't help cursing when he saw this scene, and immediately turned around and flew back. But at this time it was obviously too late to block the dagger. Leave it to me. But at this moment someone suddenly shouted on Wyman's back, and then Yan Tianxin, who was wearing a blue robe, used 3 flashes in a row to block Jiangzhe and the blue dagger. Puff! The next second, the dagger pierced into her body and killed her instantly, and the blue robe on her body was immediately exploded. This made Jiangzhe's face tremble, but the chanting in his mouth did not slow down at all, but even accelerated a bit. Then a milky white light flew out from the silver moon staff in his hand and landed accurately on by Qingshua's body. Whoosh! At this time another dagger shot towards this side. But the corpse on the ground had already stood up. Seeing that Zhan Tian was still a little hesitant, he immediately said in a hurry, "Go to Zhuifeng and revive him too. I'm here, you don't have to worry." As she said, she didn't even have time to pick up the equipment that was exploded before and turned to look at the Ice Crystal Queen who was running towards her, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. It was not until this time that she realized how wise it was for Xiao Han to build a teleportation array here. Now there are only 3 priests here, and the most disgusting Ice Crystal Queen has had all her skills sealed. Without the silencing effect, Xiao Han and Zhan Tian can easily exceed 100 million in damage per second, and it won't be too difficult to kill them. More importantly, he also has the Emperor-level Benita. With such excitement in her heart, a cold light flashed in by Qingshua's eyes, and then she pointed her palm towards the Ice Crystal Queen and shouted loudly, "Kill it!" As the voice fell, a giant dragon with a length of more than 30 meters was summoned again. Roar! At the same time as the roar, it flapped its wings fiercely and flew towards the Ice Crystal Queen like lightning. Ding! At this time, the dagger hit its crystal blue scales, making a crisp sound, but did not cause any damage to it. And Benita just flashed and flew to the side of the queen, and the thick and powerful dragon tail just flicked and hit her head. Boom! Even if the Ice Queen wanted to dodge, all the energy in her body was sealed, and her reaction speed was more than a beat slower, and she was instantly whipped away by the dragon's tail. At this time, even if it still had some melee ability, it was only relative. Perhaps against Jiangzhe by Qingxue and Fu Chengji, who were only level 6 professionals, they still had the ability to kill them instantly. But facing the Frost Dragon, which was also an Emperor-level boss, that pitiful melee ability was completely seeking death. Yo! A painful scream sounded, and Benita's crystal blue wings slapped again, with no intention of letting it go, and instantly chased after it. And the sharp claws with a cold light also fiercely aimed at the charming face of the Ice Queen and grabbed it directly. Ah! A panicked cry sounded, and the Ice Queen quickly dodged to the side. But her Height exceeded 10 meters, and she could not completely avoid such an attack. The sharp claws of the frost dragon scratched its collarbone, and then it grabbed it fiercely, leaving 3 bloody marks. At the same time, a blood-colored damage value of more than 10 million immediately appeared on its head. At this time, even though Benita was not yet an adult, her strength was not weak, and such a fierce fighting power also made the figures sitting on Wyman's back flash with a touch of shock in their eyes, and shouted in unison, "Fuck! This is too fierce." #C1233 Kill Ice Queen first. Looking at the Ice Queen, who was also an Emperor-level boss, being beaten without any chance to fight back, Xiao's eyes widened instantly, and the damage value was actually in the 8 digits. Thinking about her own health value of more than 300,000, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but say, "Just one hit caused tens of millions of damage. With such a giant dragon, how can ordinary players be her opponent? This game design is too unfair. Why can they draw rewards like dragon eggs at the beginning, while I only draw a bronze necklace? Fair." Lu Su sneered, and said with an unhappy face, "Where is fairness in this world? If everything is fair, then why don't you say, why can a coward like you who is afraid of death awaken to become an evolver? You look for being touched on the pain point." Xiao opened her mouth to curse, but, thinking of Lu Su's identity and Fu Chengji beside her, she swallowed the dirty words that had already been said in her mouth. After all, she was a member of the military, and she had been abandoned by Ko Lei, Li Feng and 2 Ningkue. Now the Evolver alliance in Jing'an has become a mess, and those Evolvers who followed Nieyen away were said to have been taken to Liangzhou, and even 2 Ningkue, a level 5 beast, had died there. So even if she was unhappy, she had no right to argue at this time, unless she could find a strong backer in Jing'an. Thinking of this, Xiao couldn't help but look at the dark behemoth king, muttering softly, "It's a pity that the guy is not easy to seduce. If he was a backer, no one in Jing'an would dare to talk to me like this." Roar! At this time, the frost dragon roared again, and the thick and powerful dragon tail hit the ice crystal queen again. While whipping her away, it also caused her millions of damage again. With the frost dragon restraining him, Zhan Tian no longer hesitated and flew to the place where Yijian Zhuifeng died at a high speed, shouting loudly, "Don't stand there! Hurry up and revive him! You go!" Fu Chengji pointed at Xiao and said in a deep voice, "Go and revive him. The battle here may last for a long time. Resurrect earlier, and the skills can also be cooled earlier." After that, he looked at Lu Su beside him, and at the same time waved his hand to summon his pet, Chiu. With a neigh, a Pegasus with purple wings appeared. Compared to the green dragon and the frost dragon, its body size is less than 3 meters, but it also has the ability to fly. Fu Chengji looked at Tianxin and immediately said, "You go and revive Tianxin." "Okay." Lu Su didn't say anything nonsense, knowing that the business was important, so he didn't care about continuing to ridicule Xiao at this time, and jumped onto the back of the purple-winged thunder horse. On the other side, after Zhan Tian completed the instructions, he turned around and flew quickly towards the dark behemoth king. Yang! 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 The 9 nether demon-slaying spear hit the dark behemoth king heavily, not only causing more than a dozen damage values of more than 100,000 in a row, but also holding the hatred tightly, and the black claws also chased the bloody figure like crazy. But Xiao Han's movements were extremely agile, dodging the attacks of the dark behemoth king again and again. But such containment was like dancing on the tip of a knife. If you are not careful, you will be killed instantly. Zhan Tian knew clearly how perverted the dark behemoth king's attacks were, so he did not dare to let Han Xiao face them alone, because the current state could not last long. Although the blood-colored wings gave Xiao Han extreme speed and flying ability, this skill could only last for 120 seconds, and then it would fall into a cooling period of up to 5 minutes. By then, it would not be so easy to avoid the attack of the Emperor boss. It seems that we should kill this guy first. While flying over there at high speed, Zhan Tian whispered, with 100 times reward, even the 9 nether earth python can't withstand my attack. Although the Dark Behemoth King looks more powerful, its health recovery speed is not as abnormal as the Abyss Blood Emperor. If Xiao Han and I attack with all our strength, it won't be too difficult to kill him. As he said this, his flying speed became faster and faster, and at the same time, the 9 nether demon-slaying spear was taken out and black flames emerged from the tip of the spear. Get lost? Are you looking for death here? But at this moment, the figure who was entangled with the Dark Behemoth King cursed angrily and continued with an angry face. What kind of damage does the Behemoth King do? Don't you know it? At your current speed, it can slap you to death with one slap. What are you afraid of? Just revive it after death. Zhan Tian paused for a moment and said indifferently, we have 3 priests who can revive even if it means exchanging blood. We must kill it today. Fuck. You think the resurrection skill does not need cooling? Because of his distracted speech, Xiao Han was almost hit by the Dark Behemoth King and hurriedly pulled up the altitude and then continued, I will hold it here first. You go and kill the Ice Crystal Banshee. Although I sealed it, it will not last long. If we can't kill it within an hour, we will still be silenced by it, and we will all die here. 1 hour. Zhan Tian's face darkened, and he whispered, and at the same time, he quickly looked at the Ice Crystal Queen, nodded and said, okay, I understand. After saying that, he turned around and flew directly over. At the same time, Bai Qingshua's face suddenly darkened. She knew that Zhan Tian's damage was very abnormal. But whether he could kill the Emperor boss in front of him within an hour, he had no confidence at all. She didn't want to experience that disgusting silence effect again, so she shouted loudly, Brother Han Xiao, let me hold the Dark Behemoth King. You and Zhan Tian, kill the Ice Crystal Queen as soon as possible? You hold it. Xiao Han frowned slightly and said solemnly, are you sure you can really hold the Dark Behemoth King? Try it. Bai Qingxue said in a deep voice, and continued as if jokingly, if I can hold it, you can give me more pills then. After that, she immediately called out to the frost dragon that was beating the Ice Crystal Queen, and flew towards the Dark Behemoth King without hesitation. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't say anything more, and directly moved in space, and appeared next to the Ice Crystal Queen. The long spear in his hand suddenly emitted a black flame. At the same time, some status skills such as Rage, Blood Rage, etc. were all activated instantly, and the demon-killing special skills that could obtain true damage were also used. Bang! 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 The next second, the 9 nether demon-slaying spear landed on the Ice Crystal Queen, and more than 10 damage points exceeding 10 million immediately appeared above her head. Yo! A shrill scream immediately came from the Ice Crystal Queen's mouth, and Xiao Han said, don't worry, there will be no shortage of pills. After that, he smashed another 3-hit combo. #C1234 healing. With just 2 skills, the Ice Queen's health value decreased by 300 million points. However, the red blood bar above her head did not show any obvious decrease, which clearly showed that her health value was at least 100 billion. Roar! At this time, Bai Qingxue also flew over the Dark Behemoth King with the Frost Dragon, facing the famous Land War King. Even though Benita also had the strength of an emperor, she did not dare to go up for close combat. As she roared, more than 10 frost spears thicker than her thighs immediately appeared beside her. Whoosh! 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 The next second, these ice spears shot at the Dark Behemoth King. With a ding-dong sound, most of these ice spears hit, but the damage they caused to it was extremely limited. Roar! Facing the air unit, the Dark Behemoth King did not have a very good counterattack. While roaring angrily, he ran towards Xiao Han. This immediately made Bai Qingxue anxious, and she hurriedly asked the frost dragon to stop it. Although Benita was afraid, she still rushed forward, and her thick and powerful dragon tail lashed out mercilessly. The dark behemoth king did not expect that the dragon above his head would dare to attack him at close range, and he raised his claws and swung them hastily. But the dragon's tail shook slightly like a spirit snake when it was about to touch the claws, avoiding the claws while also slapping the back of the dark behemoth king. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and a damage value of less than 3 million immediately floated out from the top of the dark behemoth king's head. At this time, Benita flapped her wings fiercely, and instantly opened up a distance of more than 100 meters from the dark behemoth king. At the same time, the dragon claws gently swung forward, and more than 10 ice spears whistled towards the behemoth king again. Bang! 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 With a dull crash, the ice spear shot at the dark behemoth king again, but the hatred was still not attracted. The blood-red pupils of the dark behemoth king still stared at Xiao Han. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and the dark behemoth king rushed towards Xiao Han again. At this time, Bai Qingshua's face became even uglier. Although she knew that the hatred of the emperor-level boss was no longer determined by damage, she still had a glimmer of luck in her heart. If she could hold the hatred, she could fly a kite in the air. It was still easy to delay for an hour. But now, this method is obviously useless. So if you want to hold the dark behemoth king, you must fight in close combat. But this is too dangerous for Benita. What should I do? Thinking anxiously in her heart, Bai Qingxue still let Benita rush up, and the dragon tail whipped again fiercely at a distance of more than 10 meters. At this distance, it would be easy to get out if there was any danger. Roar! But at this moment, the dark behemoth king suddenly roared, then jumped up high, grabbed Benita's tail and pulled her down. Boom! The nearly 10,000 gene frost dragon smashed into the lake immediately, shaking the entire underground space, and at the same time the water splashed all over the sky and shot out in all directions. Bai Qingxue, who was sitting on the dragon's back, was also thrown out. After Behemoth caught the frost dragon, he finally forgot about Xiao Han temporarily, and the sharp claws with a dark glow also fiercely grabbed Benita's soft abdomen. Crack! The moment the scales shattered, a bloody number of over 100 million immediately appeared on Benita's head. Ah! The miserable cry of pain immediately echoed in the underground space. Xiao Han, who was attacking the Ice Crystal Queen, heard this voice, and his hand movements could not help but pause, and his face immediately became ugly. I thought that the frost dragon had the ability to fly, so even if it couldn't last an hour, it should be no problem to last for more than 10 minutes. If you are more careful, half an hour is not too difficult. With such a long time as a buffer, he and Zhan Tian should have killed the sealed Ice Queen. By that time, they can deal with the remaining Dark Behemoth King with all their strength. But he never thought that in less than a minute, the Emperor-level Frost Dragon was knocked down. Turning his head to look in the direction of the scream, the Dark Behemoth King had already stepped on the Frost Dragon. The crushing force made it impossible for the underage Benita to break free. At the same time, the black claws with a faint glow also grabbed the soft abdomen again. No, we can't let it die here. After just one look, Xiao Han made a quick decision and raised his foot to fly towards the Dark Behemoth King. The combat effectiveness of the Frost Dragon can be ranked in the top 3. Here, once the pet is killed by the Dark Behemoth King, there is no way for the priest to revive it. At the same time, Bai Qingxue may completely lose such an Emperor-level pet. Such a loss is not only unbearable for Bai Qingxue, but also for an outsider like him. Because once the pet manifestation talisman is exploded, Benita can also manifest it. The mutant beasts in reality are becoming more and more powerful. Humans alone cannot survive this catastrophe, so such a giant dragon with an 8th level combat power must not be watched dead here. Crack! At this time there was another crisp sound, and a blood-red damage value of 200 million appeared on Benita's head again. Big healing spell. But at this moment, a purple thunder horse had already flown over the dark Behemoth King and raised his hand to throw out a milky white ball of light. +564823364. The next second, a green number of 50 million immediately appeared on the head of the frost dragon lying in the lake. Only Jiangzhe could do such a terrifying amount of treatment. And the silver moonstaff in his hand also increased the treatment effect by up to 40%. As this big healing spell began to take effect, the wound on Benita's abdomen began to heal immediately, but this amount of treatment was not enough to restore it to its original state. What are you still standing there for? At this time, a roar came from the back of the green dragon, and then he immediately shouted, Han Xiao doesn't need you. Give all the treatment to the frost dragon. As the voice fell, Wyman's also flew over immediately, and Xiao on his back raised his hand and sent a rain of sweet rain. This is a group healing skill, and it is a skill that heals according to percentage. +456138462. As a 9-digit green number appeared, Benita's health was instantly replenished, and the wounds on her abdomen were all healed, although this skill instantly drained all the energy in Xiao's body, even overdrawing more than 200,000 points of health. But such a healing effect made everyone's eyes brighten. Fu Chengji immediately shouted to Xiao Han loudly, "It's okay here. Leave it to us. You continue to deal with the Ice Queen." As he spoke, Xiao Han stopped. Lu Su also flew over on the purple-winged thunder horse, but the chanting sound had stopped. Roar! In the lake, seeing the wound that had just been taken out was instantly restored. The dark Behemoth King roared immediately. At the same time, the sharp claws with a faint glow grabbed again. Ouch! The scales were torn, and blood spurted out of Benita's body, making it cry out in pain. But almost at the same time, 3 milky white lights immediately fell on it. +664327879. +126,485. +346,581. The next second, 3 green numbers immediately floated out from the top of Benita's head. Although its health value had not been fully restored, it was impossible for the Dark Behemoth King to kill it. #C1235 Purple Heart Sutra. Crack, crack, crack. The Dark Behemoth King kept attacking the Frost Dragon, and as the scales broke, damage values of over 100 million kept appearing on its head. But groups of milky white balls of light kept falling on Benita. When its health value was lost too much, some people even exhausted their whole body's energy and used skills such as the Rain of Rain to restore it in proportion. Ouch! The screams of pain kept coming out of Benita's mouth, and Bai Qingshua's face couldn't help but flash a trace of pity. But she knew that only if this side resisted the attack of the Dark Behemoth King, Xiao Han and Zhan Tian over there would have a chance to kill the Ice Queen. So even if she couldn't bear it in her heart, she didn't let Xiao Han come to rescue Benita, and the several priests in the air were also constantly chanting softly, releasing one healing skill after another, forcibly brushing the healing to stabilize the health bar above the Frost Dragon's head. At this time, there was no need to worry about Benita being killed. But Qingxue could only watch helplessly and could not help. Boom! 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 As time passed, the Dark Behemoth King became completely furious because he could not kill the Frost Dragon. His damage immediately increased to a higher level. He even grabbed the crystal blue tail and violently smashed it back and forth in the lake. Although Benita was not an adult, her health value exceeded 100 billion, so it was impossible for her to be killed instantly. Ouch! The screams of pain continued to echo in the underground space. Bai Qingxue could only look aside sadly, hoping that the Ice Crystal Queen would be killed quickly. Only then could Benita get rid of this pain. Bang! 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 At this time, the figure holding the 9 nether demon-slaying spear was already fighting fiercely with the Ice Crystal Queen. All the energy in the body was sealed. Even if the Ice Crystal Queen was an Emperor-level boss, her strength had at least dropped by 90%. Bloody damage values exceeding tens of millions kept appearing above her head. Behind her, there was also a figure holding a spear, attacking frantically, and any of his attacks could cause over 100 million damage to the Ice Crystal Queen. At the same time, because of the combo special effect, it had already been superimposed to 100%, and each attack could cause 2 damages. Sometimes, even 3 combos would be triggered, so the damage caused per second has stabilized at more than 200 million. In this continuous and violent attack, the blood bar above the head of the Ice Crystal Queen was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 minutes, a system prompt sounded in everyone's ears. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and gained 842 million experience points. You gained 35 million experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and gained 187,600 gold coins. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and gained the Artifact Equipment Queen's Scepter. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and gained the Artifact Equipment Queen's Feather Clothes. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and gained the Artifact Equipment Queen's Pearl. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and gained the Embodiment of the Talisman Medicine Artifact. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and gained the Embodiment of the Talisman Skill Artifact. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and obtained the Skill Purple Heart Sutra, Earth level. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and obtained the Skill Banshee Song, Xian level. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed an Ice Crystal Queen, Emperor, and obtained a series of system prompts. Everyone looked towards Xiao Han and Zhan Tian, their eyes full of shock. Fuck, artifacts? There are actually 2 artifacts? LV Su, who joined Xiao Han's team for the first time, even though he had heard that Xiao Han's explosion rate was a bit abnormal, couldn't help but exclaimed, Earth-level cultivation method. There are actually Earth-level cultivation methods. Not just cultivation methods. Xiao sat on Wayman's back and said, loudly with a face full of desire, there is also a skill embodiment talisman of artifact level. Such an embodiment talisman is enough to materialize this cultivation method. In addition to the skills, the Banshee's song was also revealed. Looking at the pile of gold coins that was like a small mountain, Lu Su's eyes were still full of disbelief, because before today, she had come here with Guohuai, Jiangzhe, and others to explore once. She still remembered the Ice Crystal Banshee in the Dead Cave. The disgusting silence effect made it impossible for everyone to use skills, and they were killed by a group of leader-level bosses in a very embarrassing way. Now that such a skill book has been revealed, Lu Su really wants to know what kind of effect it will produce when the player learns it. At this time, another shrill scream came from the distance, and she quickly put away her mind and continued to sing in a low voice. Although she was very greedy for those things, she knew that she could not covet them. If she had thoughts that she shouldn't have, whether in the game or in reality, Xiao Han's methods would make her life worse than death. It is better to treat it now. Maybe after the Dark Behemoth King is killed, she can get some elixir rewards. If she can get a dozen Earth Spirit Pills and the Materialization Talisman that can materialize them, she is sure to become a level 4 evolver within half a year. Thinking of this in her heart, she raised her hand and a heavy rain of sweet rain fell on the Frost Dragon. At this time, with the Ice Crystal Queen being killed, Xiao Han and Zhan Tian didn't even have time to pick up the equipment and materialization talismans, dropped in the lake and rushed straight to the dark behemoth king. With the blessing of the blood-colored wings, Xiao Han's speed was more than one level faster than Zhang Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides was shortened to within 10 meters. The flames on the 9 nether demon-slaying spear were rising, and at the same time 5 afterimages were transformed. Bang! 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 The next second it fiercely hit the dark behemoth king, exploding more than 10 damage values of more than 1 million. Roar! However, this action did not attract the attention of the dark behemoth king, who was still violently abusing the frost dragon under his feet. It seemed that he could not eliminate the anger in his heart unless he killed completely. Great healing technique. At this time, a low hum sounded in his ears, and a green number of more than 50 million immediately appeared on Benita's head. Seeing that the dark behemoth king would definitely not be able to kill it for a while, Xiao Han was a little relieved and immediately attacked recklessly. In less than 10 seconds, the total damage caused exceeded 100 million. Bang! 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 At this time, Zhang Tian also rushed over and hit the dark behemoth king with a gun, immediately causing more than 60 million damage to it. The 9 nether demon-slaying spear, which has the dual attributes of fire and poison, instantly made the exposed skin of the dark behemoth king appear a bit charred, and at the same time there was a faint green. #C1236 demonization. The damage of over 100 million was caused instantly, which immediately attracted the attention of the dark behemoth king, and he also looked at the small bugs around him. Roar! With a roar, the sharp claws with dim light slapped directly. At this time, a stun mark appeared on Zhang Tian's head, and he was instantly killed by the dark behemoth king. Even the 9 nether demon-slaying spear in his hand was exploded. Then he swung his hand back, and the sharp claws with cold light slapped towards Xiao Han on the other side. But Xiao Han's toughness had already been superimposed to 100%. Although the stun mark on his head also appeared, it disappeared in an instant. Toughness has no effect on the silence effect, but it has a strong resistance to the stun effect. Seeing the sharp claws slapping, and now there is no time to dodge, Xiao Han's mind immediately moved, and he instantly appeared 200 meters away. In the sky, the purple-winged thunder horse carrying Jiangzhe and Lu Su also had a stun mark on its head, and it had already smashed towards the lake. Even Lu Su, whose HP was less than 300,000, was killed instantly by the sound wave. The green dragon on the other side was slightly better. After all, it was an emperor-level pet and had strong resistance to the sudden sound wave attack. It flapped its wings and hurriedly carried Xie Yao and Fu Chengji to the distance. But the 2 people on its back were also dizzy. At this moment, everyone's eyes became solemn. I thought that the Ice Crystal Queen was dead, and it should not be too difficult to kill the dark behemoth king, but reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Every emperor boss is not so easy to kill. If the Ice Crystal Queen had not been sealed by Xiao Han, it would probably cost a lot to kill her. Roar! At this time, the dark behemoth king roared again, and at the same time bent down and dug out a piece of ice with a diameter of more than 1 meter from the bottom of the lake, and his eyes were already full of murderous intent and looked at Jiangzhe and the purple-winged thunder horse. Plop! Plop! As the man and the horse fell into the lake, the dark behemoth king's right arm holding the ice cube stretched back and began to accumulate power. Benita, by Qingxue, who was 100 meters away, saw this scene and shouted loudly, "Stop it quickly, otherwise no one can treat your injuries." Roar! Hearing this cry, the frost dragon immediately struggled. But it is not yet an adult, and its strength is not comparable to that of the behemoth king, who is known as the king of land warfare. So no matter how hard it struggles, it can't get out from under its feet. Seeing that the arm holding the ice cube has completed the accumulation of power, Benita immediately turned her head and roared loudly at the black arm. Roar! As the roar sounded, dark blue frost air immediately spit out of its mouth. Crack, 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 and the next second, the ice cube in the dark behemoth king's hand immediately became several times larger, even wrapping up his entire arm. As the dark behemoth king swung his hand fiercely, his body was dragged by the ice and staggered, and he walked forward a few steps involuntarily. The frost dragon, which had been suppressed by him and could not move, immediately broke free. At this time, Zhangzhe finally woke up from his dizziness, and in an instant, he flashed and opened a distance of more than 200 meters from the dark behemoth king. Chirp! The purple-winged thunder horse neighed and immediately flew towards Zhangzhe. On the other side, under the command of Fu Qingji, Wyman's had already flown to the place where Lu Su died. Even though Xie Yao was reluctant, she still chanted in a low voice and threw the resurrection skill on her. At this time, the situation finally stabilized. But the dark behemoth king suddenly raised his head and roared, and suddenly punched the bottom of the lake. Crack, crack, crack. The next second, the ice that wrapped his entire arm also instantly showed clear cracks. As it clenched its fist, the muscles on its arm bulged, and the cracked ice fell down. Xiao Han's eyes froze when he saw this. Before, he had frozen the Abyss Blood Emperor by force and finally killed him with the Three Spirits bloodthirsty formation. Originally, he wanted to repeat the same trick. But now it seems that this method will definitely not work. After all, the power of the Abyss Blood Emperor is not too strong, and it will not be too difficult to freeze it, while the power of the Dark Behemoth King is a bit abnormal, and it is impossible to freeze it by force. More importantly, aura has been materialized, and it is even more impossible for Benita, an underage frost dragon, to freeze it. If I can't freeze you, I can kill you. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Xiao Han couldn't help but look at Zhangzhe and shouted, "I'll lead it away, and you go to revive Zhan Tian." As he said that, without waiting for Zhangzhe to reply, he flapped his wings fiercely and rushed towards the dark behemoth king. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Yijian Zhuifeng 100 meters away also shot 3 arrows in a row, and each arrow was either shot at the eyes of the dark behemoth king or at its ears. Although such an attack could not cause any harm to it, it also annoyed the dark behemoth king and waved his hand to shoot the arrows away. Xiao Han, who was flying at high speed, instantly seized the opportunity and made another 3-hit combo, fiercely hitting the dark behemoth king. Bang! 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 The burning black flames immediately caused more than 10 million damage to it, and the dark behemoth king was instantly attracted by Xiao Han and chased after him with a roar. Zhangzhe, who was waiting on the side, immediately rushed over and raised his hand to revive Zhan Tian. Then another healing light was thrown on Benita's body, and a green number of 200 million appeared above her head again, and the chased Han Xiao narrowly dodged the attack of the dark behemoth king, and at the same time shot back, causing more than 1 million damage to it. Again. But Zhan Tian on the other side hesitated and urged not to go over. Roar! At this time, the frost dragon in the air roared and shouted loudly, "Heal me!" The moment the voice fell, it rushed towards the dark behemoth king fiercely. Boom! The giant dragon and the behemoth collided with each other, making a deafening roar. Benita's 4 dragon claws tightly hugged the dark behemoth king, and at the same time, she opened her bloody mouth and bit him without hesitation. Such entanglement immediately gave Xiao Han and Zhan Tian an opportunity. The two of them flashed, and then they both waved the 9 nether demon, slaying spear in their hands, and smashed the dark behemoth king with force. Bang! 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 And the blood-colored damage value was like a blood-colored smoke column, continuously emerging from the head of the dark behemoth king. Although the damage per second was less than 200 million, it could be seen that the blood bar on the head of the dark behemoth king, which had not moved, had begun to decrease. Although the speed of this decrease was extremely slow, it was already very good. After the demon-slaying stunt cooled down, the attacks of the two instantly increased by several levels. Each attack was real damage, causing 9-digit damage values to appear on the Dark Behemoth King's head, and the health bar on his head began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! At this time, the Dark Behemoth King, who had been entangled with the Frost Dragon, suddenly let out a monstrous roar, and then black smoke immediately came out of his body, and his body began to expand rapidly, and his blood-colored pupils turned completely black. Fuck! Demonization! Seeing this change, Xiao Han's face suddenly sank, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Retreat! Get away from this guy quickly. #C1237 you old immortal." The power of the suddenly demonized Dark Behemoth King suddenly surged, and he broke free from the entanglement of the Frost Dragon in an instant, and the sharp claws with a faint glow also hit Benita heavily. Boom! A dull explosion sounded immediately, and immediately a blood-colored damage value of more than 1 billion appeared from the top of its head. After Xiao Han's reminder, everyone immediately retreated 100 meters away. However, the Frost Dragon entangled with the Dark Behemoth King had no chance to retreat and was trampled under its feet again. Not good. Seeing this scene, Jiangxia immediately exclaimed, and at the same time, controlled the purple-winged thunder horse and quickly approached. A low chanting sound immediately came out of his mouth. It took only less than a second for a milky white ball of light to shoot out from the silver moon staff and land on the top of Benita's head. +5543158834. The recovery amount of more than 500 million instantly pulled back some of the health bar on the top of the Frost Dragon. Boom! But the next second, the claws of the Dark Behemoth King slapped Benita again, causing more than 1 billion damage again. The health value just recovered is not worth mentioning at all. Even if Jiangxia has another skill of this kind of proportional recovery, this amount of treatment can no longer force the health value of the Frost Dragon to stabilize. Come here quickly. If the Frost Dragon died, he knew what he would face next, and hurriedly shouted to the distance. And Lu Su and Fu Qingji also understood what this meant and immediately controlled the flying mounts under them and flew over together. The low chanting sounded again. As they waved their staffs, 2 more white light balls fell on Benita, but the treatment amount of the two was far less than that of Jiangxia. Boom! 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 The dull sound of critical strikes was still ringing. In just over 10 seconds, 1/10 of the health bar on Benita's head disappeared. Damn! Seeing this situation, Xiao Han could only rush up again. He even flew directly to the face of the Dark Behemoth King, and the tip of the spear was also poked at the Dark Behemoth King's eyes. Zhan Tian on the other side also made the same move at this time, raising his hand and stabbing at the other eye trying to rescue Benita. Boom! But at this time, the Dark Behemoth King did not dodge their attacks at all, but just closed his eyes, but the movement in his hands did not stop, and he still fiercely smashed at the Frost Dragon. -121597624. More than 1 billion blood damage values appeared, and Xiao Han and Zhan Tian's spears also stabbed the Dark Behemoth King's eyelids at the same time. But even if the weapons in their hands were artifacts, they still couldn't pierce the Dark Behemoth King's defense. Even because of the demonization, the poison attribute damage had no effect on. The 2 shots that stabbed the eyes only caused less than 10 million in damage. Ah! At this time, a sigh came from Iceland, and he continued in a deep voice. I told you a long time ago not to come back. Practice well and become an 8th-level professional as soon as possible. But you ignorant little guys just don't listen, thinking that you can do whatever you want with your talent. Now you are dumbfounded. What's the point of saying this now? Another heavy shot hit the closed eyelids of the Dark Behemoth King, and Xiao Han roared angrily. It's already like this. There's no need to say sarcastic words. Aren't you very powerful? Hurry up while we are now you are not dead yet. Think of a way to solve the current crisis. Heh. Think of a way? Tan Yuntian did not care about Xiao Han's impoliteness, and continued helplessly. What other ways are there? If there is a solution, I would have said it long ago. This dark behemoth king had the strength of an emperor, but he lost a major realm just to save the abyss demon lord under the Jiuan soul refining.
Formation.
If its strength had not decreased at all of you would have died with that beast king roar just now. Really there is no way at all? Seeing Bei the health bar above Nita's head was only half full, Xiao Han said anxiously. If this continues we will all die here. Ah! Tan Yuntian sighed again and continued in a deep voice. It's not that there is no way at all. But this method has no effect at all. The frost dragon named Benita can only hold on for more than a minute now, and it will be too late for you to do anything if you tell it. Fuck, you old man. Seeing that he had talked for a long time and still hadn't said anything useful, Xiao Han immediately cursed. You are fucking useless. There's time, why don't you tell me now? As for whether it's useful, you'll know only after you tell me. It's no use talking nonsense here. If it doesn't work, why don't you come out and kill the behemoth king? Oh, I want to do that too, Tan Yuntian said and continued. But if I come out, the abyss demon lord who is suppressing it below will come out immediately. By then, not only you but also I will die here. Originally, there was nothing going on here, and the seal could last for about a year, but because of you it can't even last half a year now. The method to rescue Benita is actually very simple, that is, to make the behemoth king withdraw from the demonized state. But it obviously won't withdraw by itself. The ice crystal queen you just killed actually had the strength of an emperor. At the time, it should have a queen's pearl on it. Queen's pearl? Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The moment the ice crystal queen was killed, the system prompt did mention such a thing. But because he wanted to help Benita, he didn't pick up the things that exploded. Thinking that this thing might interrupt the current demonized state of the dark behemoth king, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and directly moved through space and appeared on the pile of gold coins a kilometer away. Don't look for it. It's useless even if you find it. At this time, Tan Yuntian sighed again and continued. If the ice crystal queen still has the strength of the emperor, you can force the queen's pearl with its brain crystal. Now, even if you find that thing, you can't use it. Emperor-level brain crystal? Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and his figure flashed again, and he was already standing next to the body of the ice crystal queen. At the same time, a red knife appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into its head without hesitation. With 100 times the reward, it's not too difficult for him to get an emperor-level brain crystal. It's just that with more than a minute left, it's not so easy to find the queen's pearl. Kacha! After breaking the skin of the ice crystal queen with a knife, Xiao Han immediately reached in and shouted loudly, "Except the priest, everyone come here and find the queen's pearl for me. Hashtag C1238 Empress Brain Crystal. Ding, you get an ice crystal queen brain crystal emperor, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get an ice crystal queen brain crystal emperor." After touching a round object in the head of the ice crystal queen, Xiao Han immediately took it out. The system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. The queen brain crystal, with the 100-fold reward, finally successfully turned into the queen brain crystal. Now with this thing, the only thing missing is the queen's pearl. Ah! At this time, shrill screams continued to come from 1,000 meters away. Xiao Han hurriedly looked over there and found that the blood bar on Benita's head had decreased by 1/10. Even Jiangzhe, Lu Su, and Xie Yao were continuously brushing treatment. But their treatment amount is now far less than the speed at which the frost dragon's health is losing. Hualala! Not far away, Zhantian by Qingxue, Fu Chengji and Yijin Juefeng were all searching the pile of gold coins, trying to find the Queen's Pearl as soon as possible. Everyone knew the importance of the Frost Dragon, so Xiao Han no longer hesitated. While throwing the brain crystal in his hand into the backpack, he also dived into the lake and started looking from below. Crash! The gold coins were moved, making a crisp metal collision sound. Time passed slowly, and no one spoke, all searching quickly in the pile of gold coins. Here, I found it. Suddenly a delicate cry sounded, and Xiao Han could clearly hear the excited voice even though he was underwater. He quickly swiped his arms in the lake, and immediately emerged, seeing Bai Qingshua's face full of excitement, tightly grasping a bright yellow bead. He hurriedly shouted, "Hurry! Throw it over here." At this time, the blood bar above Benita's head was less than 1/10. If there were 10 more seconds, he might really die here. So at this time, Bai Qingxue did not hesitate at all and threw the Queen's Pearl in her hand. And Xiao Han was afraid that he would not be able to catch the pearl, so he raised his hand and used the dragon-catching hand. Roar! Amid the dragon's roar, an illusory dragon head immediately extended from his palm and swallowed the pearl in one gulp. Xiao Han retracted his arm slightly and grabbed the Queen's Pearl in his hand. At this time, seeing that Benita's health was running low, he didn't have time to look at the properties of the Queen's Pearl, and immediately shouted, "How to use this thing? Alas, it's useless even if you have the Queen's Pearl." Tan Yuntian sighed and continued, "As long as the pearl and the brain crystal are put together, the Queen's song will be triggered once. It can interrupt the demonization of the Dark Behemoth King. But it's just an Emperor-level brain crystal, and the energy inside is not enough to trigger the Queen's song." So much nonsense. Knowing the specific usage of the Queen's Pearl and the brain crystal, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse again. But his hands didn't slow down at all. The Queen's brain crystal that was put into the backpack was taken out again. Then the right hand holding the Queen's Pearl and the left hand holding the Queen's brain crystal instantly leaned together. La, la, la. The next second, the energy in the Queen's brain crystal quickly flowed into the Queen's Pearl, and at the same time, a low chanting sounded. And Xiao Han immediately felt that his skills had been silenced again. Fuck! Indiscriminate silence. He couldn't use his skills, so he couldn't help but curse in a low voice, and, at the same time, he immediately tried to control the singing in the Queen's Pearl with his mind. After all, once everyone was silenced, the Frost Dragon Benita would still not survive. With its current health value, even if the Dark Behemoth King was not in a demonized state, it would take at most 1 or 2 minutes to kill it. So this silencing effect must not work on Jiangzhe, Lu Su, and Xiayao, the 3 priests. La, la, la. The singing kept echoing in his ears, and Xiao Han immediately jumped on his horse and rushed quickly towards the Dark Behemoth King while continuing to try to control it. Fuck! How is this possible? At this time, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from Iceland, and then he immediately said, "I am not hallucinating. How could the Emperor-level Queen's brain crystal react to the Queen's Pearl? Don't let the sound waves spread, Han Xiao. All your thoughts are on the Dark Behemoth King. The silence effect of the Queen's Pearl will only work on it." "All your thoughts are only on the Dark Behemoth King?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, turned his hand and immediately took out a meditation pill, threw it into his mouth, and immediately began to meditate, according to Tan Yuntian's instructions. La, la, la. With the meditation pill to gather his mind, in just 2 seconds the chanting in his ears disappeared. On the Dark Behemoth King, the black demonic energy on his body was disappearing rapidly, and the black in his pupils was also receding rapidly. After a while, it turned blood red. Boom! 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 Even though it was still attacking the Frost Dragon, the damage was reduced by 10 times. The damage caused by each attack was only over 100 million points. Although the damage was still very high, with Jiangzhe's treatment, Benita's health was stabilized. Ha! At this time, even though there was 1,000 meters of help, Xiao Han could still clearly hear by Qingxue, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. And the others all showed a relieved expression. Although there is a strong green dragon Wymans besides the frost dragon, Benita, but it is only at the emperor level and its total health is at least hundreds of billions lower than that of the emperor level Benita. Therefore, every skill that restores health in proportion will have a weaker recovery effect on it. Such a green dragon cannot serve as a meat shield. So once the frost dragon Benita dies here, the others will not be able to escape the hunting of the dark behemoth king. Plenty of rain and sweet rain. At this time, Xiao raised her hand and threw out a milky white ball of light, which once again restored more than 450 million points of health for Benita, and this amount of recovery has far exceeded the damage caused by the dark behemoth king. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, Yijian Zhuifeng in the distance raised his hand and shot 3 arrows heading straight for the eyes and nose of the dark behemoth king. Fu Chengji, who was beside him, immediately began to chant in a low voice. After a while, more than 10 wind blades appeared out of thin air, whistling and shooting towards the giant creature that was more than 10 meters tall. Kill! At this time, after solving Benita's crisis, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. While putting away the queen's pearl and the queen's brain crystal, he flew up from the back of the purple-winged thunder horse and rushed straight to the dark behemoth king to kill him. C1239 Beast King Roar and Beast King Rage. As a dark behemoth king who once had the power of an emperor, even if he has now fallen to the emperor level, his strength is still very terrifying. With the frost dragon's resistance to damage, Xiao Han has the capital to fight it, but even so he was killed 5 times. Zhan Tian, whose toughness did not reach 100%, was even worse. He died more than 20 times before the blood bar on the head of King Dark Beaming disappeared by 90%. If there were not 3 priests, and each of these 3 priests had a flying mount of their own, the dark behemoth king, who could only fight in close combat, would have nothing to do with them. Everyone who might have entered this dead cave had already been slaughtered. Ouch! The angry dragon roar sounded. Although Benita was not yet an adult at this time, she was already out of temper even though her life was safe. Even though most of the scales on his body have been shattered, they are still clinging to the dark king behemoth. Healing light. The rain is pouring and the rain is falling. The rain is falling. Low chants continued to sound, causing the frost dragon, which had already had less than 1/10 of its health, to slowly recover its health bar to about 1/3. And this makes it even more crazy and unscrupulous. The completely desperate fighting style also left the Dark King Behemoth without much energy to care about Zhan Tian and Xiao Han, who were like little bugs. Bang! 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 The 9 nether demon-destroying spears kept falling on the Dark King Behemoth, causing bloody damage worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. No matter how powerful the recovery ability of the Dark Behemoth King is, it is already at the end of its strength at this time. Destroy the demon. As soon as the 10-minute cooling time expired, Xiao Han and Zhan Tian used the special demon-killing skills on the Geo-demon-slaying gun almost at the same time. Under the real damage, the damage of the 2 people increased 4 to 5 times in an instant, and even the damage per second exceeded 1 billion. Roar. The angry roar sounded again, and a touch of black demonic energy emerged from the body of Dark Behemoth King again, and his pupils were also changing to black. Damn it! Is it demonization again? Seeing such a scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, with an incredible look in his eyes. After entering the game for such a long time, it is not uncommon to encounter bosses that can be demonized. Even in reality, he has entered the demonic state several times through elixirs. Therefore, he has a very good understanding of the demonization skill. This is a very abnormal skill for improving strength, but its use also has great restrictions. It usually has a cooling time of more than 10 hours. But now, although the time they besieged Dark Behemoth King was not short, it actually only lasted less than 3 hours. Logically speaking, it should be unable to continue using this skill. Strange, what is going on? With so many confusions in his heart, Xiao Han muttered softly, but without any hesitation, he took out the Queen's Pearl and the Queen's Brain Crystal. Again. At the same time, a Jingxin pill was immediately thrown into his mouth and then the two were put together in an instant.
La. La. La.
The low chanting sounded again, and at the same time the blackness in the eyes of the demonized Dark King Behemoth quickly receded. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the demonic energy escaping from his body disappeared without a trace. Roar. Then the unwilling roar also sounded, and the furious Dark King Behemoth once again spread his anger on the Frost Dragon. But at this time, there were 3 priests who were constantly healing. So even though each of its blows caused over 100 million damage to Benita, there was no way to kill her. Bang! 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 At this time, Zhan Tian and Xiao Han seized the opportunity and immediately brandished their spears and attacked with all their strength. Bloody damage values continuously emerged from the head of Dark Behemoth King. At this time, after more than 2 hours of fierce battle, even though the Dark Behemoth King is still fierce, the blood bar on his head has bottomed out. Bang! 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 More than 10 minutes later, as Xiao Han hit the Dark Behemoth King heavily, with 5 consecutive slashes of flames, a series of system prompts finally rang in his ears. Ding, you kill a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, and get 13,632,000 experience points, trigger a 100-fold reward, and you get 1,363,200,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of your level. Ding, you kill a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, and get 916 gold coins, trigger the 100-fold reward, and you get 91,600 gold coins. Ding, you kill a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, and get the Divine Weapon Equipment Beast King Shield, which triggers a 100-fold reward, and you get the Artifact Equipment Beast King Shield. Ding, you kill a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, and get the Spiritual Weapon Equipment Beast King's Ring, which triggers a 100-fold reward, and you get the Artifact Equipment Beast King's Ring. Ding, you killed a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, to obtain the Manifestation Talisman and Medicine Spiritual Weapon, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Manifestation Talisman and Medicine Artifact. Ding, you kill a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, to obtain the Manifestation Talisman and Weapon, Spiritual Weapon, trigger a 100-fold reward, and you obtain the Manifestation Talisman and Weapon Artifact. Ding, you killed a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, obtained the Skill Beast King Roar Shen level, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained the Skill Beast King Roar Earth level. Ding, you killed a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, obtained the Skill Beast King Rage Shen level, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained the Skill Beast King Rage Earth level. Ding, you killed a Dark Behemoth King, Emperor, obtained. Amid a series of system prompts, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he also saw a golden book on the pile of gold coins like a small mountain. He didn't have too much expectation for the equipment that exploded, because the Dark Behemoth King is a boss of at least level 130, the equipment that exploded must also be equipment of level 130 or above. Such equipment is completely useless even if it explodes. As for the artifact level Beast King Shield, you can consider whether to materialize it after looking at the attributes. As for the Beast King Ring, if nothing unexpected happens, it may not be of any use and it will probably be left in the warehouse to collect dust. But the 2 skills of Beast King Roar and Beast King Rage are worth looking forward to, because just by listening to the names you can judge the functions of these 2 skills. Among them, Beast King Roar is easy to say, after all, the Dark Behemoth King has used it several times before. It is not only a group attack skill but also has the effect of group stun. As for Beast King Rage, it may be even more awesome. Looking at the golden book on the pile of gold coins, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately stepped forward and grabbed it in his palm. Hashtag C1240 Beast King Ring. Beast King Rage, Earth level, consume 100,000 energy points to enter a completely violent state, increase physical attack by 300%, and the attack will have a 10% enchantment effect, which lasts for 60 seconds and has a cooldown of 120 minutes. After reading the introduction of the skill book in his hand, Xiao Han's eyes lit up suddenly, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes, but he whispered, "Enchantment effect. What effect is this?" He had never seen the attribute of enchantment before, but just increasing physical attack by 300% is already very awesome. The introduction in the skill book is the skill attribute of LV1, and Beast King Rage is an Earth level skill. As long as the proficiency is raised, it will not be too difficult to upgrade to LV9, and by then, the physical attack will not be increased to 1000%, but the possibility of increasing to 800 to 900% is still very high. This is not like those primary and intermediate skills which can only be upgraded to LV3 and LV6 at most. Although it is not easy to upgrade a skill by one level, especially this Earth level skill. Just the improvement of proficiency can make people feel depressed and want to vomit blood. But he is different. He has a 100-fold reward improvement effect. As long as he uses a skill once, he can get 100 points of proficiency. Although it may not be so easy to upgrade it to LV9 due to the cooling time. But it is not too difficult to upgrade it to LV3 within a day or two. "Hey, Beast King Rage," he whispered in his heart with some excitement. Xiao Han did not learn this skill immediately because it also had the credit of others. But he has decided to keep this skill book for himself. But now is not the time to talk about these things, so he held the skill book and said to the people behind him, "Don't stand there, clean up the battlefield quickly. When I just came in, I had killed 1,000,000 ice crystal demons. There are at least hundreds of thousands of materialization talismans in this lake, and they are all gold and dark gold level materialization talismans. Don't miss them. Oh my god! Hundreds of thousands." Fu Qingji was stunned, his face full of disbelief, but his expression was extremely excited, and he immediately flew down from Wyman's body. On the other side, Jiangzhe, Lu Su, and Xie Yao were still healing Benita, but their eyes were also full of excitement. As for Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, and Yijian Juefeng, they all rushed to the place where the Ice Crystal Queen died. Over there, the materialization talisman and the cultivation method have not been found yet. Compared with the materialization talisman, they actually value the local level Z Luo Heart Sutra more. Roar. At this time, although the battle was over, the frost dragon was seriously injured, and there was almost no intact scale on its body. Although there were 3 priests who were still forcibly stabilizing its health, it would take some time to fully recover. For pets, once the injury is too serious, it is not so easy to recover. Looking at Benita lying in the lake with a weak look, Xiao Han knew that if it weren't for it, it would be impossible to kill the Dark Behemoth King today, and even everyone would die here. So after just a little thought, he raised his hand and took out a few bottles of pills, threw them over, and shouted loudly, "Hey, take it. These bottles of pills are good for your injuries." Pills. Benita, who was lying in the lake, heard such a voice and immediately raised her head in spirit. At the same time, a whirlwind rose and instantly rolled up the bottles of pills. At this time, a green shadow suddenly flashed in front of him.
Xiao Han looked
up and immediately saw the eager eyes of Wymans. Whether it was the Earth Spirit Pill, the Essence Pill, or the Red Blood Pill, they were all very attractive to these dragons. Although Wymans didn't say anything at this time, Xiao Han had already understood what it meant. Although it didn't do much in this battle, it was still obedient after all, so It wouldn't be too much to give it some rewards. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a bottle of pills was thrown over. Roar! Wymans didn't think it was too little. While taking it, he also roared excitedly and immediately poured out one and threw it into his mouth. And Xiao Han immediately shifted his gaze to the pile of gold coins under his feet. Another skill book was still hidden inside. He had to find it out quickly and then go talk to the old guy named Tan Yuntian. After all, he still had doubts about the Chosen One. And the Abyss Demon Lord sealed under Iceland, once the seal is broken, should chase him and Zhan Tian in the first place. This is a hidden danger, so we must find a way to strengthen this seal. Crash! After thinking this through, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and immediately started searching the pile of gold coins. After a while, a shield appeared in his sight. This was a golden shield, made entirely of metal with a thickness of more than 5 centimeters and a width of 70 to 80 centimeters. As for the length, it was about 1 meter and 2 meters. At the same time, next to the shield, there was a ring the size of a bracelet. Fuck! Is this a ring? Reaching out to pick up the Beast King ring, Xiao Han could not help but curse. In a low voice, his face full of depression. Although he knew that such a ring could not be equipped, the ring that exploded was like a bracelet, which was a bit too much. Now even if its attributes are very good, there is no way to materialize it. Forget it, I don't need it anyway. After saying this in a low voice, Xiao Han still brought it in front of his eyes and took a curious look at its attributes. Beast King Ring, Artifact Level 170, Physical Attack Limit plus 30%, Physical Attack plus 250,000, Strength plus 130,000, Stamina plus 130,000, Agility plus 130,000, Energy plus 130,000, Defense plus 130,000. Special Skill 1, Beast King's Power, consumes 50,000 energy points, increases Strength attribute by 300%, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 60 minutes. Special Skill 2, Beast King's Power, consumes 50,000 energy points, releases the pressure of the Behemoth King, reduces all attributes of all beasts by 30% and increases the success rate of enslavement by 30%, lasts for 3 seconds, cools down 120 seconds. Special Skill, Beast King Rage, consumes 100,000 energy points, and enters a completely violent state. Physical attack increases by 500%. Enchantment effect increases by 10%, lasts for 10 seconds, cools down for 120 minutes. Special effect, Enchantment, increases enchantment effect by 20%. Special effect, Critical Strike, increases critical strike rate by 100%. Special effect, Endless, increases critical strike effect by 100%. Special effect, Combo 100% chance to launch 2 normal attacks in a row, 60% chance to launch 3 normal attacks in a row, 20% chance to launch 4 normal attacks in a row, 10% chance to launch 5 normal attacks in a row. Hashtag C1241 Abyss Bone Emperor. Fuck! So strong. After reading the introduction of the Beast King Ring, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, his eyes full of excitement. Not to mention the special skills, the special effects alone are already awesome. What kind of effect does the enchantment have? Because I have never encountered such special effects, I am not sure for the time being. But judging from the 20% ratio, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be a very awesome special effect. After all, the critical strike and infinity are both increased by 100%. If he can equip this equipment, his damage will immediately increase to a higher level. In addition to the extremely rare combo special effect, the 3 combo can be increased to 100% at this time. And in this way, once the state is fully opened, the instantaneous damage per second should be more than 200 million. That's not counting the increase of the power of the Beast King and the Beast King's Rage. If these 2 state skills can be used at the same time, it would be a very easy thing to double the damage per second. It's a pity that this is a level 170 equipment. According to the frequency of changing jobs every 20 levels, he must at least become a level 9 evolver to use such equipment. Because he is only level 5 in reality, he has been stuck at level 90 for a long time. Jiangzhe, Gaoqiu, and Fu Qingji have now reached level 110 because they are level 6 evolvers. What a pity! It's such a pity, Xiao Han said in a depressed whisper, playing with the Beast King ring in his hand, his face full of regret. In fact, this equipment is secondary to the improvement of strength. Because with his current forging ability, even if such equipment cannot be used, there is a way to forge artifact equipment by himself. The corpse of the Dark Behemoth King is still there, and you can get a lot of Emperor-level materials by just looting it casually. And it is not too difficult to use such materials to forge artifact equipment. The possibility of having a special skill like the power of the Beast King on the forged equipment is almost zero. It is actually very difficult to enslave pets. Even with the soul slave technique, which can increase the success rate of enslavement, it is necessary to find a pet cub. But it is extremely difficult to find such a cub no matter where it is. Once he has the power of the Beast King and the 30% success rate of enslavement, he can try to enslave an adult pet. There are many such pets in the wild. What a pity! Xiao Han whispered again, and he immediately stopped thinking about checking the Beast King shield, because he was already very depressed after looking at the Beast King ring. Just now, he didn't want to be depressed again because of this equipment. After all, the Dark Behemoth King was once an Emperor-level boss. Although the equipment exploded is still a divine weapon, it is much stronger than ordinary divine weapons. Putting the shield into the backpack with his backhand, Xiao Han immediately searched the pile of gold coins again. Hey, that kid! At this moment, an old voice came from Iceland, saying tiredly, Zhan Tian and Han Xiao. I should remember correctly. Let others clean up the battlefield. Since the Ice Queen and the Dark Behemoth King have been killed, shouldn't you come over? There is something else here, wait a moment. Xiao Han replied but did not go over immediately. Things like cleaning up the battlefield can indeed be handed over to others, but the materials on the Dark Behemoth King cannot be lent to others. If the claws, teeth, inner elixir and other things are all taken out by Zhan Tian, Jiangzhe and Fu Qingji, they are at most Emperor-level materials. It will not be so easy to create artifact equipment with this. Seeing that it will be impossible to find the Beast King roar and the two artifact-level embodiment talismans in a short time, Xiao Han will not force. His figure flashed and he appeared next to the body of the Dark Behemoth King, and a red knife appeared in his hand. Tear. With the death of the Dark Behemoth King, its body defense was no longer as strong as before. The Flame Fang skinning knife cut the Dark Behemoth King's skin with a strong stroke. Following the skin, Xiao Han also cut the tough muscles. After a while, a 2-meter-long black claw was taken off from the Dark Behemoth King. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you get a claw of the Dark Behemoth King, triggering 100 times. Reward, you get a claw of the Dark Behemoth King. The Emperor-level material has become the Emperor-level material, and even the name has changed. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately put the claw into his backpack. At the same time, his hands did not stop moving. One claw and one tooth after another were carefully taken off by him, and the inner pill was also taken out from the head of the Dark Behemoth King. Xiao Han didn't even miss the black fur on its body. This is the best material for sewing leather armor, so there is no reason to miss it. It took more than an hour to deal with the body of the Dark Behemoth King, and Xiao Han was relieved. As for Jiangzhe, Lu Su, Fu Qingji and others, they were still busy. Although the area of this lake is not large, there are many things in it. It is impossible to clean it up in a short time. Fortunately, the Ice Queen and the Dark Behemoth King have been killed, so everyone is not too anxious. Seeing the busy people, Xiao Han looked towards Iceland. He greeted Jean Tian, who was not far away, and said in a deep voice, "Senior, Tan asked us to go over. Let's go and take a look together." "Okay." Jean Tian did not hesitate and immediately followed Xiao Han to fly to Iceland. In a short while, the two of them were already standing on the edge of Iceland. Because of the Ice Queen and the Dark Behemoth King, they had not had the energy to carefully observe this small island made entirely of ice. At this time, after a brief look, a touch of shock flashed in their eyes. At the edge of the island, there are several ice sculptures erected. Because they have seen them all before, they are not surprised. But now, they find that these ice sculptures are lifelike. The expressions on their faces were all pain, despair, and even fear. Xiao Han didn't know why all these ice sculptures were carved like this. But thinking that they were part of the Jiuan Soul refining formation, he didn't bother so much, but walked quickly to the island. Strange. These ice sculptures look a bit like living things? At this moment, Jean Tian whispered, his face full of curiosity, and Xiao Han's heart clicked. From the appearance of these ice sculptures on the island, they are all some abyss monsters. There are skeletons, zombies, demons, and lava monsters. But now they are standing here quietly, and even more than 20 meters to the left, there is a skeleton more than 10 meters tall, made entirely of black bones. Just a glance, you can feel a fierce color coming. Could this thing be a living thing? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, and then a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Abyss Bone Emperor, Emperor level? HP? Attack? Physical defense? Magical defense? Hashtag C1242 Remedial Measures. 1. The data that suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes made Xiao Han stunned for a moment. This ice sculpture full of cracks turned out to be an Emperor-level boss, which he had never expected. And there are many such ice sculptures on this ice island. Less than 100 meters to the right, there is a creature with horns on its head and fangs in its mouth which looks like a zombie. Is this thing also Emperor-level? Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, and then a set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes again. Abyss Corpse Emperor, Emperor level? HP? Attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Although he had guessed it long ago, Xiao Han still couldn't believe his eyes when he really saw such a set of data. At the same time, he couldn't help but look down at his feet and whispered in his mouth. These monsters frozen on the island are already at the Emperor level. What level is the Abyss Demon Lord suppressed under this island? As he said this, he actually had some guesses in his heart and even thought of the Black Snake in Yuhai City. But at this time, it is not difficult to figure it out. After all, Tan Yuntian, who is guarding here, should have a clear understanding of the situation here, otherwise he would not know clearly how long the seal here can last. If the Abyss Demon Lord is also at the Holy Spirit level, it will be really troublesome. Thinking of the two encounters with the Black Snake, Xiao Han suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, and he couldn't think of going against it at all, because the gap in strength is too big. And if the guy suppressed under the ice is really a Holy Spirit level Abyss monster, the possibility of reinforcing the seal is almost zero. Holy Spirit level. Damn it. After mumbling a curse, Xiao Han couldn't help but look hundreds of meters away, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The next second, a set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes again. Abyss Witch Emperor, Emperor level? HP? Attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Although it was expected, the name of another Emperor-level boss appeared in the corner of his eyes, and Xiao Han's pupils couldn't help but shrink. At this time, he no longer had the mind to continue watching, and his pace couldn't help but speed up a bit. Iceland is not big, less than 1 kilometer long and wide. So in less than a minute, Xiao Han took Jean Tian to the center of the island. Crack, crack, crack. as the sound of ice breaking rang out, the more than 10-meter-high ice peak in the center of the ice suddenly cracked to both sides. At this time, an ice-blue light shield had already appeared in sight. This light shield is very large, with a diameter of more than 20 meters, like a giant blue bowl upside down on the ground. Through the light shield, you can see that there is a 9-sided altar inside. In the center of the altar, you can vaguely see an old figure with white hair and beard and a bit hunched. At the same time, at the intersection of the 9 sides of the altar, there is a frozen human skeleton sitting. "You're here." At this time, the old figure in the center of the altar raised his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the dark behemoth king would die in your hands. Even if I was in my prime, I couldn't kill him. Senior Tan is too modest." Xiao Han was a little unconvinced and turned his eyes to the ice sculptures around him and said with a smile, "Around here, there are all the abyss monsters of the Emperor. Since you can imprison them here, how can you not kill a small dark behemoth king? Hehe. Why should I lie to you?" Seeing Han Zhao's expression, Tan Yuntian knew that he didn't believe him, so he had to explain. "These abyss monsters with the strength of the Emperor were not sealed here by me. Since you are from Stormwind City, you must have heard of Lord Duanyuan." "Duanyuan," Xiao Han whispered, and immediately remembered the statue outside the warrior temple. When he first went to the warrior temple and saw the statue, he also deliberately looked at the introduction under the statue. "He is the god of war of mankind and a hero who resisted the demons 7,000 years ago." Other cities also have statues and legends of Duanyuan. Can even be said that 7,000 years ago, the Abyss Demon clan would be driven back to the Abyss by the coalition forces of various clans, and the god of war Duanyuan played an irreplaceable role. Hearing Tan Yuntian mention him, Xiao Han immediately asked, "Could it be that this 9 Abyss soul refining formation was set up by Lord Duanyuan?" "That's not the case." Tan Yuntian shook his head and continued, "Lord Duanyuan is not a formation master, and he has no ability to set up this formation that has trapped the Abyss Demon Lord for more than 7,000 years. But the 9 Abyss Demon Emperors on Iceland were all sent by Lord Duanyuan. Without them, even if Master Yen Chongkong was more capable, he would not be able to set up this 9 Abyss soul refining formation." "Yen Chongkong," Xiao Han whispered, and immediately realized that this was another figure from 7,000 years ago, and a very powerful figure. However, he was not too interested in such a figure who had disappeared in the long river of history. After all, no matter how powerful these people from thousands of years ago were, they couldn't help him now. As the chosen one, the threat posed by the Lord of the Abyss was the greatest. So he was most curious about Tan Yuntian's strength. After a slight hesitation, he asked directly, "Even if this formation was not set up by you, you can deal with a dark behemoth king with only the strength of an emperor?" "Ah, I really can't deal with it." Tan Yuntian sighed and continued, "When I came here, it had the strength of an emperor. If it weren't for the suppression of the formation, I wouldn't even be able to enter this altar. But these are not important now. Anyway, this 9 Abyss soul refining formation can't last too long. I called you here now just to let you two take this news out. In 3 years at most, the Abyss Demon clan should come again, so there is not much time left for preparation. And you not only have to refine the breath-retaining pill but also find ways to improve your strength as soon as possible and try to find other chosen people to fight against the demon clan together." "Other chosen people?" Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he was not very interested in this. And even if they really find it, they are all players from other countries, and it is good enough not to poke a transparent hole in them. It is impossible to unite to deal with the Abyss Demon clan. But the threat of the Abyss Demon Lord cannot be ignored. After a short silence, Xiao Han asked in a deep voice, "Senior Tan, is it true that the 9 Abyss soul refining formation will collapse within half a year? Since you know this formation so well, there should be some remedial measures. Ah! Tan Yuntian sighed and said with a sad face, there are remedial measures, but there is no way to do it. Hashtag C1243 remedial measures. 2. Seeing Tan Yuntian acting like this again, Xiao Han really wanted to curse him. Again, even if you can't do it, you still have to say it. Only by speaking out and knowing what should be done can everyone work together to find solutions and see if there is any possibility of remediation. This Tama didn't do anything, so he lost confidence in himself and he still fought against the stupid demons. If all the humans outside are like this, then let them all die. Whether we can do it or not, let's not worry about it for now. Thinking that he might have to rely on this old guy in the future, Xiao Han suppressed the anger in his heart and continued. At least this seal can suppress the Abyss Demon Lord for a few months. The method you mentioned may be really difficult to implement, but suppressing the demons is not just your business alone. Now that we are here, the news can be brought out from here. Perhaps you always look down on our strength, but we can inform Stormwind City, Ice City, and Yuhai City, gathering the power of all human beings. I don't believe there is no way to continue to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord. Hey! This matter is not as simple as you think. Tan Yuntian sighed softly and said quietly, if there is a way, I won't be trapped here. But if you want to know, it doesn't hurt to tell you. You must have seen the 9 cracked ice sculptures here. They are the base of the Jiuan Soul Refining Array. It's not difficult to continue to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord. Just replace all these formation bases. Replace the formation base? Xiao Han was a little confused. He couldn't help but look around again and asked quickly, Senior Tan, are you kidding me? How can I still change the base of this formation, since the ice sculpture is the foundation of the Jiuan Soul Refining formation? Once any one of them is missing, the formation will immediately become unstable. With the ability of the Abyss Demon Lord, why can't he break out immediately and forcefully break through the seal? That's not the case. It's not like changing them together. Tan Yuntian said, softly and patiently explained. It has been more than 7,000 years since this formation appeared. The Jiuan in the Jiuan Soul Refining Array are actually 9 kinds of abyss monsters. Furthermore, these abyss monsters must all have emperor-level strength in order to use the power of the formation to forcibly extract the power from their bodies to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord. But after 7,000 years of extraction, almost all the energy in the bodies of these Abyss Demon Emperors has been drained. So what you mean is... A hint of speechlessness flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he continued, if you want to continue to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord, you have to capture 9 more Abyss Demon Emperors alive. A hint of bitterness flashed across Tan Yuntian's face, and he continued. When this formation was first built, Grandmaster Yen Chongkong also thought of today's situation. So during construction, we also left some backup options. The current 9 Abyss Demon Emperors are not completely dead yet. Once a new Demon Emperor is captured, all the life force of one of them can be forcibly extracted. Then the Abyss Demon Lord was forcibly suppressed for 3 minutes. With this time as a buffer, it is enough to replace the next formation base. Yes, it's enough to replace another formation base. Xiao Han replied with a speechless face and continued. But how can this Abyss Demon Emperor be captured alive so easily? I heard that the demonic disaster 7,000 years ago destroyed almost all the earth veins, spiritual veins, and dragon veins. And over the past few thousand years, the number of strong human beings has also dropped sharply. It has even been more than 1,000 years since there have been no top professionals such as gods of war, mages, and dragon knights. Well, it has indeed been a long time. Tan Yuntian nodded and continued. It is precisely because of this that I said that even if I say this method, it is still the same as not saying it. So, although I'm very happy about your appearance, I don't want you to come in. Now that the Chosen One has been born, humans in the future may not have the ability to repel the abyss demons again. 7,000 years ago, Lord Duanyuan and Grandmaster Yen Chongkong were actually just like you. They were all chosen by nature to cope with the calamity. As long as you can cultivate steadily without being arrogant or impetuous, in about 3 to 5 years you should be able to cultivate to the level of the god of war, the god of dharma, the god of arrows, and even the dragon knight. But now, because of your recklessness, it will take at most half a year for the Abyss Demon Lord to break out of the seal. When that time comes, you will be its #1 target. Hey! I didn't expect it to be like this, Xiao Han said with a depressed face, and then immediately said, but is there really no way to kill this Abyss Demon Lord completely? Kill completely? Tan Yuntian whispered, and then continued weakly. If you can kill them completely, why bother sealing them here? Can't even the Holy Spirit kill them? Seeing Tan Yuntian's confused look, Xiao Han immediately explained, I once found a spiritual vein in Yuhai City, and deep in the spiritual veins, I also encountered a Holy Spirit level black snake. If we invite Master Shen Shi here, is it possible to directly kill the Abyss Demon Lord under Iceland? Mysterious snake? Tan Yuntian looked at Han Xiao in surprise, shook his head, and said softly, you are wrong. That is not a mysterious snake. I know about Yuhai City. That's Lord Xuanwu, who has a dragon head and a snake tail. If he can come to this dead cave, he can indeed continue to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord, but it is impossible to kill him. Otherwise, he could have done it 7,000 years ago. It's good that he can suppress it. Xiao Han's face flashed with excitement, and he said quickly, I am familiar with him, so I will go over and invite him over now. Anyway, he sleeps all day, so it shouldn't be too difficult to invite him over. Don't go, Lord Xuanwu can't come, Tan Yuntian said quickly, and continued, under the spiritual vein of Yuhai City, this Abyss Demon is also suppressed, Lord. And the strength of the Abyss Demon Lord is stronger than the one in the dead Silence Cave. There is one over there too? Xiao Han was a little confused and said, blankly, no wonder I told it that the Abyss Blood Emperor escaped, but it ignored me. It turns out that there is a more powerful one suppressed under that spirit vein. Yes, Tan Yuntian said with emotion and continued, it is said that there are 9 layers in the Abyss world, and there are 9 Abyss Demon Lords. The one suppressed under the Dead Silence Cave is said to be the Abyss Demon, Lord of the 8th layer. It's a pity that the ice spiritual vein, which is the core of the formation, is about to collapse, otherwise it will take at least 100 years for the Abyss Demon Lord to break free. C1244, the inheritance of the magic sealer. Ice spiritual vein, about to collapse? After receiving such information, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked hurriedly, what does it mean that the spiritual vein collapses? How can a spiritual vein made entirely of energy crystals collapse? Do you mean that the spiritual source in the spiritual vein is about to collapse? Hey, you actually know the spiritual source? A hint of surprise flashed across Tan Yuntian's face, but he still explained, you are right, the spiritual source is indeed about to collapse. In order to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord, the spiritual energy of this spiritual vein has been extracted for 7,000 years. And in the past few hundred years, the Abyss Demon Lord has been rioting from time to time. Although the spiritual vein has not been completely destroyed, some veins have been disconnected. So although this ice spiritual vein seems to still be there, it has lost the ability to repair itself. The spiritual energy now is used a little less. Loss of self-repair-'s ability? Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he asked in a deep voice. Then can I understand that as long as this ice spirit vein can continue to provide spiritual energy, then the Jiuan Soul Refining Formation can still continue to seal the abyss. Demon Lord. Yes. Tan Yuntian nodded and continued. It's a pity that the dragon vein was not found at the beginning, otherwise the Abyss Demon Lord could be refined to death in another 1 or 2,000 years. Although the spiritual energy that the spirit vein can provide is not small, compared with the dragon vein, the gap is too big. Hey, that's good. Xiao Han said excitedly and continued. Since the formation base cannot be changed, then just change the formation directly. Give me 2 days, I will get you a spiritual source that reaches the quality of dragon veins. As he said, Xiao Han flipped his palm, and a golden pickaxe appeared in his hand. Then, without any hesitation, he smashed the ice island under his feet. Boom! In the dull sound, an ice block with a diameter of more than 70 centimeters immediately flew up from the ice island. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Such an action instantly angered Tan Yuntian. He shouted anxiously, under this ice island, the Abyss Demon Lord is suppressed. Are you trying to dig through this ice island, destroy the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation, and release the Abyss Demon Lord? Ah! Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't think of this. He quickly explained, no, I just want to find the spiritual source. Since this island is connected to the center of the formation, the spiritual source must be nearby. As long as you find the spiritual source of the ice spirit vein, I can immediately replace it with a dragon vein quality spiritual source for you. Source. So, you have a dragon vein quality spiritual source in your hand now? 10. Yuntian's face flashed with disbelief, but he immediately said, it's useless. Don't waste your energy. Spirit sources of different attributes cannot be compatible with the ice spiritual vein under your feet. You'd better leave here quickly and find a way to improve your strength as soon as possible. At the same time, don't forget to take a higher breath. Retaining pill. Incompatible. Xiao Han said in a low voice, but it was not easy to explain anything. After all, he didn't know how to explain the 100-fold reward to an NPC, and improving the quality of spiritual sources doesn't seem to be a rush. The Dragon Soul Golden Shovel, which can additionally improve the quality of materials, is still in the hands of Xuanwu Shangling, and he also needs to go to Yuhai City. After all, once luck explodes, it can directly upgrade 3 grades. If the spiritual source of the ice spiritual vein under your feet is a 6th level spiritual source, it can be directly upgraded to a 9th level spiritual source. By then, it shouldn't be too difficult to completely kill the Abyss Demon Lord under his feet. Thinking of this, Xiao Han stopped explaining and nodded, saying, okay, I'll think of other ways. Please take care of yourself here. After I get out, I will definitely find a way to find an ice-attributed spiritual source to free you. Alas, it's not that easy. Tan Yuntian sighed and said with a wry smile, there are not many spiritual veins in the world. Almost all of them were destroyed in the demon disaster 7,000 years ago. It's good that you have this intention. Don't come here again in the future. It's okay if you can't help. Once you can't suppress the Abyss Demon Lord, you might lose your life here. After you go back, help me bring a seeing the chosen person in front of him who has learned the sealing technique. Tan Yuntian wanted to let him bring a message to Lu Yen, but thought about it and gave up. Since he can use the sealing technique, he must be a demon sealer. According to the seniority, I should be his uncle or even his grandmaster. If this reckless guy knew about this relationship, he might do something reckless. So there was no need to say this. As long as he could grow up safely to become an 8th level professional. With the skills of the magic sealer, he would be able to fight even if he met the Abyss Demon Lord. And if he became a high-level war god, the Abyss Demon Clan would not be a concern. After thinking this through, Tan Yuntian flipped his palm slightly, and 2 skill books, 1 black and 1 white, appeared in his hand. After thinking for a while, he said directly, Han Xiao, the skill you just used should be the sealing technique. Huh. Xiao Han was about to leave Iceland when he heard such a voice. He stopped in his tracks and thought to himself, could it be that he is also a demon sealer? The name Tan Yuntian always feels familiar. Why can't I remember it? Seeing the vague and old figure in the ice blue light shield, he couldn't help but ask, how can you know what skill I am using when you are thousands of meters away? Could it be that? Hey, don't guess randomly. Tan Yuntian pointed to a human skeleton not far to the left and said solemnly, this senior Luo Ming was a demon sealer when he was alive. As he said, in order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, he stretched out his hand to grab in the air. An ancient white ring immediately flew out from the finger of the human skeleton, and then in a flash he took out 2 books. Until then, he continued, he didn't get out alive, so the inheritance of the demon sealer couldn't be sent out. The inheritance of the demon sealer can't be cut off. Since you are here today, you can take these 2 skill books of the demon sealer with you. 2 skill books or 2 skill books of the demon sealer. A low voice came from the light shield, and Xiao Han couldn't help but stare, and his heart was full of ecstasy. He has been coveting the skills of the demon sealer for a long time. But that cheap master has already gone away. Although Lu Yan is also a demon sealer, he is actually just a half-baked one, and he hasn't even learned the sealing technique. Is that Luo Ming my master? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han is not sure, but he still thinks that he should ask Lu Yan after returning. If it is really that cheap master after completely sealing the Abyss Demon Lord here, it is time to collect his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, 2 books, 1 black and 1 white, also flew out from the light shield. Xiao Han immediately stepped forward and grabbed all 200 books in his hands. Almost at the same time, 2 system prompts also rang in his ears. #C1245 Spirit Refining Technique. Ding, you get the Soul Sealing Technique, Earth Level, trigger 100 times reward, and you get the Soul Sealing Technique, Heavenly Secret. Ding, you get the Soul Raising Skill, Heavenly Level, trigger 100-fold reward, and you get the Divine Refining Skill, God Level. After acquiring the 2 skill books, I was immediately upgraded to a level with a 100-fold reward, and then became a Heaven Level and God Level skill book. The Art of Sealing Spirits, the Art of Refining Gods. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han looked at the 2 skill books in his hand, 1 black and 1 white, in disbelief. Being able to represent the inheritance of the demon sealing master, he knew that these 2 skill books were not simple. However, it was not easy to show it directly at this time. While turning his hand to put it away, he quickly thanked him and said, thank you, Senior Tan. I will definitely come back. Please take care of yourself. My luck has always been very good. Even if there is no ice spiritual vein near Ice City, I will go deep into the extreme northern wilderness, find a spiritual source of spiritual vein quality, and suppress the abyss demons again. Hey, you are interested. Tan Yuntian sighed, knowing that he could not persuade Han Xiao, so he could only continue. Although 7,000 years have passed, it is indeed possible for spiritual veins to appear again in the extreme northern wasteland. But finding it probably won't be possible in a short time, and the Jiuan soul refining array that I am guarding can no longer hold on for too long. In order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, I hope you will promise me something. What's the matter? Xiao Han's eyes flashed slightly, and he understood immediately and said in a deep voice, Senior Tan, you hope that I'd better not come here to die again. Tan Yuntian nodded and continued with a solemn face. But I know that you will definitely not agree. So I'm hoping for 3 months. If you haven't found the ice attribute spiritual vein within 3 months, just give up and don't come here again. 3 months. Xiao Han repeated in a low voice. A look of understanding suddenly flashed in his eyes. According to Tan Yuntian, the Jiuan Soul Refining Array can still last for about half a year. But this is under the best of circumstances. If any other unexpected situation occurs, perhaps the Jiuan Soul Refining Array's persistence time will be even shorter. And within 3 months, there shouldn't be any problems here. However, it only takes a day or two at most to replace the Jiuan Soul Refining Array with a high-quality array. If the mountains below were not so large, it might only take a few hours. So for this request, he didn't bother to explain anything. After the spiritual source of dragon vein quality was replaced, all doubts disappeared. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han said directly, "Okay, I promise. If I don't find the spiritual source within 3 months, I will never come to this place again. Besides, I am an alchemist myself, so you can rest assured about the Qi Lian Dan. Even if the Abyss Demon Lord at his feet breaks through the seal, he will definitely not be able to find the two of us in a short time. It's just that you are always here, so you need to take more care of yourself. Please don't give up hope of living until the last moment. I am confident that I will find an ice-type spiritual vein within 3 months. Although all the earth veins, spiritual veins, and dragon veins were completely destroyed due to the demonic disaster 1,000 years ago, I found a spiritual vein just a month ago. As the chosen one in this reincarnation, my luck has always been very good." "Oh, that's right." Tan Yuntian laughed in agreement and continued. "You have already found a spiritual vein before, and you got to know Master Xuanwu because of the spiritual vein. And many times, good luck is also a kind of strength. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. If my death can completely kill the Abyss Demon Lord, you may only see a withered skeleton when you come here. Just because I can't kill it, I will try my best to keep a useful body to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord for as long as possible." "That's good." Xiao Han said nothing more and said directly, "Then please take care of yourself. I have to go to the Arctic wilderness as soon as possible, so I won't delay here anymore." Tan Yuntian nodded in response, waved his hand gently and said, "In the future, the human race will still have to rely on young people like you. I just hope that the evil disaster can be delayed for another 3 to 5 years." As Tan Yuntian spoke with emotion, Xiao Han said a few more words, and then went straight to the ice cave where he entered without stopping on the ice. However, there is a milky white light shield in this space. It is easy to get in but very difficult to get out. Fortunately, the formation is still in Tan Yuntian's hands and he can turn on the light shield at any time to let them leave here. It's just that the spoils here haven't been processed for a while. Even if there are many people, it is estimated that it will take at least half a day. Although Xiao Han seemed anxious to find the spiritual source, he was actually not anxious at all. After all, there is an ice spiritual vein under this mountain range. Although it is not easy to find it, 3 months is definitely enough. Now we just need to wait for things here to end, and then go to Chenxi Island to get the Dragon Soul Midas shovel back. Senior Tan. Is this the inheritance of Senior Tuoba? At this time, Zhan Tian was still on Iceland and had not come down.
Xiao Han
Didn't need to listen to the voices there, but he could still hear them clearly. In the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation, the few people who died were not only demon sealers, but also warriors, mages, knights, priests, and other high-level professionals. Because he used the seal technique on the Ice Crystal Queen, he got the inheritance of the demon sealer, and Zhan Tian also got 2 warrior skill books. Hearing the excitement in his voice, Xiao Han's eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately sent a message to Jiangzhe, Lu Su, and Fu Qingji, asking them to go up and try their luck. As for the result, he didn't care. Seeing Jiangzhe walking quickly over there, he couldn't get out for a while, so Xiao Han immediately took out a skill book.
Soul Refining Technique.
Although Xiao Han was quite excited about the heaven-level soul sealing technique upgraded from the soul sealing technique, he didn't take it out immediately. because the effect of this skill book would not be much different from the
Sous le ceiling technique.
It's nothing more than a stronger effect, but the soul refining technique is different. Just by hearing the name, Xiao Han felt that it should not only be a skill book, but more like a cultivation method. And if his guess is correct, this should be an extremely rare spiritual power. Cultivation method. God-level spiritual power cultivation method. Looking at the cover of the book in his hand, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, but he did not dare to read the book. Because if he is not careful, he might learn it in the game. In reality, because he used the soul sealing technique beyond his level, the injury on his soul has not healed. Now with the skill book, Xiao Han wondered if he could use it to repair the injury on his soul, and then greatly improve his spiritual power so as to completely enslave the white fox. Hey! But just thinking about it in his heart, he couldn't help but flash a touch of excitement in his eyes, and then a god-level skill embodiment talisman appeared in his hand. #C1246 distribute the spoils. A few hours later, all the manifestation talismans that fell into the lake were picked up. Although there were still many left, Xiao Han no longer wanted to waste time here. Click, click, click. As the sound of cracks came from the 9 ice sculptures again, a gap instantly appeared in the light curtain on the other side of the ice cave. Walk! Xiao Han said hello and used flash directly. On the side, Zhantian Jiangzhe, Bai Qingxue, Fu Qingji, Yi Jianjue, Feng and others all used skills such as flash at this moment. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to capture the fleeting half-second when the light mask is opened. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A series of footsteps sounded in the ice cave. After everyone teleported out, they all tacitly agreed not to leave immediately, but turned to look at the ice cave. Lord of the Abyss. I really didn't expect that. Yijian Jue Feng said softly with emotion on his face. Is it possible that, after half a year, the game will not be peaceful? Hey, isn't this good? Zhan Tian chuckled and said with excitement. Once the demons emerge from the abyss, we won't need to look around for the boss. When that time comes, the manifestation talisman will be within reach. It's not as easy as you said. Bai Gongxue shook her head slightly and continued with a solemn face. Just now, the 2 emperor bosses forced us to do that. If I remember correctly, you were killed by Dark Behemoth King 28 times in total. If an emperor-level boss emerges from the abyss, what do you think we can do to resist it with our current strength? Hey, what's there to be afraid of? Zhan Tian chuckled nonchalantly and continued with a calm face. Brother Han Zhao's sealing technique. Even the Emperor Bios has to kneel down when encountering us. What's more, just now, he also received the inheritance of the demon sealing. Master. As long as you don't encounter a boss of the level of the Abyss Demon Lord, even if the demons emerge from the abyss, just kill them all. Killed them all? Bai Qingxue said speechlessly, and stopped arguing with Zhan Tian on this issue. He is the chosen one, and he may indeed have the strength to kill the abyssal demons. But the power of 1 or 2 people is limited after all. There are 9 levels in the abyss. Once all the demons inside emerge from the ground, their total number should not be less than 10 billion, or even 100 billion. By then, he, the chosen one in Tan Yuntian's mouth, would be good if he was not hunted down. How could he still have the ability to kill the demons? However, Han Xiao seemed to be very calm about this. Bai Qingxue didn't understand where his confidence lay, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Senior Tan, please take care of yourself. At this moment, Xiao Han raised his fist towards the re-rising light shield, and continued in a deep voice. I will come back. I will definitely come back. Within 3 months. With that said, he didn't say anything more, turned around and walked towards the direction of the teleportation array. Upon seeing this, Zhan Tian immediately walked a few steps quickly. While catching up, he asked curiously, Brother Han Xiao, are you really sure that You will find a spiritual vein within 3 months. Whether it works or not, we have to go to the Arctic wilderness before deciding. Xiao Han didn't finish his words, and said casually, "But I have a soul-seeking plate. If there is a spiritual vein in the Arctic wilderness, it should be possible to find it. So, are you somewhat sure?" Zhang Tian repeated in a low voice, and immediately said with a moved face, "Brother Han Xiao, how about I go with you? I heard that the further north you go, the higher the monster's power will be. If we go together, we can still have someone to take care of you. No need for the time being." Xiao Han shook his head and refused in a deep voice. "I don't go to the Arctic wilderness to kill monsters. And your speed is too slow, which will affect the progress of my search for spiritual veins." "Okay." Thinking that speed was indeed his shortcoming, Zhang Tian stopped insisting but still said, "Actually, releasing the demons may not be a bad thing. No matter where you are, the greater the pressure, the faster the growth will be. Even if you are killed in this game, it is not a real death. If this place can be the same as in reality, maybe it can also be used for training soldiers. More importantly, once the demons break out of the abyss, although there will be a loss of lives, there will also be more resources. As long as you can obtain enough manifestation talismans, your real life strength will quickly increase." "Oh, you really dare to say that?" Xiao Han shook his head speechlessly and continued, "I have to admit that your idea is indeed a good one. But you seem to have forgotten that more than 90% of the players now are stuck at level 50. Once the Abyss demons are really released, it will not be military training, but a unilateral massacre. The idea of training troops is indeed a good one, but it must also be realistic. You were also a level 5 evolver before. If I guessed correctly, you should have been stuck at level 90 for a long time." Zhang Tian was stunned for a moment, remembering that he finally completed his 6th job transfer mission after breaking through and becoming a level 6 evolver, and finally understood what Han Xiao meant. There is no way for evolvers below level 4 to receive the 4th job transfer mission. If a cultivation method cannot be embodied in the game, ordinary people will not be able to break through the bottleneck of level 4, and will always be stuck at level 50. Once the Abyss demons are really released, more than 90% of ordinary players will be slaughtered without any resistance. This is not training troops, but destroying their spiritual will. Maybe some people will collapse because of this. After all, the game Perfect World is very realistic, and frequent deaths also have an impact on mental strength. After thinking about this clearly, Zhang Tian couldn't help but sigh and said, "Nothing more." After a while, the 3rd-level teleportation array appeared in sight. Xiao Han also stopped and said in a deep voice, "Our cooperation this time is finally over. I have something to do later. You can talk to Jiangxia about the distribution of the spoils. But I still have use for the Purple Heart Sutra revealed by the Ice Crystal Queen. So whoever picked it up should take it out." "Purple Heart Sutra?" Bai Qingxue said softly, and a look of hesitation immediately flashed across her face. However, after thinking for a moment, he took out a purple book and said in a deep voice, "Brother Han Xiao, can you give me this practice book? After the Blood Emperor of the Abyss was killed last time, didn't he already reveal a book of blood demon true demonic art? My Benita was almost beaten to death this time. I don't want those pills anymore. I can also give up all the manifestation talismans. I just want this local level practice technique. Okay? Hashtag C1247 Lion Guild. Yuhai City. After leaving the city for 1,000 meters, Xiao Han directly summoned Waymans, pointed out the direction of Chenchi Island, and flew there quickly. No one dared to disobey his will in the distribution of spoils, and the Purple Heart Sutra finally fell into his hands. However, Xiao Han gave the Earth-level technique, the Blood Evil True Demon art, to Bai Qingxue without any regret. After all, the Frost Dragon Benita played a big role in this battle. If it hadn't been restrained by it, it would definitely be impossible to kill the Dark Behemoth King. It was just that, at the moment when the Purple Heart Sutra was exploded, he had already thought of Jiang Xiaoyun. After all, although her ability was special, her combat power was really weak. And once there was a local-level cultivation technique coupled with a continuous supply of elixirs, her strength would surely increase rapidly. Although the Blood Evil True Demon art was also an earth-level technique, Xiao Han didn't want her to practice this technique, because the influence of demonic energy on people is really not simple. Even with his strength, he would be affected by the overwhelming desire to kill. And once he really practiced this kind of technique, it would affect Jiang Xiaoyun's character, and then the gains would be more than the losses. So he couldn't give up the Purple Heart Sutra. But since Bai Qingxue had spoken and even gave up the distribution of other spoils, he couldn't just refuse. Otherwise, the other party would be disappointed, and there would be no chance to continue cooperation next time. But fortunately, as long as it was a ground-level practice technique, even if it sounded like the Blood Evil True Demonic art, which was a magic technique, Bai Qingxue could accept it. After giving him a divine artifact-level skill embodiment talisman, it was easily solved. As for other things, he didn't really care too much. The only regret was that the Beast King ring had no way to equip it because of its level. Oh, it's really depressing. Muttering a little regretfully, Xiao Han took out the Beast King ring that looked like a bracelet and whispered, "I don't know if there is any way to reduce the usage level. In fact, in many game settings, there are gems that can reduce the equipment level. But in this game, let alone gems that can reduce the equipment level, I haven't even met a craftsman who can inlay gems. I don't know if Xuanwu knows what's going on. Should I find a chance to ask him later?" With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a touch of desire in his eyes because the inlay method is really too important to him. This time in the Dead Silence Cave, although the Dark Behemoth King was finally killed, he entangled with it for 3 hours. If Zhang's treatment effect was not too abnormal, it would be hard to say whether he could kill the Dark Behemoth King in the end. After all, he failed to seal it. Even if his physical attack was as high as 10 million, he couldn't break the defense. Fortunately, the 9 Nether Demon-Slaying Spear had the dual attributes of fire and poison, and the Demon-Slaying special skill also had an extremely rare true damage effect, so it was finally killed. But this was indeed extremely lucky. As the main output, Zhan Tian was killed almost 30 times in seconds. If all the equipment at that time could be inlaid with attribute gems, perhaps it would have been killed in a few minutes. I must ask about the inlay method this time. Saying this, Xiao Han also put away the Beast King ring in his hand again and immediately looked forward. After more than 10 minutes of flying, a blue area appeared in front. And in that blue area there were also several black islands. Qianxi Island happened to be one of them. Ha! At this time, Wymans also felt that the destination was in front, and his wings could not help but flap violently, and the speed suddenly increased by 20%. In less than 2 minutes, he had already passed Qianxi Island and flew to the sea to its east. Having been here twice, Xiao Han did not hesitate. He raised his hand and shot a pill at Wymans and then jumped directly. Plop! With a bang, he immediately disappeared into the sea. And this time, even though the visibility in the sea was poor, there was no need for someone to lead the way. After searching for a while, Xiao Han found the mark left last time and swam quickly to the cold iron mine. Splash! The speed of movement in the water is definitely much lower than that on land. But after only more than 10 minutes, he had accurately found the cold iron mine, and even at this time he could see that there were players constantly walking into it. Yang! 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 Even though he was hundreds of meters away, Xiao Han could still hear the knocking sound coming from the depths of the mine. This is a bit troublesome. Looking at the endless stream of people, Xiao Han frowned and then said, "The news that Xuanwu Holy Spirit is here must not be known to other people. Forget it. It's easy to change anyway, so just kill them all." Slaughtering players is not the first time anyway, so Xiao Han has no psychological burden. As the thought in his mind moved slightly, he immediately turned into the appearance of Gui Hai Dao. Sahaiwi has a bad reputation here anyway, and it's a good thing to think about killing people with the appearance of the boss of Sahaiwi. Hey Sahaiwi! After saying this softly, Xiao Han immediately took out the Beast King's roar, and quickly flipped through it while swimming over there. After a while, the skill book disappeared in his hand. Hey, as expected, it's really a sound wave control skill book. After learning the skill, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and then he flashed and appeared at the entrance of the cold iron mine. Who are you? This is the Lion Guild. Before entering the mine, a player immediately stepped forward to stop him, but before he finished speaking, a sneer flashed across his face, and then he said, Hey, Gui Hai Dao, you dare to come over? Do you really think that the words of the lion boss are all farts? Hey quack! Since he had decided to kill, Xiao Han would certainly not show any mercy, and raised his hand and chopped it off. Minus 643,846. Even if he didn't use the 9 nether demon killing gun, the player of the Lion Guild in front of him was instantly killed. At the same time, even the whole body of equipment was exploded. Xiao Han frowned slightly when he saw this, but he had no way to control the 100-fold reward. Even if it was guessed, he could only let it go. Fuck! This bastard killed Songlong. At this moment, a voice of shock and anger sounded, and several nearby Lion Guild players who were in charge of guarding immediately shouted loudly, Call someone! Hurry up and call someone for me. Gui Hai Dao of the Four Seas Association has come back. This time we have to uproot the Four Seas Association. Hashtag C1248 knock on the door. As roars resounded in the Hantai mine, more and more Lion Guild players rushed over quickly. Oh, you are really looking for death, Xiao Han muttered softly, but a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Ever since they defeated Wang Li's elite squad, they had not dared to attack him again for a long time. After all, after being killed by him, the explosion rate was too abnormal. Although players in the game are not afraid of death, the game is too closely related to reality and can even manifest things. So even though he knew he couldn't be beaten, he no longer came here to seek death. But after changing the appearance, it's a different situation. Kill. Chop this Sihai Gui trash to death for me. Deep in the Hantai mine, players were constantly rushing towards us. Even though we had killed one instantly, they did not frighten the oncoming crowd. Although he had no grudge against these guys, he could no longer care so much. In order to prevent the news that Xuanwu Holy Spirit was here from leaking. Seeing another Lion Guild player rushing in front of him, he swung the long knife in his hand. Even without using any skills, he killed another one instantly. When more than a dozen pieces of equipment were exploded, and some blue ores also fell to the ground. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Xiao Han didn't even take a look at the equipment on the ground. He took a step forward and swung his knife to kill another one instantly. The equipment revealed by players of the Lion Guild is actually pretty good. But they are all players around level 50, and even the equipment they reveal is diamond and legendary level equipment. But Xiao Han no longer liked such equipment, so he didn't bother to pick it. When we were in the deadly silent cave, at least tens of thousands of pieces of legendary and even treasure level equipment were just thrown away. And the equipment that was revealed now was even more unacceptable to him. Thinking about the spiritual source needed for the array eye and the matter of inlaying gems, Xiao Han no longer held back. While running quickly towards the depths of the Hantai mine, the long knife in his hand kept slashing left and right, killing every player rushing towards him instantly. Damn it! When did Guihai's knife become so powerful? I must be dazzled. When did this guy have such strength? Brother Ejian was also defeated. Damn it, when we were fighting for the cold iron mine before, his strength was still very weak. Contact the boss quickly, We are no match for him. Bursts of doubtful voices kept coming from the depths of the mine, and Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a smile. Although I knew there would be many flaws in this attack, I couldn't care about that much at this time. When, once again, one person was killed instantly, and the players of the Lion Guild finally started to get scared. But even so, Xiao Han still had no intention of stopping. While running towards the Hantai mine, he was also killing all the players he could see. After a while, he had reached the end of the mine. When, at this time, the sound of the mining pick hitting the rock became clearer, and at the same time, dots of flashes of light could be seen above the head. And among those flashes of light, there were several moving figures. Even if these gems are dug out and can only be put in warehouses to eat dust, most guilds have not given up mining. They believed that once they found the inlay method, they could use attribute gems to greatly increase their strength. Therefore, many guilds are competing for the gem production area here. It's just that all the gems here are above your head, so if you want to mine them, flying skills and flying equipment are essential. And because of this, although there are not too many gems here, only a small part has been mined, not even 1/10. When, listening to the knocking sound above his head, Xiao Han couldn't help but look over there, and then took a deep breath. Roar. The next second, a roar rang out from his mouth, and instantly began to spread around. And those black figures under the starlight all had bloody damage values appearing on their heads, and then their bodies stiffened and they all fell down. Ding, you killed Silver Wing. It was a malicious killing, and you obtained the equipment. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, and dozens of pieces of equipment falling from the sky, Xiao Han didn't pay too much attention. But his ears twitched slightly. It wasn't until he was sure that there were no other players within 1,000 meters that a pair of bloody wings suddenly appeared on his back. Call. With just one tap, he had already flown to the stone wall completely made of zuanganite. Then, with just a slight thought in his mind, a golden mining pick appeared in his hand. When, the next second, the mining pick hit the stone wall hard. But there wasn't even a scratch on the Shengang stone in front of him. Only a shallow white mark. Fuck! I was careless. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but stiffen his face. And then, cursed in a low voice, without an artifact-level mining pick, this Shengang stone wall cannot be opened at all. There aren't many things going on during this period, so I don't have time to carefully build equipment. And the pickaxe in his hand was hastily made before going to the dead silence cave. Even though the material used was the golden dragon claw, it was only a fairy equipment. Without the or crushing skill, it was impossible to destroy the Shengang stone. Could it be that I have to go back again? Muttering softly, Xiao Han was a little unwilling, looking at the stone wall in front of him with a depressed look. Although he still had some top-grade casting materials in his hand, he was confident that he could make another artifact. But going back once, plus the time required to make equipment, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours before he could come again. And more importantly, the next time he came, he would probably have to kill the players of the Lion Guild again. But this was no grudge. Killing once would be fine, but if he killed them one after another, it would be a bit unreasonable. After all, even if he had changed his appearance through the abnormal explosion rate, as long as the guys of the Lion Guild were not stupid, they could still guess that he was the one who did it. Besides, the camouflage mask was in his hand, and almost all players knew it. How about calling out? After waving his hand and hitting the Shengang stone wall again, he still failed to cause any damage to it. Xiao Han could only give up the idea of digging in by force. After thinking for a while, he flapped his wings gently and flew up more than 300 meters. Then he whispered, "This should be the place where we came out last time. If there is only a wall between us, Xuan Wu should be able to hear it. But it was sleeping the last 2 times it came here, and the Holy Spirit usually sleeps for hundreds or thousands of years. If it is asleep, it should be impossible to wake it up. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was a little irritated, but he still put his ear against the Shengang stone wall and moved slightly. Yang! At this time, a faint knocking sound immediately drilled into his ears. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Senior Han Xiao wants to see you." Hashtag C1249 reclaim the artifact pickaxe. Dang! A crisp knocking sound rang out, and another spiritual stone flew out. Even in the air, there was a mysterious force acting on it, making it instantly larger, and at the same time stronger spiritual power escaped from. Roar! Finally another one was successfully upgraded. At this time, in this closed dark space, a dull roar suddenly sounded, and then continued. It's a pity that the probability of triggering is still too low after all, otherwise it would be perfect. But it's actually very good to be like this now. At least the spiritual source has been upgraded to level 7, reaching the quality of dragon veins. After more than 30% of the spiritual stones are upgraded to level 7, I can also be free from here. This mining pick is really magical. Dang! In the closed dark space, as the dull sound disappeared, the crisp knocking sound rang again. At the same time, a spiritual stone flashing white light immediately flew out. But this time, the spiritual stone did not change at all. "Senior, Han Xiao wants to see you." Suddenly, a voice came from outside, and the golden pickaxe flying in the air also stopped suddenly. Then a dull voice said to himself, "It's only been a few days, why is he here? Is he coming here to get the pickaxe back? No, I can't give it back to him now. The spirit stones here haven't been upgraded yet. If I give it back to him now, it will take me hundreds of years to get out. Never mind, I didn't hear it. I haven't slept for a long time. Let's sleep first." As the voice fell, the golden pickaxe floating in the air just flashed and disappeared in an instant, and the closed dark space was instantly quiet. "Senior, Han Xiao wants to see you." Outside the Shengang stone wall, Xiao Han was still shouting loudly, and at the same time, the pickaxe in his hand kept hitting the Shengang stone wall, hoping that the Xuanwu inside could hear it. Dang! 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 The crisp knocking sound continued to ring in the empty space. But even if he shouted until his throat was broken, there was still no response from inside. Xiao Han's face suddenly became ugly, and he couldn't help but say, "Do I really have to go back?" Thinking that Xuanwu might not hear his shouting, he suddenly felt irritable. However, he didn't have a divine pickaxe in his hand, and he couldn't break the Shengang stone wall in front of him. No matter how irritated he was, he couldn't solve anything. Forget it, at worst, I'll do it again later. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's ears moved again unconsciously, but he didn't hear the knocking sound from the stone wall. He frowned again and whispered, "This is not right." The knocking sound inside disappeared. "What's going on?" As he said, he immediately put his ears against the stone wall again, and the energy in his body continued to flow into his ears, making his hearing more acute. Ha! 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 At this time there was no knocking sound, but heavy breathing sounds were heard. This made Xiao Han frown again, and he couldn't help but whisper, "I was digging spirit stones just now, why did I shout and there was a snoring sound? Could it be that Xuanwu didn't want me to go in? But this doesn't make sense." Xiao Han was confused by the sudden snoring sound. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. So after a brief silence of more than 10 seconds, he immediately shouted again, "Senior Xuanwu, I have something very important here. Please open the door quickly." After shouting more than 10 times, there was still no response from inside, which made Xiao Han a little anxious, and he immediately shouted again, "It's really very important. Please open the door quickly. The Abyss Demon Lord over there in the Dead Silence Cave is about to break the seal and come out. If you don't open the door again, It will not take more than a year at most, and the abyss demons will surge out of the abyss again. This time, Xiao Han firmly believed that Xuanwu, who had the strength of the Holy Spirit level, would definitely be able to hear his voice, so he continued to shout without stopping. And more importantly, he didn't believe that Xuanwu could be as calm as he is now after hearing the news about the Abyss Demon Lord, and still not let him in. After all, according to Tan Yuntian, there is also an Abyss Demon Lord suppressed here. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han continued to shout, "Open the door! Quickly, I have a way to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord in the dead silence cave again, but I need your help." Crack, crack, crack. At this time, waves of sounds like rocks breaking finally sounded, and a dark cave appeared in front of him. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Hey, it seems that you really don't want to see me again. But why is this?" Seeing that the crack that just appeared in front of him was enough for one person to pass through, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and took a step forward, and walked directly in. Crack, crack, crack. The next second, the Shengang stone rock wall that had just cracked closed. Again, two huge green pupils suddenly appeared in the dark enclosed space, and then a dull voice asked, "What did you say just now, the Abyss Demon Lord of the Dead? Silence Cave is coming out?" "Yes." Seeing a huge snake head appearing in front of him, Xiao Han nodded and said, "I just went to the Dead Silence Cave. The spiritual source over there is about to collapse. Once the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation loses its center, it will no longer be able to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord." "The spiritual source collapses?" Xuanche's eyes flashed, and he continued in a deep voice, "You even know about the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation. Seems that you have really been there. But I can't solve this kind of thing, and I can't leave here now." "I know." Xiao Han nodded and said, and continued, "Under this spiritual vein, there is also a suppressed Abyss Demon Lord. You must be unable to get away, so I don't plan to let you leave here." "Don't need me to help?" Xuanwu was a little surprised, and continued in a deep voice, "Then what do you want me to help with? Is it possible?" Xuanwu's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of the pickaxe that could improve the grade of the spiritual source, and then immediately asked, "You came here this time to get the pickaxe back?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded quickly and said seriously, "If you want to continue to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord, this is the only way now." "Yes, this is the only way," Xuanwu said with emotion and continued, "If you want the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Array to continue to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord, you must either change the array base or upgrade the array core. There is no other way. I am trapped here now, and there is no way to go there in person. Otherwise, it would not be too difficult to capture a few Abyss Demon Emperors. Now that we can't get out, we can only change the array core, and this mining pick has about a 1% chance of improving the grade of the spiritual source. Once, if successful, it should be able to continue to suppress for hundreds of years. In that case, take this thing back." Although he was unwilling in his heart, Xuanwu also knew that this was not the time to act on impulse, and a golden mining pick immediately flew in front of Xiao Han. After he grabbed it, he continued, "But you have to return it to me after you use it. This pick is very important to me. You have to lend it to me for a few months." "That's no problem." Xiao Han put away the Dragon Soul Midas Touch shovel and said with a smile. Then he hesitated for a moment and asked, "But I have a question. I want to ask you. #C1250 The inheritance is broken." Regarding the issue of gem inlay, Xiao Han had already thought about it carefully before coming. With his current strength, if the equipment cannot be inlaid with attribute gems, even if it is a set of artifact equipment, there is no way to challenge the Emperor-level boss alone. So even though Xuanwu hadn't replied yet, he asked directly, "I have read in many ancient books that in ancient times there seemed to be many craftsmen who could inlay gems into weapons. But why have I visited many cities but never met a gemstone craftsman? Gem maker. A flash of memory flashed in Xuanwu's eyes, and he said, helplessly, speaking of this, it's such a long-lasting memory. If nothing else, the inheritance of gem craftsmen has been cut off. The inheritance is cut off? Xiao Han whispered, and asked with some confusion. The art of inlaying gems on equipment shouldn't be too difficult, right? Even if the inheritance is cut off for some reason, is it possible that there will be no new gemstone craftsmen? Oh, you think it's not difficult? Xuanwu glanced at Han Xiao, shook his head, and said, you think it's too simple to inlay gems. Even in ancient times, gemstone craftsmen were extremely scarce. The reason why the Abyss demons were able to be driven back to the Abyss in the first place must be at least 30% of the credit for those master-level gem craftsmen. Is it such an exaggeration to claim more than 30% of the credit?
Xiao Han
didn't believe it and asked curiously. But according to historical records, various tribes drove the demons back to the Abyss under the leadership of Lord Duanyuan. Duanyuan, Xuanwu said with emotion, and continued in a deep voice. That's true. If there hadn't been Duan Abyss back then, it would have been really not that easy to drive the demons back to the Abyss. But you have to know that fighting is not just about warriors. In fact, many times, if you want to win a war, you still need to rely more on logistics, such as elixirs, weapons, armor, gem inlays, weapon enchantments, etc. Only when logistics preparations are in place can soldiers exert their greatest combat effectiveness. That's true, Xiao Han said in agreement and continued. But even so, what does it have to do with the gem craftsman? Is it possible that by embedding gems on equipment the combat effectiveness can be greatly improved? Haha. Don't you feel a little unbelievable? Xuanwu chuckled and continued. You should know the attributes of the Abyss Demon Clan. Since it is a demon, of course it has dark attributes. Xiao Han said with certainty, and then said with some confusion. And as far as I know, the dark attribute is the most domineering attribute. It has high resistance to ice, fire, poison, and other attributes. Even if the gem craftsman inlays gems into the equipment, it may increase some strength, but it will not allow the gem craftsman to take more than 30% of the credit. To say 30% is actually a modest statement. Xuanwu shook his head and continued, actually you are right. Dark attributes are highly resistant to other attributes because of its unique devouring properties. Earth, fire, water, wind, poison, ice, thunder, and lightning will all be assimilated by it. But among all the attributes, there is one attribute that has a strong restraining effect on it. Restraint effect? Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and immediately understood, and asked hurriedly, you mean light attribute, inlaying light attribute gems on equipment? Xuanwu nodded slightly and continued, light drives out darkness. Where there is light, there will be no darkness. So the light attribute not only restrains the dark attribute but also doubles the damage done to the demons. And it is precisely because of this that the inheritance of gem craftsmen was eventually cut off. You mean? Xiao Han paused for a moment and said with surprise, when the demons invaded in ancient times, all the gem craftsmen were killed by the demons? Hey, it's not like they were all killed. Xuanwu sighed and continued. But all the gem craftsmen have also received special care from the demons. Once discovered, they will launch an attack at all costs. At least 90% of the gemstone craftsmen in ancient times were killed by the demons, and less than 10% of the gemstone craftsmen are left, and the total number is less than 100. But all the master craftsmen have been killed, and the rest continue to be apprentices with little experience. So even though there was support for a period of time, the inheritance was eventually cut off. Is it really so difficult to set gems? Xiao Han said in disbelief, but his brows furrowed deeply. If the equipment cannot be inlaid with gems, it will definitely be very harmful to him. In the future, he will still not be able to kill the Emperor level boss alone. If you want to get more resources in the game, you will encounter the Abyss Demon Emperor and the more powerful Abyss Demon Lord in the future. If the Emperor boss can't be dealt with, then the Abyss Demon Emperor and Abyss Demon Lord will be even more invincible. I originally thought that one day I could manifest the purple flame dragon horse, and if possible I could even manifest a spiritual vein. But if you can't kill the Abyss Demon Emperor, how can you get these?
Manifestation talisman.
Thinking about the mutant beasts in reality and the 4 Jedi, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Senior, do you have any books about inlay? Why? Do you want to learn inlay?" Xuanwu looked at him with some surprise, shook his head and said, "You are still very talented, so don't waste time on inlay. It is almost impossible to learn inlay without someone teaching you the art of inlay. Gemstone inlay requires consideration of energy balance, and at the same time, magic patterns must be engraved on equipment. This is not just about learning inlay skills. Every inlay master must also be a magic pattern master, but the magic disaster in ancient times not only cut off the inlay inheritance but also the magic pattern inheritance. Now, do you still want to learn? Learn." Xiao Han said a word decisively and continued in a deep voice. Since gem inlay is so important, it must be brought back to the world. The current Abyss Demon Lord has begun to stir. I believe that with my talent, even if I can't restore to the level of ancient times, I can still research some of it. And once I master gem inlay, I can be more relaxed when facing the demons. Okay. Xuanwu didn't say anything more, took out 2 ancient books and said, "Since you insist, I won't continue to persuade you. These 2 books are entry-level textbooks for inlay and magic pattern. As for more advanced textbooks, even I don't have them. Maybe if I find the treasures left behind by the demons when they retreated, I may be able to find master-level inlay and master-level magic pattern." As he said, the 2 ancient books flew up and went straight to Xiao Han.